Chapter 1. Is this your excuse for breaking up? Magic City, Street 12. In a restaurant, a young man and woman, approximately 20 years old, sat opposite each other. The boy was handsome and the girl was also very pretty, but at this moment, their expressions were very different. Senny, what did you just say? You want to break up with me? The boy who was speaking was named Su-won, a junior student, and the girl sitting opposite him was his girlfriend Fong-sinny. The two have known each other for several years, and Su-won originally thought that they could continue to be together, but he didn't expect that today, his girlfriend would break up with him. Su-won, we are all adults now, can't we just part ways in peace? I don't mind being honest with you. You're too naive and too honest. It's really boring to be with a man like you. As the woman spoke, she stirred the coffee on the table. Compared to Su-won's shock, she seemed much calmer. I am naive? Fong-sinny, do you know what you are talking about? Su-won suddenly stood up, and couldn't help but get angry, and his voice became a little higher. Ask yourself, if it weren't for my hard work over the past 2 years, would you have been able to live so comfortably? In order to make your college life better, I worked part-time during the winter and summer vacations, and gave all the wages I earned to you. If you are sick, I will run to the hospital to buy you medicine regardless of wind or rain, day or night. You like to eat red date porridge, I will bring you a steaming hot breakfast every morning. Su-won became more and more excited as he spoke. He felt suffocated, really suffocated. I treated her wholeheartedly for 2 years, but in the end, this is the evaluation I got. There was a hint of impatience in Fong-sinny's eyes. What do you mean by saying this? Do you want to show off your achievements? Do you know why I don't feel anything for you? It's because you're too nice to me and always follow my will. I feel like you're boring and don't have a manly personality at all. That's why I don't like you like this. What do you think? Fong-sinny spoke word by word. Every word was like a thorn, piercing into Su-won's heart, making him feel heartbroken. Fong-sinny continued, don't say I didn't tell you. A few days ago, Mr. Lee pursued me and I agreed. Now I'm his girlfriend and it has nothing to do with you. Mr. Lee? Is that the good-for-nothing Lee Xiao? Su-won was stunned. No wonder rumors started circulating in the school a few days ago that Mr. Lee had confessed his love to Fong-sinny. At first Su-won didn't believe it, but now it seems that he was too naive. Mr. Lee Yufeng, the young master of Madu High-Tech Holding Group, is one of the 4 famous rich young men in Tianwei College. This man is a well-known playboy who changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. Su-won couldn't believe that his girlfriend would choose him. Is he the man with personality you are talking about? After feeling disheartened, Su-won sneered instead, not knowing whether he was laughing at the other person or at himself. Fong-sinny was not annoyed. She raised her hand and an exquisite bag suddenly appeared on the table. She sneered and said, do you know what brand of bag this is? I'm telling you, this is Louis Vuitton, worth 150,000 yuan, and young Master Lee bought it for me a few days ago. Su-won, you keep saying you love me and have done a lot for me, but are all your efforts worth this brand name bag? Fong-sinny showed a hint of sarcasm on her face. Admit it, someone like you will never be able to afford such luxury goods in your lifetime, and you will never be rich in your lifetime. You are destined to be an ordinary person, and I, Fong-sinny, will never spend my whole life with such a person. Fong-sinny continued speaking with a resolute attitude. In fact, she had the idea of getting rid of Su-won from a long time ago, but she had been struggling to find anyone she liked and she didn't want to lose her meal ticket, so she had been putting it off until now. This time, she finally caught a rich young master, so naturally she couldn't help but show off. Faced with his girlfriend's blatant sarcasm, Su-won fell silent, then sat down helplessly. Yes. The other party is right. So what if he does more? The money I earned from working part-time for more than 2 years is not even as much as a bag that Mr. Lee gave me. How can I compare with him? Drop by drop. Suddenly, a whistle sounded outside the restaurant. A cool and stylish Cadillac slowly stopped by the roadside, and then a well-dressed young man walked out of the car. Su-won looked through the window and his face changed. The person who came was Lee Yufeng, the young master of Gaoka Group. The other party obviously knew they were here. After taking a look over here, he walked in from the restaurant door and arrived in front of Su-won and others a moment later. Mr. Lee, you are here. After seeing Lee Yufeng, Fong-sinny changed her previous cold attitude, smiled sweetly, and immediately stood up and took the other's arm. That smile was so brilliant that Su-won realized he had never seen it before in the 2 years he had been with her. Well, I guess this is your previous boyfriend? Li Yufeng looked down at Su Wen and asked indifferently. It's him. I broke up with him, but he still can't accept the reality. Fang Xini sneered, not giving Su Wen any face at all. As a man, especially a poor loser like this, it's normal for him to not be able to accept his girlfriend leaving after finally having one. Li Xiao said nonchalantly, then he looked at Su Wen. Boy, you should also consider your own weight when choosing a girlfriend. A poor fellow like you wants to have a girlfriend as beautiful as Miss Fang. Don't you think it's a bit like a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Mr. Li sneered, with naked sarcasm in his words. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of other customers in the store, and everyone cast sympathetic glances at them. Alas, another honest man abandoned by a woman. Yeah. From what they just said, I think this man is really in love with her. Ha ha. You can't be a bootlicker these days. Blindly giving will only be taken for granted by others. You don't even understand such a simple truth. You deserve to be dumped. The customers shook their heads and talked among themselves. Su Wen couldn't help but clench his hands under the table. How could he not feel his girlfriend's betrayal, his rival's ridicule, and everyone's gossip, and how could he not be angry? But sometimes reality is just so cruel. Having no money means being disadvantaged. Although he wanted to appear open-minded and nonchalant, he could not calm down when he thought about being laughed at by others. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. Detecting that the host has been abandoned by his girlfriend, triggering the switch, the super rich reward system is activated. The system is loading. 15%. 30%. 75%. 100%. Chapter 2: Su Wen's counterattack. System. Su Wen was stunned and startled by the sudden voice. As a young man of the new era, he certainly understands what the system is. It is a must-have cheating tool for the protagonist in online novels and the beginning of the journey to the peak of life. But novels are novels after all. How can there be any system in reality? It's just the fantasy of poor losers out of helplessness. It seems that I was so sad that I was hallucinating. Su Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The host has not trusted the system. It is time for the system to prove its capabilities. Host, Su Wen. Age, 21. Constitution, 5. Assets, 1,500 yuan. System evaluation, a genuine loser. A series of voices arose in Su Wen's mind. Even a guy like him who was slow to react finally realized that something was wrong. This was not an auditory hallucination. Fuck, there really is a system? Su Wen was shocked. Just as he was surprised, the system spoke again. System issued a task, to sow discord between Fang Xini and Li Xiao. Mission reward: if you succeed in provoking the enemy, you will receive a cash reward of 10 million and 51% of the shares of the Hills hotel chain. 10 million cash reward? My god, Su Wen almost dropped his jaw. He couldn't even imagine so much money. There is also the Hills Hotel, which is a famous 7-star hotel chain in the country. It also owns KTVs, cinemas, bars and other entertainment venues, truly achieving entertainment integration. It is said that the scale has expanded to more than 100 stores, distributed in major first-tier, second-tier and third-tier cities. Owning 51% of the shares of this hotel chain, wouldn't he have made the leap from a carp to a dragon and turned into a phoenix? Owning this system is equivalent to owning a new life. The rewards from the system are real rewards. You deserve them. The system boasted about itself. Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately responded happily. Although Fang Xini has changed her heart, there is no point in sowing discord between them at this moment. But 10 million in cash in the Hills Hotel, how could he ignore such a huge reward? By the way, how should I provoke them? Su Wen thought of the most critical question. Huating Hotel, room 2402. Hanhao Hotel, room 1904. Suddenly, the system reported a string of numbers. What's the meaning? It means that she cheated on you. During the time she was with you, she had someone else besides Li Xiao. His name is. These 2 hotel rooms are proof that they have been there. The system patiently explained that it would not stop until its words shocked the audience. What did you say? Su Wen's expression froze, he could hardly believe his ears. This. It was like a knife cutting his butt, which really opened his eyes. He used to think that Fang Xini was so distant towards him because she was rather conservative. It seems that the other person is deliberately keeping me hanging and is dating someone else? And during this period, I was still foolishly working part-time, working myself to death to earn money for the other person to spend. Maybe she is just taking this money and living a carefree life with others. Suwon was not angry, he just felt heartbroken. How could Fong Sini be with another man and lie to him with a clear conscience? Doesn't her conscience hurt? Fong Sini, who was standing opposite, saw that Suwon was silent and thought that he had accepted the reality, so she couldn't help but said proudly, "That's all, Suwon, let's part ways in peace. I hope you won't come to see me again at school. I'm Mr. Lee's girlfriend now, and I don't want others to gossip about me." After saying that, she prepared to leave. But her haughty posture and contemptuous look all expressed how arrogant she was at the moment. "Did you hear that? My girlfriend said, don't come to see her again, or else don't blame me for being rude." Mr. Lee also adopted a condescending attitude and warned Suwon. "Don't worry. Since Sini doesn't want to be with me, Suwon, won't force her. After all, she said that when she's had enough fun, she'll find someone to take over. Now she's found one. As her former boyfriend, I have witnessed her glorious history, so I should be happy for her." Suddenly, Suwon spoke. He had a look of grief just now, but now he was smiling calmly, contrary to his usual behavior. "What did you say?" Li Xiao frowned and stopped at this moment when he was about to raise his foot. "Mr. Lee, don't listen to him. He probably thinks he's playing tricks on us because he sees we're leaving." Fong Sini sneered. Li Xiao also reacted and laughed. "Suwon, you are a loser, you should just accept the reality. A beautiful and noble woman like Sini is destined not to be yours." Li Xiao also showed disdain on his face, as if mocking Suwon's arrogance. "Noble? I don't see it, do I?" Suwon laughed secretly. "Ms. Fong has been with me for 2 years. I don't know how many times she has had secret meetings with other men. Do you think such a woman is noble?" Then, he looked at Fong Sini and said, "You don't forget the Nanshan Bin, do you? There is also room 2402 of the Hua Ting Hotel and room 1904 of the Han Hao Hotel. These are all places you and he have been to before. Do you need me to tell you one by one?" What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation." Fong Sini's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Suwon with disbelief in her eyes, because she was the only one who knew that what Suwon had just said was true. During her time with Suwon, she did meet a man outside of school. The man is funny and eloquent. After a few interactions, the two gradually became familiar with each other and even developed an indescribable relationship. Because they were meeting outside of school, Fong Sini was not worried about being discovered. She didn't understand how Suwon knew all this. The other party denied it flatly, but Suwon was not panicked. "Ha ha. You know whether I am talking nonsense or not. Now that I think about it, your behavior is really disgusting. Fortunately, we broke up today, otherwise I would be disgusted to death." Then he changed the subject and looked at Li Yufang and said, "Of course, young Master Li is different. You are the son of a wealthy family, the eldest son of the Li family. You must be broad-minded. Why would you care about being a scapegoat, right?" Suwon smiled after he finished speaking. The irony in his words was self-evident. His words naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Everyone looked at Fong Sini with strange looks in their eyes. "Good job. I ate a lot of melons today. If what this young man said is true, then this Miss Fong is really extraordinary, to have become a sea king at such a young age." Chapter 3 Scandal Exposed. Fong Sini's face turned pale and her chest was heaving with anger, but she couldn't utter a word. She never thought that the man who was always gentle and considerate to her and listened to her everything would one day humiliate her openly. Li Xiao's face was even gloomier, even uglier than Fong Sini's. Just now, when Suwon finished speaking, he clearly felt Fong Sini tighten her grip on his arm. This abnormal behavior makes people doubt the authenticity of Suwon's words. Fong Sini told him that although she had been with Suwon for 2 years, nothing had happened and she was still clean. What was going on now? "Sini, is what he said true?" Li Xiao turned to look at his new girlfriend and asked. There was a barely audible gloom in his tone. "Mr. Li, don't listen to his nonsense. How is this possible? I'm not that kind of casual woman. I've been with Suwon for more than 2 years, and I've never let him touch me once. How could I let other men touch me?" Fong Sini was certain that Suwon had no evidence, so she continued to insist. "Anyway, as long as she doesn't admit it, who can expose her? However, Su Wen's next words made her body tremble. Okay, since Miss Fong is so sure that she didn't do anything, Mr. Li, why don't you give your men a call and ask them to check these two hotels? Your family is so powerful, I believe it will be easy to do this, right? As long as we find out what happened, won't everything be clear? Su Wen continued. Su Wen, what do you want to do? Finally, Fong Xinyi couldn't bear it anymore and she yelled at Su Wen. At this moment, she was panicked, really panicked. Some things can be hidden for a while, but the truth will never be buried. And what Li Xiao said next made her heart rise to her throat. I think what he said makes sense. We'll know if it's true or not once we check. Li Yufeng said something that was out of character. Although Su Wen was hateful and made him very unhappy, he could not tolerate it if Fong Xinyi deceived him. What Li Yufeng hated most in his life was being deceived. As the eldest son of the Li family, if he was deceived by a woman like Fong Xinyi, where would his dignity be? As he said this, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call his family and ask someone to check the hotel. This action was stopped by Fong Xinyi. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, why do you believe Su Wen but not me? I'm your girlfriend. I really didn't do anything. Fong Xinyi said in a panic. I didn't realize how suspicious I was at this moment. The more she acted like this, the more suspicious Li Xiao became. Just because you are my girlfriend, this matter should be investigated more thoroughly, right? You didn't do anything anyway. Even if I investigated, I wouldn't find anything. What are you afraid of? Li Xiao's voice became colder and colder. Fong Xinyi's behavior was so strange. Although he didn't want to believe this was true, the other party's actions at this moment made him doubt that it was true. This one sentence left Fong Xinyi speechless. But she knew that if she just let young Master Li continue investigating, what she had done would definitely be exposed. Her end will definitely be tragic then. But if I say it now, will things be better? Fong Xinyi didn't know. There is not enough time. After thinking it over again and again, Fong Xinyi finally made up her mind. She looked at Li Yufeng and said tremblingly, Li. Mr. Li, there's no need to check. Yes, what Su Wen said is true. I did have another boyfriend outside of school before, and we went to a hotel. But we only went there a few times, and then never again. Bang! Before Fong Xinyi could finish her words, a loud and crisp slap hit her in the face. The huge impact force made her tremble, followed by a sharp pain in her cheek. A bloody handprint appeared on her face, shocking Fong Xinyi. Mr. Li, you. Bang! Bang! Before Fong Xinyi could finish her words, she received several loud slaps in the face, which made her dizzy and she almost fell down. Fong Xinyi, I really didn't realize you were this kind of person. You are so shameless. Why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? What do you mean you are clean and you are not a random person? Bah! Are you worthy? This was the first time that Li Yufeng got so angry in public. The fire was so huge and happened so suddenly that Fong Xinyi didn't have time to react. Mr. Li, listen to me. You don't have to say it. What else do you have to say? I want to hear your excuses. Li Xiao shouted angrily. He never thought that he was deceived by a woman. He was so complacent before, thinking he had got a great advantage over Su Wen. Damn, it turns out he is a clown himself. Fong Xinyi, from now on, we are done with each other. Don't come to me again. I, young Master Li, don't need a woman like you. Li Xiao said resolutely. Also, give me back this brand name bag. This bag is worth 150,000 yuan, but now it seems that you don't deserve it. After saying that, he didn't care whether the other party was willing or not. Mr. Li actually snatched the bag from Fong Xinyi's hand, and without giving her any face, he poured out all the contents. After swearing again, he just walked away. Only items were left scattered all over the floor of the restaurant, and Fong Xinyi, who looked confused, was still standing in the restaurant, not coming to her senses for a long time. Hey, look, that girl is so miserable. She was abandoned by her new boyfriend. Ha, she deserves it. Who told her to cheat on her during her relationship? She's so dishonest. Alas! How did such a good girl become the king of the sea? In the hall, people were talking again. But this time, the person everyone was talking about was no longer Su Wen, but Fong Xinyi. As if she had come to her senses, or as if she could no longer bear the pointing and criticizing of the customers, Fong Xinyi, who had been stunned for a long time, finally reacted. She reached out and touched her cheek, which was numb from the pain, and then looked at Su-Wen viciously. There was unprecedented resentment in his eyes. Su-Wen, it's all because of you that I'm like this. Are you satisfied now? Just wait for me. One day I will make you regret everything you did today. After saying these harsh words, Miss Fong, who was so complacent and arrogant 10 minutes ago, left in a hurry, looking so embarrassed. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. This is probably what is happening to her at this moment. As he watched Fong Xinyi leaving, Su-Wen sneered and remained unmoved. Some people are not destined to be together, so there is no need to force it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully provoking Li Xiao and Fong Xinyi. System rewards, 10 million in cash. Reward, 51% of the shares of the Hills hotel chain. The share system has helped them acquire it. Someone will contact you later. At this moment, the system appeared in Su-Wen's mind again. Is that all? Su-Wen was surprised. Of course. The system said confidently. Buzz. At this moment, Su-Wen's cell phone vibrated. Could it be that the money has already arrived? Su-Wen thought to himself. Feeling nervous, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. A message from CCB suddenly appeared on the screen. Your CCB card with the last digit 2410 has received RMB 1000000. Chapter 4, Back to School, New Life. Fuck, 10 million, do I really have 10 million? Su-Wen looked at the message sent by the mobile banking app, his expression unable to hide his excitement. Oh my god, 10 million. How long will it take to earn this? Even if you work, you will probably have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suddenly, his cell phone rang. An unfamiliar local number called and Su-Wen quickly picked up the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su-Wen Su? A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was very polite. I'm Su-Wen, and you are? Hello, Mr. Su, this is the headquarters of the Hills hotel chain. I am Wang Ming, the deputy general manager of the hotel. You previously spent a huge amount of money to acquire 51% of the shares of this hotel, and you are now the largest shareholder of Hills. The former chairman asked me to call you. I hope you can sign the transfer contract immediately and officially take over this hotel. Do you have time? Of course, if Mr. Su doesn't have time, we can also choose to sign online. Seeing that Su-Wen admitted his identity, the other party's tone not only became polite, but also became more respectful, for fear of offending the new chairman. Su-Wen was surprised at first, then ecstatic. Damn, the system is too efficient? The hotel was acquired just after the task was completed? The system of the super rich never deceives me. Okay, I understand. Let's sign the contract online the day after tomorrow. Su-Wen thought for a moment and spoke slowly. He happens to have a computer at school, and he can sign the contract directly when he goes to school the day after tomorrow, Monday. Thinking about it, Su-Wen's depressed mood due to the breakup also became much better at this moment. Monday, Tianwei University. Tianwei University is one of the famous universities in Shanghai, with a campus area of more than 2 million square meters. It has complete facilities and strong faculty, and is one of the top-ranked universities even in an international metropolis like Shanghai. Early in the morning, Su-Wen took the bus to school as usual. Ever since he broke up with Fong Xinyi and got the system the day before yesterday, he has been so excited that he has hardly slept these past 2 nights. After all, Carrie suddenly had 10 million, who could remain calm? That night he transferred some money to each of his parents and asked them to stop working. Of course, he didn't give too much. He only gave 200,000 yuan to each person. After all, this was the first time he gave money. If he gave too much, his parents would probably become suspicious. To this end, he deliberately made up a lie, saying that he made a lot of money by running an online shop part-time, so that they would feel at ease. Su-Wen walked and thought as he went, and before he knew it he had entered the school gate and then walked towards the dormitory. I don't know if it's because I'm rich that my mood has improved, but after Su-Wen entered the school, he found that the campus scenery, teaching buildings, and various buildings all became more stylish. Fuck, Lao Su, you're finally here, what's going on? Did you really break up with your girlfriend? Yeah. This Fong Xinyi actually dumped you. Isn't that too heartless? As soon as Su-Wen entered the dormitory, several roommates came over and started talking at once. Well, we broke up. You guys know that too? Su-Wen nodded, surprised. These people are his roommates and close friends. They have a very good relationship with each other, so there is nothing to hide. How could they not know? A few days ago, someone saw Fong Xinyi riding in Li Xiao's car into the school. Someone even took a photo and posted it on the forum. Everyone knows about it. One of Su Wen's roommates, Chen Ming, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. That's right. A few days ago, Master Li only expressed his love for you, but later they were openly together. He didn't take you seriously at all. Another roommate, Zhu Yuan, was equally angry. In their opinion, Su Wen gave so much for Fong Xinyi, but in the end he got naked betrayal in return, which was really not worth it. At this moment, He Wenfang, the third roommate next to Su Wen, patted Su Wen's shoulder and sighed, "Oh, cry." Crying? Why are you crying? Su Wen was puzzled. It means exactly what it says. It's meant to make you cry. He Wenfang said seriously. Yes, Su Wen, cry. Maybe you will feel better after crying. It's not a sin for a man to cry. You like Fong Xinyi so much. You must be very sad to break up with her now. So you must cry. Don't hold it in. It will cause problems if you hold it in. Zhu Yuan also joined in the fun. Not really. Listening to everyone's explanation, Su Wen couldn't help but feel ashamed. After I got the system, I have been smiling the past 2 days, and my happiness is almost written on my face. How did these roommates know that I was sad? Hey! Lao Su, you don't have to force a smile. We know that behind your smile there must be tears. Yeah. In order not to make us worry, you want to swallow all the pain and bear it alone, right? The roommates shook their heads, each of them looking as if they had seen through Su Wen. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Su Wen was about to say something else when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone. It turned out to be a call from the Hills Hotel, reminding Director Su that today was the day for online signing. Su Wen nodded. He would not forget this. He hung up the phone and said to his roommates, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter has passed. You don't have to worry about me. Besides, we are all brothers. If I have something on my mind, I will speak it out. There is no need to hide it from you. Afraid that everyone might be worried, Su Wen continued. Are you really okay? Several people were skeptical. Yeah, it's really okay. Everyone cares about me so much, I will treat everyone to a big meal when I have time. Su Wen smiled calmly and confirmed again. Ha, I'm glad you're okay. Forget the big meal. The three of us will treat you to a barbecue some other day, just to get rid of the bad luck caused by your breakup. Knowing that Su Wen's family was not well off, the brothers rejected his kindness. For them, as long as their brothers were safe, it was enough. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more sentences and prepared to go to class, but Su Wen found a reason to stay. Watching his roommates leave the dormitory one by one, Su Wen smiled helplessly. These guys are kind-hearted, brotherly, and loyal, but they are a bit too dramatic. Time passed quickly and it was already the agreed signing time. Su Wen walked to the desk and took out the second-hand computer that he had used for more than a year. Looking at the computer, Su Wen sighed. In the past 2 years, he lived frugally, worked part-time, and was reluctant to buy even a new computer for Fong Xinyi. He gave all his money to Fong Xinyi, but all he got in return was disdain and ridicule from her. Thinking about it now, it still seems ridiculous. While sighing, Su Wen turned on his computer and logged into VX. Coincidentally, a video invitation came from the Hills Hotel headquarters. Without hesitation, he took it immediately. Chapter 5 School Belle Xia Xinyo. In the dormitory, Su Wenjin and the top executives of Hills were talking and getting to know each other. At the other end of the video, a magnificent conference room appeared in front of him, with more than a dozen people sitting inside. Su Wen followed the step-by-step instructions, logged into the official website of Hills Hotel, and received the electronic transfer contract delivered by the other party through the website. Now, you can sign the contract directly after reading it. At the same time, the senior executives of Hills Hotel were still in shock. Ever since someone paid a huge sum of money to acquire most of the shares of their hotel yesterday, everyone has been curious about this mysterious buyer. Everyone originally thought that the one who would make the move would be a wealthy businessman. But I didn't expect that he was such a young man, who looked to be in his early 20s. Director Su, this contract has 13 pages in total. I see you have read most of it. Do you have any questions? Finally, the former chairman Wang Lin on the other end of the video spoke. Yes, no problem, I'll sign it right away. Su Wen naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. He glanced over the contract. Although he didn't quite understand it, he still understood the 51% stake. He then signed the contract with a click of the mouse. From now on, he officially becomes the big boss. Ha ha! Congratulations, Mr. Su, on becoming the new chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. Congratulations! As soon as the contract was signed, former chairman Wang Lin immediately congratulated. He has officially stepped down from office at this moment. Although he lost a hotel, he also gained a huge sum of money, which naturally made him very happy. Yes. Director Su. The contract has been signed. I wonder when you will be able to visit the Hills Hotel and see how the hotel is planned. Another person in the conference room, Zhang Kaming, the hotel's vice chairman, also spoke with a smile. In his opinion, the young man in the video is already the new chairman of the hotel, with the highest position and the greatest power. As the vice president, he naturally wanted to please. Well, I'll come over when I have time. Don't hit a smiling person. The two directors were so enthusiastic that Su Wen naturally responded with courtesy. Besides, Hills Hotel is very famous. Not only does it have a high-end environment, but it also has excellent service. Why wouldn't he want to go? Then, the two sides explained some other matters and ended the call. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wen has become popular these days, or to be more precise, he has become popular on campus. As one of the 4 famous rich young men in Tianwei College, it goes without saying that Li Xiao is very famous. Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fong Xinyi is also a well-known beauty in the school. The two of them were together, and Su Wen, the victim, was naturally dug out and became the laughingstock of everyone. Hey! Isn't this our classmate from the Department of Management, Sudi? What's up? I heard that your girlfriend dumped you. Is that true? Of course I'm telling you. I guess they're feeling heartbroken right now. At noon, Su Wen and several roommates finished their lunch in the cafeteria and were about to return to the dormitory when they were stopped by several well-dressed young people. It's you! Su Wen couldn't help but frown. He knew the people in front of him, they were all students from the Department of Management. The man standing in the front is named Tan Hao, one of Fong Xinyi's former suitors. I guess he knew he was dumped and came here to make a fool of himself. Why, are you feeling bad? I've said it before, Fong Xinyi is the beauty of the management department. She's so pretty. You two are from different worlds. How about it? You've been dumped now, huh? Tan Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of many students passing by, and everyone turned their eyes over. Hey, look, he's Su Wen, the one whose girlfriend was stolen by Li Xiao. He's quite handsome. I heard that this guy's family is very poor, but he is very infatuated. Now that his girlfriend has dumped him, isn't he going to commit suicide? Ha, Fong Xinyi is the beauty of the management department. Su Wen is a poor loser with no money or power. Do you think he can take advantage of her? Everyone was whispering, most of them were mocking and looking forward to the show. I say, Lao Su has broken up with Fong Xinyi, and you guys are still pestering me. Aren't you annoying? That's right. If you like Fong Xinyi so much, why don't you just go find that Fong? Why are you here? Seeing Tan Hao and others being so arrogant, Su Wen's roommates Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan and others couldn't stand it anymore and immediately fought back. When their good brothers are laughed at, they naturally have to stand up. Compared to his brothers, Su Wen was much calmer. With the system, he felt more confident and his mentality had changed a long time ago. But he couldn't just remain silent since he was being bullied by others. However, just as he was about to speak, a sweet voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Classmate, would you like some milk tea? In everyone's sight, they saw a tall, beautiful woman holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, walking towards Su Wen with light steps. The woman was wearing a white suspender gauze dress with her jet black hair draped over her shoulders. Her elegant and graceful temperament made her look like a fairy. Fuck, it's Xia Xiniao from the Foreign Languages Department, the most beautiful campus girl in Tianwei University. Why is she here? She even asked others if they want milk tea. Who did she talk to? Could it be Tan Hao? Yeah, I think so. Although Tan Hao is not as rich as the fourth young master, he is also quite famous in school. Ah, I'm so envious. Tan Hao is so lucky to be loved by the school beauty Xia. Oh my god. The students became restless. There is no way. Who is Xia Xinyo? Not only is she super beautiful, she is also the daughter of the famous Huaxing group in Shanghai. She has so many halos. Who wouldn't love such a beauty? Even a girl as beautiful as Fang Xini would instantly be eclipsed when standing in front of the school beauty Xia. Tan Hao was confused, but when he saw the school beauty walking towards him, he couldn't help but get excited. Why did she come towards me? Could it be that the school beauty liked me and sent me a cup of loving milk tea? The more Tan Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, and his whole body almost felt numb. But just when he saw Xia Xiaohua approaching and thought she would pass the milk tea to him, Xia Xiaohua's eyes ignored him and smiled sweetly at Su Wen and said, "Here, this is for you." After saying that, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Xia actually handed the milk tea to Su Wen. Chapter 6: Envy and Jealousy of the Crowd. For me? Su Wen was stunned. Of course he knew school beauty Xia. Not only did he know her, he also knew her. He even lent her an umbrella a few months ago. That day, the sky was gray and it was raining heavily. When he entered the school, he saw a girl standing next to the teaching building, wanting to go out. She didn't have an umbrella and looked very anxious. Su Wen lent the umbrella to the other party in the spirit of being a good person and doing good deeds. The girl was the most famous beauty in the school, Xia. However, he helped her simply because he saw that she was anxious, and he had no other thoughts. Why, you don't want to answer it? I bought it especially for you. Seeing that Su Wen was still in a daze, school beauty Xia spoke again. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared in Su Wen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task: accept the milk tea from school beauty Xia. Task reward: complete the task and you will get the world's top luxury car worth 47 million yuan, Aston Martin 177. Aston Martin 1077? Su Wen was shocked. Damn, this is the world's top luxury supercar. Because the original manufacturer only produced 7 units in total, many rich people couldn't buy them even if they wanted to. Accept the mission. Su Wen said happily. This mission was basically given for free, how could he possibly refuse? Thanks. Su Wen didn't waste any time. He reached out to take the milk tea and thanked the school beauty Xia. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling weird. When he was dating Fang Xini, he was always the one who brought her breakfast or milk tea. No one had ever brought him milk tea, so he was a little uncomfortable. You're welcome. If you like, I can bring it to you every day. Seeing Su Wen accept the milk tea she bought, Xia Xinyo immediately showed a happy smile on her face. Ever since Su Wen lent her the umbrella last time, she has been grateful to Su Wen. This time the other party was dumped and his girlfriend was snatched away by Li Xiao. The news spread quickly in the school, so she naturally knew about it. Many people talked about Su Wen behind her back and laughed at her. She felt very uncomfortable hearing that. After all, the other party had helped her, so she stood up and deliberately showed her affection for Su Wen in front of everyone. Her purpose was to make those who deliberately slandered Su Wen shut up immediately. Sure enough, the effect of her performance was immediate. The onlookers looked at the scene before them with wide eyes, stunned, and expressions of disbelief on their faces. What's going on? Oh my god, am I dazzled? What am I seeing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Xingyao, who is ranked first in our Tianwei College and is known as the most beautiful schoolgirl, actually gave milk tea to Su Wen, a poor loser. And what school beauty Xia said just now, as long as Su Wen is willing, she can send him gifts every day. Crazy, school beauty Xia must be crazy. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone's expressions were like a magic trick, changing from enjoying the show at first, to shock, and then to disbelief. Who is school beauty Xia? She is the beloved daughter of Xia Chengdong, chairman of Huaxing Group, the apple of the Xia family's eye, and a star-studded existence. I don't know how many people are pursuing me at school. Even the 4 famous rich young men have pursued her, but were rejected one by one, which shows how cold and aloof she is. But it was such a beautiful schoolgirl like Xia who actually brought milk tea to a poor and inconspicuous boy like Su Wen today. How could this not be shocking? Many people have even taken out their mobile phones to take pictures of this rare scene, preparing to post them on the school forum so that all classmates can see this magical scene. At this moment, even Su Wen's close friends opened their eyes wide, staring at the scene in disbelief. They opened their mouths, but no words came out. Xia Xiaohua, what are you doing, bringing milk tea to Su Wen? He's just a poor loser, it's not worth mobilizing all your forces. Finally, Tan Hao, who was standing opposite, couldn't help but speak. Just now he thought that school beauty Xia was coming for him, but he didn't expect that she was actually coming for Su Wen. One can imagine the anger and jealousy in his heart. Student Su Wen helped me before, so what's wrong with me bringing him milk tea? Do you have any objection? Xia Xinyao glanced at Tan Hao and couldn't help but frown. Of course not. I just think that you are of a noble status and there is no need to condescend to me like this. Tan Hao hurriedly explained, fearing to offend Xia Xinyao. After all, she is not just a school belle, but also the daughter of Huaxin Group. What kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is the leading telecommunications company and one of the top 100 companies in China. Even in an international metropolis like Shanghai, she is a top-notch existence, which shows how powerful Xia Xinyao's identity is. However, Xia Xinyao ignored Tan Hao's explanation. She turned to look at Su Wen and smiled. Just now I said I would send you milk tea every day. You didn't refuse, so I took it as your consent. Can you take out your phone and add me on VX? Xia Xinyao looked at Su Wen expectantly while taking out her cell phone, and she didn't look like she was joking. Adding VX is fine, but sending milk tea every day is not necessary, right? Su Wen was ashamed. It was already very kind of Xia Xiaoxia to send him milk tea once, and now she wants to send it to him every day. He really can't afford it. After all, he just borrowed an umbrella once. Of course it is necessary. Haven't you heard the saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water? So don't refuse it. Xia Xinyao shook her head, as if she would not give up until she achieved her goal. At this moment, the voice of the system appeared again in Su Wen's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for continuously triggering passive tasks. The system has issued another task: accept the request of the school beauty Xia to send you milk tea every day for half a month, and take out your phone to accept the friend addition from the other party. If the addition is successful, the task is completed, and you can get a 5-fold increase in physical fitness, and you will have a great body from now on. Another mission so soon? Su Wen was surprised. And it's a 5-fold increase in physical fitness. This reward seems very special. Well, physique refers not only to physical fitness, but also speed, strength, and agility, which will all be improved. The system explained patiently. Fuck, is this true? Then accept the mission. Su Wen couldn't help but be surprised again. According to the system, one can become stronger by changing one's physique. This reward is irresistible. Although asking someone to send him milk tea every day is a bit too much, he can still make up for it in other ways. For example, you can treat the other person to a meal or a movie. Wouldn't it be fair for both of you to do this? Su Wen thought this method was feasible, so he took out his cell phone and opened VX. Xia Xinyao was delighted to see that Su Wen agreed with her opinion. She then opened VX and scanned the other party's QR code. Just like that, the two became friends. Chapter 7: Strengthening Your Physical Fitness. Okay, now we are officially friends on VX. When I send you messages next time, remember to read them. Xia Xinyao felt inexplicably happy. Then she smiled at Su Wen and left with light steps. By the time everyone came to their senses, school beauty Xia had disappeared from sight. Fuck this, what's going on, Lao Su? When did you get involved with the school beauty Xia? That's right, I haven't heard you say that before. No wonder you didn't seem sad when you broke up with Feng Xini. It seems you're dating the school beauty Xia. As soon as school beauty Xia left, several of Su Wen's close friends came over and started asking a lot of questions. In their eyes, Su Wen has always been loyal. Apart from Feng Xini, they have never seen him have contact with other girls. At this moment, everyone was naturally shocked when they saw with their own eyes that school beauty Xia brought milk tea to her good brother and took the initiative to add him as a friend. You think too much. Xia and I are just ordinary friends. Listening to everyone asking questions one after another, Su Wen had no choice but to explain. He himself hasn't figured out what's going on. TSK, school beauty Xia even sent you milk tea. If they don't have a crush on each other or that kind of relationship, which girl would give milk tea to a boy? Chen Ming was the first to refute. That's right, Lao Su, please stop explaining. Explanation is a cover-up, and covering up is the truth. The other two good roommates, Zhu Yuan and He Wenfeng, also echoed excitedly, and their looks seemed to be certain that Su Wen and school beauty Xia were having an affair. Okay, let's not discuss this topic anymore. You guys are going too far. Su Wen smiled helplessly. While talking to his roommates, he left the cafeteria, leaving behind a group of injured onlookers who seemed to be still in shock. TNND, this brat. Last time he took Fong Xinyi away from me, and this time he got involved with school beauty Xia again. He ruins my plans again and again. Looking at Su Wen's leaving back, Tan Hao's face became extremely gloomy, and he even wanted to kill him. Brother Tan, I think we should teach Su Wen a lesson. See if he dares to be so arrogant again. A good friend next to him was equally indignant. Don't worry, he can't run away. I will let him know the consequences of offending me. Tan Hao sneered, and seemed to be calculating something in his mind. The other side. Su Wen naturally didn't know what Tan Hao and others were thinking. After saying goodbye to Xia Xinyao, he went straight to the dormitory with his roommates. At this moment, the system appeared in my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task twice in a row. Task 1, accept the milk tea from school beauty Xia, and you will be rewarded with an Aston Martin 177 supercar. It is detected that the host cannot drive and does not have a driver's license. The system will directly transmit top driving technology. The system is updating network virtual data and the driver's license is being generated. System reminder, Aston Martin 177 is a world-class limited edition luxury car. The original manufacturer is not in China. The transportation will take 3 days. After 3 days, the sports car and driver's license will be delivered by relevant staff. Task 2, successfully added friends and accepted the request of school beauty Xia to send milk tea every day. The system will issue a reward to increase physical fitness by 5 times. After he finished speaking, Su Wen felt an inexplicable force flowing into his body. Then, he not only felt that he had become more energetic, but his body seemed to have changed as well. The rewards have been distributed. The system will re-evaluate the host's physique. Host, Su Wen. Age, 21. Physique, 25. Bank cash balance, 9,601,425 yuan. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Ha ha! Isn't this so cool? In less than half a day, he owned a world-class sports car and his physical fitness also improved. You know what, after my physical fitness improved, I felt like my body was really different. It seemed full of strength. Su Wen clenched his fists and rejoiced secretly. If his friends hadn't been there, he would have been unable to resist throwing a few punches. Now he felt that it would be no problem for him to knock down 10 crying monsters with one punch. Su Wen nodded secretly, very satisfied with his current situation. After the rewards were distributed, he took out the milk tea that school beauty Xia had given him, plugged in the tube, and drank the milk tea while walking towards the dormitory with his friends. However, Su Wen didn't know at that time that just one day later, the public opinion between him and school beauty Xia would be pushed to the forefront, shocking everyone. The next day. Today, things have changed dramatically for the entire Tianwei College. Ever since someone posted the incident of school beauty Xia sending milk tea to the school forum yesterday, it immediately caused an uproar on campus. In just one day, all the videos posted on the forum about school beauty Xia sending milk tea received surprisingly high number of clicks. The number of views is tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. At the same time, the topic between the two quickly spread throughout the school forum, VX group, and circle of friends, with comments flying everywhere, to the point where almost everyone was talking about it. Chapter 8, Fong Xinyi's Resentment. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Xia Xiaohua gave Su Wen milk tea. She actually gave Su Wen milk tea. What's going on? Yeah. School beauty Xia even said she would send him gifts every day. Is she crazy to show affection to a poor loser? Oh my god. School beauty Xia, could she like Su Wen? Could it be that Su Wen is so lucky that he lost his girlfriend, the most beautiful girl in the department, and got a beautiful schoolgirl named Xia in return? Yes. Compared with the school beauty Xia, the department beauty is simply not worth mentioning. Whether it is appearance, figure, or family background, Fong Xinyi is beaten in all aspects. Why would he give a poor loser a gift? Some of the students couldn't accept it. They were unwilling to believe that such a cool goddess like Xia Xiaohua would be with a poor man like Su Wen. At the same time, there were people with all kinds of emotions, including envy, jealousy, and anger. The ones who could not accept it the most were the 4 rich young men of Tianwei College. After all, they had all pursued the school beauty Xia. Now that the other party is actually showing kindness to a poor loser, doesn't that mean they are telling everyone that they are not even as good as losers? Among them, there was another person who could not accept such a result, and that person was naturally Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fong Xinyi. Department of Management, during class break. Fong Xinyi sat in the classroom, looking through the various recent posts on the school forum, her face looking uglier than ever. Originally, she should have been the one enjoying unlimited glory. But because of Su Wen, all her dreams were ruined. She hated Su Wen so much that she wanted to tear him into pieces. Now, she not only has nothing. And in the blink of an eye, he became a clown that set off the school beauty Xia. Why does God treat her like this? Why is Su Wen so envied? She didn't understand why the high and mighty school beauty Xia would fall for a man like Su Wen. This guy is good for nothing, yet school beauty Xia is willing to send him milk tea every day. What is the point? Picture him handsome? Or is it because he is young and doesn't need to take a bath? Fong Xinyi was unwilling, very unwilling. In the past, in her eyes, Su Wen was no different from a bootlicker who came when she waved him and left when she called him. She couldn't stand the fact that such a clown could be the center of attention. Fong Xinyi secretly swore in her heart that she would make Su Wen taste the feeling of being disgraced. Time passed day by day, and Fong Xinyi's life has not been easy since she broke up with Li Xiao. Without her rich second-generation boyfriend, she no longer has a bootlicker like Su Wen who can provide for her daily living expenses. How could she afford a lavish lifestyle on her own? And because she and Li Xiao were in a good relationship, no one knew whether she and Li Xiao had broken up or not, so naturally no one dared to pursue this beauty in the department. This also meant that Fong Xinyi was destined to not be able to find her next husband for a while. Compared to her, Su Wen's life is much more comfortable. Now that I have money and become a boss, the feeling is naturally different from before. The only thing that makes people feel regretful is, since the affair between him and school beauty Xia was widely spread in the school, it inevitably had some impact on him personally. No matter where he went, he felt like a big light bulb, always attracting everyone's attention and inquiry, even jealousy and hatred. For example, now, as soon as the get out of class was over, many students immediately looked towards him. If looks could kill, he felt like he'd died 1,800 times. But then again, ever since he and classmate Xia exchanged VX accounts, it has to be said that this beautiful school beauty Xia really does what she says. Every morning, the other party would send me a VX message, asking me where I was, and then buy me a cup of steaming hot milk tea. Looking back now, Su Wen feels a little dreamy. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suddenly, a bell rang. Su Wen picked up the phone and was slightly stunned. It's true what I thought about. As soon as I thought of classmate Xia, she called me. Without thinking too much, he answered the call immediately. Xia classmate? Yes, it's me. I booked 2 movie tickets. Can you go to the movies with me tomorrow night? As soon as Su Wen picked up the phone, a girl's melodious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 9, Argument Between Roommates. Movie? Su Wen was surprised. School beauty Xia invited him to see a movie. Did he hear it right? Well, originally I wanted to watch it with my best friend, but she had something urgent to do and couldn't go. It's a horror movie, and I don't dare to watch it alone, so I wanted to invite you to go with me. Do you have time tonight? Xia Xinyao's voice came again from the other end of the phone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. The super reward system is online. The system issues a task, agree to the other party's request and accompany Xia Xinyao to watch a movie. If you complete the task, you will get a single-family villa in Haiyunbei Villa District. Just then a mechanical sound was heard and the system appeared. Haiyunbei Villa? Su Wen was shocked. Oh my god, isn't that one of the most famous villa areas in Shanghai? The housing prices there are ridiculously high, costing hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per square meter. You can't even think of buying a slightly larger villa without more than 100 million yuan. Because of this, it is said that in order to view or purchase a house there, you must first prepare proof of assets of at least 20 million. Otherwise, let alone buying a house, you are not even qualified to view a house. Accept the mission. Su Wen said excitedly. It would be a waste not to do such a simple task. You can get a top-notch villa in Shanghai just by watching a movie. What's not so cost-effective? So he said to the person on the other end of the phone, okay, I'll go with you that night. By the way, when exactly do you want to go and which cinema? Su-wen continued to ask. Of course it's Hills. I heard that the visual effects of that theater are very good. 4 tickets for 8:30 tomorrow night, you may have to leave half an hour in advance. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Xia Xinyao was delighted to hear that the other party was willing to accompany her to the movies. Yeah, okay, I understand. Su-wen nodded in response. After agreeing on the time and place, the two hung up the phone. At the same time, Su-wen was surprised. The place that school beauty Xia had arranged to meet was exactly the cinema under his own hotel. What a coincidence. Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. Su-wen picked up the phone, and a few seconds later his face lit up with joy. It turned out that the super luxury car Aston Martin 177 customized by the system a few days ago had been delivered. On the other side, the girls' dormitory. Wow. Xia Xinyao, you lied. You actually lied about making a date with a man? That's right, when did you tell us you were going to watch a horror movie? How come we didn't know about it? As soon as Xia Xinyao finished the call, her two roommates and best friends, Jiyu and Wang Xiuxiu, immediately looked at Xia with incredible expressions, as if they had discovered a new world. Yesterday, when they found out that Xia Xinyao sent milk tea to Su-wen, they were shocked enough. However, their good friend at least told her the reason, which was that she wanted to take this opportunity to repay classmate Su for lending her the umbrella. But what's going on today? Inviting Su-wen to watch a movie seems a bit redundant, right? It is hard not to think that student Xia has other ideas. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but get excited. Their best friend is recognized as the most aloof beauty in the school. Many rich young men have tried to woo her in various ways, but were rejected one by one. Could it be that she has finally come to her senses this time? Ahem, what are you talking about? I just wanted to watch a horror movie, but you guys were too scared to watch it, so I had to find someone else to accompany me. Seeing her best friends opening their eyes wide as if they were seeing through her, school beauty Xia actually felt a little embarrassed. Come on, you didn't even ask us, okay? That's right. We didn't dare to look, but we didn't say we wouldn't go. You obviously just wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to classmate Su. Why can't you admit it? The two best friends chuckled and immediately exposed her lie. Xia Xinyao thought it would be better for her to keep her mouth shut. But it is obvious that faced with such a rare and bizarre thing, how could the two best friends keep their mouths shut? By the way, although classmate Su's family is a little poor, he is handsome. It is understandable that our Xinyao is in love. That's right, Xinyao, let me tell you, when you go to the cinema to watch a movie later, if you feel scared, don't suppress yourself, such as hiding in the other person's chest or arms. It's best to express it, such as saying, I'm so scared, don't. The two of them taught by words and actions, as if they were teaching people how to fall in love step by step. They were looking forward to seeing what it would be like if the usually aloof classmate Xia suddenly became a love-minded person. At the end, there was even a hint of evil on their faces. You two should stop coming up with stupid ideas. That guy is just a good-for-nothing loser. Is it really necessary for you to make such a fuss? Just when a few people were chatting happily, an inappropriate voice rang out, breaking the joyful atmosphere. Everyone looked back and saw a fashionably dressed girl walking over and speaking with a slightly disdainful tone. The person who spoke was named Sun Mei, and she was also one of the 4 people in the dormitory. She looked at Xia Xinyao and continued, Xinyao, I don't mean to contradict you on purpose. To be honest, you are so beautiful, why would you look for a little Liao San like Su-wen? Even Fang Xini, a beauty in the department, doesn't like him. You are the most beautiful beauty in Tianwei College, and you are also the daughter of Wanin Group. If you want to find a partner, you should find a rich and noble man who is of equal status, right? After Sun Mei finished speaking, she curled her lips, and her words were full of disdain for Su-wen. Xiaomei, why do you say that? Wang Xiuxiu frowned and did not agree with the other party's theory. That's right. Su-wen is a pretty good guy. He's handsome and affectionate. He often works part-time for his girlfriend and takes the trouble to bring her breakfast every day. How many men like him are there now? Ji Yu also refuted. Puff. Sun Mei rolled her eyes at them and sneered, what era is it now? Are you still infatuated? What's the point of being infatuated? Can being handsome be eaten? I think that when you're in love, you should look for someone who's rich and powerful. Besides, Xinyo is of such a noble status, so you should look for someone who's a rich and powerful young master from a big family. Such a person is worthy of Xinyo. As for Su-won, do you think he's worthy? Sun-mei shook her head, her words full of disdain. Chapter 10 Genie Group, Mr. Liu. Okay, I know how to handle my own affairs, so you guys should just worry about yourselves. Seeing that several people were still arguing, Xia Xinyao quickly stopped them. She was afraid that if she didn't speak up, they would start quarreling. After this was said, no one said anything else, but the atmosphere in the dormitory became a little heavy. The two best friends looked unhappy, and their previous excitement was long gone. Xia Xinyao was also somewhat unhappy. Sun-mei's words just now had gone too far and made her feel very uncomfortable. But Sun-mei didn't seem to notice anything unusual. After she returned to her bed, she immediately took out her cell phone and quietly sent a message to someone. It was the next evening. As an international metropolis, Shanghai is just as prosperous at night as during the day. Countless skyscrapers, shining with silver light, are dazzling. Tianwei College, at the school gate. It is early autumn and the night wind is a little cooler than usual. At this time, Xia Xinyao was holding a pink bag and standing at the school gate like a good girl. As agreed, today is the day she and Su-won had agreed to go to the movies. As if to leave a good impression on the other person, she dressed particularly beautifully today. She was wearing a light white dress with a gauze scarf on her chest, and her temperament was elegant, like a faint orchid in a valley. Her fair skin was as delicate as a peeled egg, her beautiful cheeks were white with a rosy glow, so delicate that they seemed as if water would drip out if you pinched them lightly. A pair of crystal-colored high heels on her feet made her 170 centimeters tall figure look even taller, like a fairy walking out of a painting. This attracted many students entering and leaving the school gate to cast astonished glances at him. At this moment, a luxurious Bentley drove out from the school driveway. The luxury car did not leave directly after leaving the school gate, but drove towards where Xia Xinyao was. Xia, what are you doing standing here so late at night? Is there somewhere you want to go? It just so happens that I have time to give you a ride. The luxury car slowly stopped in front of Xia Xinyao, the black front door opened, and a brightly dressed young man walked out and said with a smile. And he is one of the 4 richest young men in Tianwei College, Mr. Liu Chenyan. No, I'm waiting for someone. Faced with Mr. Liu's invitation, Xia Xinyao directly refused. To her, having people like the 4 rich young men appear in front of her has no other meaning except being annoying. Student Xia, why do you have to be so repulsive? Young Master Liu saw you standing here and was afraid that you might be waiting anxiously, so he just wanted to give you a ride. That's right, we are all classmates, so it's only natural for us to help each other. The door of the back seat of the Bentley opened, and 2 young men came out with grins on their faces. Xia Xinyao frowned. I told you not to. Just go wherever you need to go. It's the greatest help you can give me if you don't bother me. Since the other party was so shameless, she didn't suggest saying anything more unpleasant. No matter what, we are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. There is no need to be so decisive, right? Sure enough, upon hearing this, young Master Liu's face turned ugly. He laughed in anger and said, He. I know, Miss Xia must be standing here waiting for that poor loser Su-wen, and then go to the movies, right? Mr. Liu smiled grimly. Xia Xinyao's face changed slightly. How could he know where I was going? Before she could think about it, there was a commotion at the school gate. A pure black luxury supercar suddenly drove out from the campus, instantly attracting the attention of many passing students. This luxury car has an extremely cool appearance and an ingenious design, and every detail is perfect. It is Su-wen's Aston Martin supercar. Fuck, Aston Martin, it's actually the world's top luxury car, Aston Martin 177. Oh my god, it is said that this car costs as much as 47 million, and it is a limited edition. There are only a few of them in the world. Who is so rich that can afford such a luxury car? The only people in our school who can afford this car are probably the 4 richest kids, right? The students discussed in 2s and 3s. Some students even looked at her with envy. Driving out a car like this can be as cool as it can be. But the next scene made everyone stunned and dumbfounded. The luxury car also drove in front of school beauty Xia, then the door opened and a boy slowly walked out. That face was so familiar to everyone that they were all stunned and couldn't believe his appearance. Fuck, am I seeing right? That's Sue Wen from the management department? How is this possible? Isn't Sue Wen a poor loser? How can he afford an Aston Martin? What a joke! Is this true? Is this my hallucination? The students opened their eyes wide, unable to believe their eyes. You may have thought that this luxury car was bought by one of the 4 rich young men. Others thought that maybe some important person had come to the school. But no one would have thought that the person driving this luxury car would be Sue Wen, the poor loser dumped by Fong Sinny. It's you! Mr. Liu on the side looked at Sue Wen, equally incredulous. He also knew that Sue Wen was so popular in school recently. But the scene before him seemed seriously inconsistent with the poor loser in the rumors. In the face of Lu Xiao's shock, Sue Wen ignored it. After he got out of the car, he looked directly at Xia Xinyo and said with a smile, "Xia, let's go." "Is this your car?" This time, even the school beauty Xia was surprised. Although she knew very little about luxury cars, she could still tell a good car from a bad one at a glance. You can tell from the appearance of this car that it is very valuable and it is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. "Yeah, I just bought it a few days ago." Sue Wen smiled calmly without further explanation. Yesterday, after the Aston Martin ordered by the system was delivered to the school, he also got his driver's license. Now he can be considered a car owner. School beauty Xia nodded. Although this answer was a little unbelievable, since Sue Wen said so, she couldn't say anything more and got into the car at the other party's invitation. Soon after, Sue Wen also got in the car. Just like that, the two of them ignored everyone present, started the car and drove away. Chapter 11, School Beauty Xia became curious about student Sue. "Fuck, Mr. Liu, you were talking to him, and that Sue Wen actually dared to ignore you." "Yeah, no one in Tianwei College dares to do this to you, right?" Seeing Sue Wen leave like this, Lu Xiao's 2 friends couldn't help but get angry. They have been playing with Master Lu for so many years, but this is the first time they have seen such an arrogant guy. I think he is just putting on a green onion in his pig's nose, pretending to be good. Mr. Lu snorted coldly and finally spoke. Even though Sue Wen drove a luxury car, the young master did not take him seriously. "That's right. No matter how powerful Sue Wen is, there is no way he can defeat you, Master Lu. From the looks of them, they're probably heading to the Hills Cinema. I'm afraid they don't know yet that the cinema's owner knows you, and you've already booked the show they're going to with just one phone call." "That's right. Later, School Beauty Xia and Sue Wen will have to watch you walk into the theater with your grand gesture." Ha ha. The 2 men chuckled and started to flatter Master Lu. Listening to his companion's compliments, Mr. Lu smiled proudly. He was proud not only because he knew the president of Hills Cinema, but also because he bribed the School Beauty Xia's roommate and placed a spy next to her. Whenever there was any movement on the part of School Beauty Xia, he could find out through that spy, thus constantly creating opportunities for himself. For example, today, when he knew that the School Beauty Xia wanted to ask Sue Wen to go to the movies in the evening, he immediately blocked the school gate with his friends. But no one expected that the poor loser Sue Wen would drive a luxury car today, and it was a world-class luxury car, and he became a star. When he thought of this, he was shocked and angry. "Come on, let's follow." Without further ado, he immediately asked his 2 companions to get in the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Hills. The other side. On the luxurious streets, cool Aston Martins speed on the road, leaving trails of light and shadows. Sue Wen and School Beauty Xia were sitting in the car, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Student Xia turned his head to look at Sue Wen from time to time, with curiosity and inquiry on his face. As the daughter of Huaxin Group, although she has never driven a car, she has been in many luxury cars, so she more or less knows the level of this car. Student Xia can be sure that this car is worth at least tens of millions. However, Sue has always been a relatively simple person in school, so how could he own a luxury car of this level? This made her very curious. "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" Seeing that the other party was looking at him, Sue Wen was puzzled. Without. School Beauty Xia was stunned, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Thinking about how she had just stared at a man, Xia Xinyo suddenly felt like a female hooligan, so embarrassed. As they were talking, the car drove into the avenue and headed in another direction. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious plaza. Hills Plaza, the most prosperous square in Shanghai. It has a famous food culture and fashion culture, as well as a variety of entertainment venues for everyone to enjoy. Hills Cinema is one of them. Not long after, a black luxury supercar was seen approaching from afar and entered the parking lot. Then Su Wen and Xia Xinya walked out of the car. Come on, let's go up. Su Wen looked at the school beauty Xia and said with a smile. Xia Xinya nodded and walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Su Wen. They took the elevator up to the 6th floor and arrived at the cinema. What comes into view next is a magnificent hall. Looking at the hall in front of him, even Su Wen, a college student who had been in Shanghai for 3 years, couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. My goodness, it's not like he hasn't been to the cinema before. But I have never found a cinema that could be decorated so luxuriously. If you don't know, you would think you have entered a hotel. The movie tickets here should be very expensive, right? Su Wen sighed. It's not bad. A ticket is over 200 yuan, which is a little more expensive than the average movie theater, but not much more expensive. Xia Xinya said calmly, not feeling that there was anything wrong at all. Su Wen. Well, the world of rich people is indeed different. The ticket costs more than 200 yuan. If it were in a normal cinema, I would probably buy several tickets. Su Wen shook his head and continued walking inside with school beauty Xia. But before I reached the ticket machine, I saw a young man in his 30s, wearing a suit, walking out from the direction of the cashier desk. The young man glanced at the bustling crowd around him and said, "Attention all customers who come to watch the movie. Due to special reasons, the horror movie at 8:30 tonight." The man in the suit was carrying a radio, and his voice was very loud, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Then the young man's pupils shrank, his eyes widened, and he looked in the direction of Su Wen in disbelief, and said in disbelief, "Su? Mr. Su?" Chapter 12 Unexpected Situation. Do you know me? Seeing the lobby manager looking at him, Su Wen asked back. Oh, Mr. Su, you are joking. How dare I not recognize you? Since you signed the contract yesterday and officially became the new chairman of Hills, the company headquarters immediately held a meeting. All the middle level and above managers in Magic City attended. The main purpose was to convey the news of the new chairman taking office. We all knew you through the photo, so we dare not forget it. I really deserve to die today. Mr. Su, you are so honored to come here, but I, the lobby manager, didn't know anything about it. I hope Mr. Su will forgive me. Seeing that the other party admitted his identity, the young man took 2 steps at a time and came to Su Wen, showing unprecedented enthusiasm, which seemed to be more affectionate than when he met his parents. His words immediately shocked the surrounding customers. No one would have thought that this young boy had such an identity, let alone classmate Xia. I see. Su Wen understood, and then asked, what happened to the horror movie you mentioned earlier at 8:30? Can't we watch it? Did you book that movie too? The manager's heart skipped a beat. Yeah. Su Wen nodded. Of course not, Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I actually wanted everyone to enter early. Because I see that the theater for tonight's show is a super large one, and it's full, so there are a lot of people, so I'm considering letting everyone enter 5 minutes early to avoid wasting time. Hu Pingyu suddenly had an idea and immediately said it with a smile, but he was sweating in his heart. A few minutes ago, Mr. Zhao suddenly called him and said that Mr. Liu from Genie Group wanted to book the entire theater, the 8:30 show, and asked him to find a way to refund everyone's tickets. Originally, he wanted to lie and use the machine failure as an excuse to trick everyone into refunding their tickets, but he never expected that the new chairman would actually come today to watch this movie. This now made things serious. When Director Su found out the real situation, he got furious on the spot. As a small manager, he couldn't bear it, so he quickly made up a lie. So that's how it is. Then let everyone in and don't keep the customers waiting. Su Wen nodded, naturally unaware of the other party's fear and trepidation. Yes, Mr. Su. Manager Hu dared not disobey and immediately responded respectfully. After saying that, he told the staff to start checking tickets and let everyone into the screening room. Director Su, I wonder if you have any other requests. As long as I can do it, I will do it for you immediately. Then, Manager Hu turned to Su Wen and said flatteringly, I don't have any requests. Just go do whatever you need to do. I'm watching a movie with my friends today and don't want to be disturbed. Su Wen said indifferently. Oh, okay. The boss had spoken, and Hu Pingyu, as a manager, naturally knew when to advance and retreat. He greeted Su Wen and then wisely retreated. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called Mr. Zhao at the cinema. Su Wen, on the other hand, pulled Xia, who was still in shock, to pick up the ticket, and followed everyone towards the screening room. At this moment, not only Xia was shocked, but also Su Wen. The manager was so polite to him just now, it was like a dream. Is this what it feels like to be the boss? Do all your employees have this attitude when they see you? Thinking of this, Su Wen couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after becoming a boss, you can no longer see the true faces of some people. All you can see is probably most people's respect and flattery for you. And it seems that I can only adapt to this kind of life of being sought after with great difficulty. Oh. Being a boss is so annoying. Student Su, who are you? In the corridor, without the manager, Xia seemed to have finally come to her senses. She turned to look at Su Wen and asked in shock. In fact, ever since manager who called Su Wen Mr. Su and said that Su Wen was the new chairman of Hills Hotel, school beauty Xia felt that her brain was a little frozen and she was completely confused. Su Wen, who had always been considered a poor boy in school, first came to pick her up in a luxury car tonight, and now has become the chairman of Hills Hotel. This series of changes caught school beauty Xia off guard. This character seems a little bit wrong, right? Well, don't be surprised. My family is poor, but my second uncle is rich and his family is big. He felt sorry for me and gave me some money to start a business, so I bought this hotel. Su Wen lied without blushing or beating his heart. He knew that classmate Xia must be full of doubts at this moment. But there was no other way. A poor boy turned from a pauper into a rich, tall, and handsome man in just a few days. No reason could justify it, so he just made up a lie, even though the lie was too ridiculous. The result was just as expected. After hearing his explanation, Xia Xiaoling's shocked expression did not change at all. Instead, she frowned. Well. Xia Xinyo admitted that she had lived for so many years before she knew that aid could be used in this way. It turned out that the money that could acquire a 7-star hotel chain or buy a top luxury car was called a little money. The two chatted with each other as they entered the theater. At the same time, Lu Xiao and his group finally arrived. They slowly went up to the 6th floor and came to the theater lobby. But then they were shocked, because after they glanced around the hall, they did not see any trace of Su Wen and school beauty Xia. The two followers beside Master Lu immediately asked the staff about the situation, and then they found out that the horror movie at 8:30 had already started checking tickets and all the people who had booked tickets had gone in. Damn, what's going on, Mr. Lu? Didn't you tell Mr. Zhao of this theater to book this show? How could this happen? One of the companions couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Lu did not answer his companion's question, but his face looked extremely ugly. Then he took out his mobile phone and called Mr. Zhao directly. Boss Zhao, what do you mean? I booked the 8:30 show, so why did your employees let anyone in? As soon as the call was connected, Mr. Lu asked rudely, his tone extremely gloomy. Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that my ability is limited. Did you know that the chairman of our Hills Hotel is here today? He also wants to watch a movie, and the movie he wants to watch happens to be the one you booked. Tell me, do I dare not let him in? Luckily, my manager reacted quickly and let Director Su in. Otherwise, if he was found out, I would be in trouble. After all, he is the chairman. Mr. Zhao on the other end of the phone quickly explained, his tone full of helplessness. He didn't dare to offend Mr. Lu of Genie Group, but he didn't dare to offend Mr. Su even more. If he was not careful, he would be implicated. Chapter 13 Movie Horror. Boss Su? When did your chairman's last name become Su? Mr. Zhao, I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. Mr. Lu's face was gloomy and he said unhappily. He and Mr. Zhao met at a banquet and they had a great conversation, so he had some understanding of Hills Hotel. Harmful. Mr. Lu, you don't know. A few days ago, a young man named Su Wen acquired our hills. The contract was officially signed yesterday, so now this young man is our chairman. Knowing that the other party didn't believe it, Mr. Zhao explained again. What did you say? What did you just say? The person who bought your Hills Hotel is called Su Wen? You said his name is Su Wen? Mr. Lu frowned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Yeah, what's wrong? His name is Su Wen, and he's a college student. Oh, by the way, what a coincidence, this young Master Su Wen seems to be a student of Tianwei University just like you. Mr. Zhao was still saying something on the other end of the phone, but Mr. Lu heard nothing. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. It was like a bolt from the blue, my head was buzzing, I didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, in theater number 8. IMAX, the huge screen kept flashing black light, and there were hundreds of people sitting in rows in the auditorium. One terrifying scene after another appeared on the screen, scaring the audience so much that they kept holding their heads and screaming. What is strange is that classmate Xia, who always seems timid when watching horror movies, was unexpectedly calm today. Not even a hint of fear was mentioned. But if you look closely, you will find that school beauty Xia's eyes are not on the screen at all, but in a daze. For the school beauty Xia, tonight was really too shocking. Su Wen, the classmate who was considered honest and simple by everyone, suddenly became confusing today, which made school beauty Xia a little confused. Fortunately, she was not a very conflicted person and she calmed down after 10 minutes or so. After all, she had been looking forward to watching this horror movie for a long time. Student Xia decided to finish watching the movie first. Then she turned her eyes to the screen. At this moment, the scariest scene in the movie suddenly appeared, and student Xia was frightened before he was ready. A scream suddenly sounded beside Su Wen. Then, he felt an extremely soft body leaning against him, and then a heady fragrance entered his nostrils, making him feel extremely numb. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Su Wen found that his mouth seemed to touch something. When he reacted, he found that it was Xia's smooth forehead. Fragrant and soft. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Classmate Xia's face turned red instantly, and he abruptly left Su Wen's arms, stammering. Oh my god. What did she just do? That kiss just now. Student Xia was so shy that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But fortunately, the entire theater was dark and no one could see each other clearly. In addition, just now, everyone was scared by a scene in the movie and screamed, and no one paid attention to them, so she felt a little better. Seeing that Xia was in a panic, Su Wen smiled and said, "If you were scared, you can try to lean on me." Su Wen said seriously. Thank you. Student Xia pursed her lips, but her face was still red. There was a cool feeling on my forehead, as if the kiss was still there. Afterwards, the two continued watching the movie. I have to say, this latest horror film is really well made. Whether it is the soundtrack, the atmosphere, or the characters' acting, they are all very good, and the sense of horror is simply maximized. Because of this, many people were scared. Especially classmate Xia. In fact, she is just like her best friend. She is very timid when it comes to watching horror movies. She is the type who is both novice and playful. This also led to the fact that every time classmate Xia saw a horror plot, he couldn't help but lean towards Su Wen. One of her hands was even grabbing the other person's collar, and she couldn't help burying her little face in the other person's chest, as if she was afraid that someone was going to hurt her. Student Xia swore that she really didn't do anything ambiguous on purpose as her girlfriends said, but she was really reacting out of instinctive fear. Compared to her, Su Wen felt much more uncomfortable. When a girl like Xia, who has a stunning appearance, keeps approaching you, even Lu Xiaohui can't resist it. At this moment, he felt that he could not concentrate on the movie at all. All I could see was classmate Xia. All I felt was the tenderness of classmate Xia. All I could smell was the fragrance emanating from classmate Xia. Su Wen felt that he was surrounded by classmate Xia, and his body felt numb. Call. Su Wen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Could this be the legendary sweet torture? In this way, time passed by unknowingly. The movie finally ended with the climax and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, everyone was bustling outside, and Su Wen and classmate Xia followed the group out. When the two of them left the hall, went downstairs and walked out of the cinema, a cool breeze blew over, and student Xia finally woke up from the terrifying atmosphere. Are you okay? You looked pretty scared just now. Thinking of how classmate Xia was trembling with fear just now, Su Wen turned to look at Xia Xinya and asked with concern. No. It's okay. Classmate Xia shook her head, and her face turned red again when she thought of what she had just done to classmate Su in the theater. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Chapter 14 Luxurious Villa. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and watching a movie with school beauty Xia. System release reward, a single-family villa in Haiyun Bay worth 150 million. The host's villa is located in Building 15, Area A, Haiyun Bay. It is one of the largest villas in Haiyun Bay. Someone will call you later. Please wait. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su-Wen's eyes lit up. Wow, the villa was finally in his hands. In this international metropolis, Su-Wen finally has his own home instead of staying in a rented house forever. It's 11 o'clock. Let's have a midnight snack before going back to school. Su-Wen looked at the time on his phone and decided to fill his stomach first. Okay. Student Xia nodded. After watching a movie, she happened to feel a little hungry. As they were talking, the two walked to the parking lot, and a moment later, they saw the cool Aston Martin leaving the parking lot. Time passed quickly and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? In the boys' dormitory, Su-Wen was woken up by a phone call early in the morning. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the roommates had all gone to class, but Su-Wen had not yet gotten up. Last night, he and classmate Xia spent too much time together. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when the two finished watching the movie. They then went out for a midnight snack which took another hour. By the time they finished their snack and drove back to school, it was almost 1 o'clock. In a daze, Su-Wen touched the mobile phone on the bedside table, opened his eyes and checked, and there were 3 missed calls. 2 of the calls were from my mother, and 1 was from an unfamiliar number. At this moment, the strange number called again. Su-Wen answered the call immediately without hesitation. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Su-Wen? As soon as the call was connected, a man's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I am. What's wrong? Su-Wen asked puzzledly. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Chang Tao, the sales manager of Haiyun Bay Villa District. I'm calling today to tell you that we have completed the formalities for the super luxurious villa you bought yesterday in Area A of Haiyun Bay. If you have time, we can hand it over to you now. Manager Chang said on the other end of the phone. So fast? Su-Wen was shocked. Mr. Su, you are joking. You paid in full, and we at Haiyun Bay have always been committed to serving our customers, so it is normal for us to be faster. The other party laughed and responded quickly. Okay, then I'll come over in the afternoon. Su-Wen nodded. Now that all the formalities have been completed, what are you waiting for? You can move in directly after getting the key. After all, Su-Wen had heard that villas of the level of Haiyun Bay were different from the houses that ordinary people bought. It does not require decoration, as the decoration has already been completed, and it was all designed by famous designers. Once you spend money to buy it, you only need to buy various furniture and daily necessities and you can move in. It is very convenient. After agreeing on a time, Su-Wen hung up the phone. Then he opened the address book, found his mother's number and dialed it. After about 10 seconds the call was connected. Hey, Xiaowen, why didn't anyone answer my 2 phone calls this morning? As soon as the connection was established, a woman's slightly old voice came from the other end of the line. I'm sleeping. I made an appointment with a classmate to go to the movies last night, so I went to bed a little late. Su-Wen explained as he got up. Watching a movie with classmates? Who is it? Isn't it that guy named Fong again? My mother's voice suddenly became serious and she immediately became alert. After all, he is her own son, so she still knows some things. That Fong Sini was not only a heartless person, but also very scheming and had caused great suffering to his son. The two had finally broken up, and she didn't want her son to be deceived by that woman again. Mom, you think too much. It's another female classmate. Knowing what his mother was worried about, Su-Wen smiled helplessly. Is this true? The mother became excited again. Has her son finally come to his senses and completely let go of that woman? Then she quickly said, Son, remember what Mom said. When you look for a girlfriend, you should not only look for someone you like, but also someone who likes you. Don't date those who deliberately keep you hanging or are lukewarm towards you. Listen to me, as long as the girl you're dating has good character, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter if she's a little ugly. After all, our family isn't well off, so don't be picky, okay? Before Su-Wen could say much, his mother on the other end of the phone started talking non-stop. Mom, you're not calling just to talk about this, are you? Su-Wen quickly interrupted his mother's spell. He felt that if he didn't say something, he didn't know when this call would end. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the important matter. I am really getting old and confused. It was not until this time that Su-Wen's mother realized that she had something else to say. She complained and immediately said, Didn't you say before that you opened an online store and could make a lot of money a month? You also gave me and your dad 200,000 yuan each and told us not to work anymore. So we both thought, since we have nothing to do after resigning, we might as well go back to our hometown and see how our family is doing. You are studying here. If you have nothing to eat, just buy some. We will be back in about half a month. What do you think? The mother spoke slowly, wanting to hear her son's opinion. After all, after coming to Shanghai, they rarely contacted their families except during the Chinese New Year. This time they just had time to go home and visit their parents and relatives. Well, go back if you want. I'm fine. I can eat at school or outside. Suwon naturally had no objection to his parents going back. For him, as long as his parents are happy, it's fine. As for the issue of food, it shouldn't be too simple. City 3rd Ring Road, Haiyunbei Villa District. Compared with other bustling areas, this place is a little quieter, and this alone makes it loved by many wealthy people. The first thing that catches your eye when you enter the villa area is the huge mature camphor trees planted at the intersections in each direction. The pavilion and landscape stones form a beautiful landscape. Sculptures, fences and street lamps have an ancient feel. There is also a huge dome-shaped 2-story pavilion in the center of the garden, several dozen meters high, which is the symbol of Haiyunbei. In all directions from this center, there are 32 luxurious villas of different sizes and shapes, each of which gives people a different feeling and characteristics. Among them, Building 12 in Area A is one of the most eye-catching villas in this area. This villa looks majestic and grand from the outside, but upon closer inspection, it is modern and cool, which makes people full of endless reverie. Mr. Su, what do you think of this villa? Does it suit your taste? At this moment, in this villa, Su Wen and 2 middle-aged men were standing in a huge living room of several hundred square meters and talking. One of them is the sales manager, the other is the property manager, and the one who just spoke is the sales manager Cheng Tao, the person who called this morning. Chapter 15, Su Wen's identity is questioned? It's very beautiful. I've always heard how great Haiyunbei Villa is. It's really better to see it in person than to hear about it. Looking at the breathtakingly luxurious living room in front of him, Su Wen couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't help but praise it. After he called the manager in the morning, he couldn't wait to come here in the afternoon, wanting to see what the famous villa in Shanghai looked like. Even though he was mentally prepared, Su Wen was still shocked when he actually arrived here. This villa looks amazing from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be even more stunning from the inside. The large living room alone is breathtaking. I'm used to living in a rental house in the old city with my parents, and this place is like heaven, there is no comparison. No, it's really an honor for our Haiyunbei to receive such high praise from Master Su. Manager Chang is indeed a man who has worked hard in society, and every word he says is full of flattery. Master Su, this is just the living room. Let us take you to other places. He continued. Yeah, that's fine. Su Wen naturally had no objection, so he followed the other party to visit various places in the villa. As he continued to look around, Su Wen was a little dumbfounded. In addition to the normal living room, kitchen, and dining room, this villa also has a fitness room, a small personal theater, a game experience room, a karaoke room, a library, a swimming pool. Every detail is a work of ingenuity. The more Su Wen looked, the more he felt that the world of the rich was indeed unique. How is it, Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Manager Chang asked in a flattering tone, extremely respectful, fearing that young Master Su would be dissatisfied in the slightest. In fact, since Mr. Su bought the house yesterday, Manager Chang, in order to provide targeted services, conducted a simple investigation of the other party's identity based on the personal information left by the other party when purchasing the house. It was this investigation that gave him a shock. When he found out that this young boy was actually the chairman of the Hills Hotel, and that just 2 days ago this young man Su had acquired 51% of the shares of the Hills Hotel in his personal name, Manager Chang was almost stunned. That's a 7-star hotel chain, one of the most famous hotels in the country, with a market value of over 50 billion. If you want to acquire 51% of the shares of such a hotel, plus the market premium, you can't do it without more than 30 billion. What does it mean to take out more than 30 billion in cash at one time? Even among the top 100 richest people in the country, I guess most of them can't afford it. Even if they can, do they have the courage to buy so many shares in their own name? If you lose money, it's not just a small amount. So at that moment, Manager Chang was certain that there was definitely someone behind this mysterious Mr. Su. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but respect Su Wen even more. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can raise it and we will rest immediately. Manager Chang said again in a flattering tone. Su-won liked this villa very much, so he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this is fine, I will move in a few days. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll give you the key right away. Finally, another manager spoke up. He is Yang Linfei, the manager of the property department, who is responsible for estate management, services, and house transfer. As he spoke, he handed over the keys to the villa, the fingerprint switch for entering and exiting the door, the facial recognition and password authentication permissions to Su-won. But after a while, Su-won had a sales contract and the key to the villa in his hands. As for the real estate certificate, it might take a few days. After explaining everything, everyone walked out chatting and laughing. However, just when everyone had just left the villa, a horn sounded, and a noble and luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over from a distance and stopped directly next to Su-won and others. Then, a young man in a suit and glasses got off the car. At the same time, a young woman holding a child and a graceful old lady also got off. They looked like a family. Manager Yang, I'm glad to see you. When are you going to fix the water and electricity problem in my house? You said before that the plumber had left for some reason and that we were short of manpower, and asked us to wait for 2 days. Now 2 days have passed, and you still haven't found a new employee? As soon as the man with glasses got out of the car, he looked at the property manager Yang Linfei and spoke to him in a very unhappy tone. From his tone, it was obvious that he was a resident here. Then the man seemed to have discovered something and turned to look at Su-won. Manager Yang, this young man looks to be in his early 20s. Could he be your new plumber? He is too young and immature. The man with glasses looked Su-won up and down, and seeing that he was dressed ordinary and did not look rich, he couldn't help but speculate. After all, some people from poor families go out to work after graduating from high school or even junior high school, and there are some who become plumbers at the age of 20. The property management probably wanted to save money, so they hired this young guy with half-baked skills. When these words were spoken, the two managers were really shocked. What a joke! Young Master Su is now one of the distinguished residents of Haiyun Bay, and he is also the person in charge of Hills Hotel, but his identity is actually being questioned. If Su Xiao got angry and implicated them, they couldn't afford it. One of the managers quickly explained, "Boss Tang, I think you misunderstood." However, before he could finish his words, the old lady standing opposite waved her hand and said, "No matter what, let him go and have a look at it first and fix the water and electricity first. We pay so much property fees every year, not for you to eat for free." After she finished speaking, the old lady's face unexpectedly turned cold, and the aura of a superior was fully revealed. However, although the old lady's words were unpleasant, neither of the two managers dared to refute her. After all, anyone who can live here is someone not easy to mess with. "I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. I'm not a student majoring in water and electricity, so I can't repair it for you. If I have the opportunity to come into contact with this industry one day, I can help you." Finally, Su-won, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His expression was indifferent, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. However, his words made the two managers mistakenly think that he was angry. They were immediately shocked. Manager Chung quickly explained, "Boss Tang, Mrs. Tang, you misunderstood. This Mr. Su is not a plumber. He is Chairman Su of the Hills Hotel. He is here to hand over the contract today. Manager Chang is right. This villa number 12 in Area A was purchased in full by Su Xiao. He is here to inspect the house and take possession of it." Manager Yang also quickly agreed, fearing that the matter would get bigger and bigger. Chapter 16: The Tang Family's Apology. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the Tan family changed. They looked at Su-won with disbelief. This young man in ordinary clothes bought this villa? The other party is also the chairman of Hills Hotel? Not to mention the man with glasses, even the old lady of the Tang family, who had seen a lot of ups and downs, found it hard to believe what she saw. They looked at Su-won again and found that apart from his outstanding appearance, he did not look like a rich man in other aspects. "Manager Chang, Manager Yang, please don't deceive us just to delay time." The man with glasses said this with a look of doubt on his face, obviously not believing what the two managers said. Being in the upper-class society, he is well versed in all kinds of famous brands. The total cost of this young man's clothes is estimated to be less than 500 yuan. If he really has such a high status, how could he dress so shabbily? "Oh, Mr. Tang, you are joking. You are of noble status. How dare we to lie to you? Look, the house handover contract is still here. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Manager Chang quickly took out the house purchase and sale contract in his hand, and then pointed to the one in Su Wen's hand. The three big words Hyun Bae stood clearly on the cover of the two contracts, as if telling everyone that the manager did not lie. This time, the Tang family was completely dumbfounded. They looked at the contract, then looked at the young man, with expressions of great shock in their eyes. As residents here, they have certainly seen this kind of contract and know what it means. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary young man actually bought a villa here. This is Hyun Bae, and the houses are ridiculously expensive, especially in Area A. Moreover, the two managers also said that the young man was the chairman of Hills Hotel, which seemed to be true. Because this villa alone is unaffordable for ordinary people, it is enough to prove his extraordinary status. It turns out to be the chairman of the Hills Hotel, Master Su. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Suddenly, Tang Ji-dong, the young master of the Tang family, changed his previous contemptuous attitude and immediately stepped forward to apologize to Su Wen. The quick change of his expression stunned everyone at the scene. Not only him, even the arrogant old lady of the Tang family spoke up. Young man, Master Su, I'm so sorry that I mistook you for a new employee of the property management company. In fact, we were just angry and confused just now. We didn't recognize him. Master Su, you are a magnanimous person. Please don't take my and my son's words to heart. The old lady of the Tang family, who had been so domineering just now looked as kind as the grandmother next door. There is no way, this is the reality, those who are rich and powerful are the boss. Although the Tang family can be considered a large family, in a metropolis like the Magic City, there are many families like theirs, or even families stronger than theirs. If there is no dispute over actual interests, they are unwilling to make enemies with the strong. Besides, in the Hyun Bae Villa area, their Tang family is closest to Su Xiao's family, which means that they will be neighbors in the future. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know which choice to make, to be a close enemy of such a prominent figure, or to be a harmonious and friendly neighbor. So whether it was young Master Tang or the old lady of the Tang family, they immediately put aside their pride and hurriedly apologized to Su Wen. Even the young woman who had been holding the child without saying a word nodded slightly to Su Wen to express her apology. Be careful next time and don't recognize the wrong person again. Faced with the Tang family's flattery, Su Wen did not show too much enthusiasm. After all, the other party's attitude just now was not very good. Ha ha. Mr. Su is right. I was also confused today because of anger. This is my business card, please accept it. My name is Tang Ji-dong, I am the president of Brilliant Technology Company, this is my wife Tan Xian, and this is my mother. As he spoke, the man actually introduced his family and took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen with a very polite attitude. Come to think of it, our Brilliant Technology Company once went to your hotel to organize a company banquet. This time, it's really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Mr. Su, please don't give us any suggestions. The man with glasses continued. As expected of a president, he is extremely good at talking. It's almost like they are a family. Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Since the other party said so, Su Wen didn't want to be too disrespectful, so he reached out and took the business card. Finally, the two sides exchanged phone numbers, Tang Ji-dong apologized again and again, and then drove away with his family. Young Master Su, you are really capable. Even the Tang family is polite to you. After they left, the two managers came to their senses and couldn't help but give Su Wen a thumbs up and flatter him. Then, Manager Chang from the sales department leaned toward Su Wen and said, Mr. Su, now that you have the house, the next step should be buying furniture, right? Well, we must buy furniture, otherwise how can we live in it? Su Wen nodded. Manager Chang was delighted and quickly said, it's like this, my wife is a salesperson at Maisai Furniture City. She knows a lot about the quality of furniture. If Mr. Su is interested, he can go to her place to take a look. Besides, she sells high-end furniture. Maybe you like it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't. Just look at it for fun. How about it? As he spoke, Manager Chang looked at Su Wen expectantly. Everyone in sales knows that in addition to the minimum guarantee, there is commission. The more the customer buys, the higher the commission. With a customer as big as Su Xiao, Manager Chang naturally doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Su Wen nodded, as if he understood what he meant. He was trying to attract business for his wife. He was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind and the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, accept the invitation and go to Maisai Furniture City. You will be considered to have successfully clocked in when you arrive at the location. Mission reward, a Xianhe tea house. Side mission, invite Xia to go to the furniture store together. If the invitation is successful, you will receive 300 million yuan in cash. Xianhe tea house, isn't this one of the famous tea houses in Demon City? Su Wen was shocked. Xianhe tea house is not just a tea house, but a tea house composed of several tea houses built together. Although the tea house has an ancient appearance and is seriously inconsistent with the modern image of Shanghai, there are still many people coming to drink tea every day. Even many young people like this place very much. They come here to drink tea, relax, or even talk business. It is said that the owner of the tea house made his fortune by buying this tea house, and now he is worth hundreds of millions. But this side quest is so weird. Why do we have to ask Xia to come with us just to look at furniture? Isn't it a bit bad to bother him like this? Su Wen was slightly embarrassed. Is this system at odds with Xia? I guess 8 or 9 out of 10 tasks are related to Xia. Chapter 17 Young Master Li is ready to cause trouble. You can do the side mission or not. If you don't do it, you will lose the 30 million cash reward. Please make your own choice, host. In addition, as a top noble in Magic City, the villa that Xia lives in is similar to the one ordered by the system. She has lived here for so many years, so she must be very familiar with what kind of furniture this kind of villa needs and what kind of furniture to buy, so bringing Xia along won't be a disadvantage for you. The system explained. So that's how it is. Su Wen touched his chin. He felt that what he said made some sense. Besides, it would be a waste if he didn't do it with 30 million in cash. Accept the mission. Su Wen responded immediately. Then he looked at Manager Chang and asked, "Where does your wife work?" Fenglin Avenue, over there on the commercial street. As he spoke, Manager Chang took out a postcard from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen. It seemed that he had brought many clients to his wife in the past. Well, I'll go take a look when I have time, Su Wen said, reaching out to take the card. After completing the formalities, he drove back to school. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he received a call from his roommate, asking him to go back to the dormitory quickly. Su Wen didn't understand, so he went straight to the dormitory. As soon as he came back, several roommates came over and looked at him left and right as if they didn't know him. Awesome, really awesome, Lao Su, I admire you more and more now. It's more than just admiration. It's envy. Extreme envy. Tell me the truth, how far have you and Xia progressed? Several roommates spoke incomprehensible words as soon as they opened their mouths. What step? Su Wen was a little confused. Still pretending. Did you drive your Aston Martin out of school last night and pick up classmate Xia? Chen Ming asked mysteriously. How did you know? Su Wen was surprised. How do you know? I've seen the video. Wow, Lao Su, you're so impressive now. Zhu Yuan said excitedly. Yes. Aston Martin is the world's top supercar, worth tens of millions. Everyone is speculating whether classmate Xia has supported you and gave you a luxury car. Old Su, tell me the truth. Was that supercar lent to you by classmate Xia, or was it given to you as a gift? Even Yi Wenfeng, who is usually not very gossipy, asked with a curious look on his face. It turned out that last night when Su Wen drove out of the school gate to pick up classmate Xia to watch a movie, he was photographed by students at the scene and posted on the school forum. In less than a day, an uproar broke out in the forum, and all kinds of speculations emerged. Su Wen finally understood what was going on. It turned out that everyone mistakenly thought that his sports car was a gift from classmate Xia. What about being kept by classmate Xia? Su Wen was a little amused. However, he also felt that it was not a good idea to keep his identity a secret from his brothers, so he said, "Okay, stop guessing. That Aston Martin was not given by classmate Xia. It's mine," Su Wen said truthfully. Chan Ming. Zhu Yuan. He Wenfeng. Lao Su, do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ming was a little surprised. That's right. That's a luxury car worth more than 40 million yuan. Even rich people may not be able to afford it. Where did you get the money to buy it? Zhu Yuan was also speechless and thought he was joking. I'm not lying to you. That car is indeed mine, and I bought it not long ago. Su Wen said again. In fact, he didn't tell his brothers about this at first because he was afraid that everyone would be too shocked, so he wanted to find an appropriate time to tell it. However, now that things have come to this, he feels that there is no need to hide it anymore. So he continued, well, actually I have a second uncle. At the same time, on the school playground, Li Xiao was sitting with a few friends, discussing something. Mr. Li, are you going to teach Su Wen a lesson? Someone suddenly asked. It turned out that everyone was talking about Su Wen, and the person who spoke just now was one of Li Xiao's friends. At this moment, Li Yufeng said with a gloomy face, last time, he tricked me with Fang Xinyi's matter, and now he is dating Xia Xiaohua again. Can I let him have his way? As he said this, Li Xiao sneered. Ever since he dumped Fang Xinyi, he has been holding a grudge in his heart, and the source of this grudge is Su Wen. This guy saw all the jokes he and Fang Xinyi made in the restaurant that day. How could he pretend nothing happened? And just yesterday, when he heard that school beauty Xia gave Su Wen a luxury car, he felt infinite anger and jealousy in his heart. You know, he has been pursuing school belle Xia for a long time but still failed to win her over, and school belle Xia didn't even look at him. But how could Su Wen, a poor loser, be liked by the school beauty Xia? Even going so far as to give him a luxury car? It's time to teach that brat a lesson. He has recently hooked up with the school beauty Xia and is feeling very proud of himself. Yes. And last time, Su Wen actually dared to humiliate you in the restaurant. It's time to teach him a lesson so that he knows who to mess with and who not to mess with. When they heard that Master Li wanted to teach Su Wen a lesson, everyone started to make a fuss. After all, they couldn't stand Su Wen and school beauty Xia being together. They were also jealous that Su Wen got a luxury car. At this moment, someone helped them teach Su Wen a lesson, so they were naturally happy. Moreover, young Master Li is the eldest son of Gaoka Holding Group. He can get whatever he wants. Wouldn't it be easy for him to send a few subordinates to teach Su Wen a lesson? Li Yufeng nodded and said slowly, just wait and see, he won't be so proud for long. Where are you going to teach him a lesson? Someone asked puzzledly. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to do it here. With Fang Xinyi here, are you afraid that I can't deal with him outside? Didn't you dump her? Everyone was surprised. I dumped her, but that doesn't mean I can't use her for my own benefit. It's just a matter of paying her. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Li Xiao smiled and said confidently, as if he already had a plan. Fenglin Avenue, Commercial Street. Fenglin Commercial Street is located on the 3rd ring road of Magic City and is one of the most prosperous areas in Changqing District. Although one of the buildings is not tall, its appearance is quite extraordinary. The big words Maisai Furniture City in the middle are particularly eye-catching. This is the place that manager Chang introduced. Suddenly, an extremely domineering Aston Martin slowly drove towards this side and stopped in the parking lot next to it. Then Su Wen and Xia Xinyao got out of the car. Xia, I'm really sorry to bother you today. I want you to accompany me to choose furniture. As soon as Su Wen got off the car, he looked at the school beauty Xia and said apologetically. When inspecting the villa a few days ago, the system assigned him an additional task, asking him to invite classmates Xia to buy furniture together. So yesterday Su Wen shamelessly told classmates Xia about this, but he didn't expect that the other party agreed very readily. Nothing, just come here for fun. Xia Xinyao smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Su Wen called her to ask for help in looking at furniture. She was very happy and even dressed up because of the invitation. Today, classmate Xia is wearing a light red top and a pair of thin ice silk pants. She is still carrying the same pink bag across her shoulder, looking fresh and beautiful. Her appearance undoubtedly became the most eye-catching scenery in this commercial street. People coming and going cast astonished glances at her, and the rate of people turning back to look at her was off the charts. Su Wen should be thankful that he is exactly 180 centimeters tall and handsome, otherwise if most people stood next to classmate Xia, they would probably be mistaken for Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 18. This sales is a little improper. Let's go. As they talked, the two walked towards the furniture store together. Maisai Furniture Store is a very famous furniture store in Changqing District, selling high-end brands. As soon as Su Wen and Xia entered, they were greeted by a huge commercial hall. You are Mr. Su, right? Just then, a woman in her 40s hurried over. She was first stunned by Xia's appearance, and then quickly asked. Well, you are Manager Chang's. Su Wen hesitated to speak. I'm his wife. The woman smiled and answered, then continued, let me introduce myself first. My last name is Lu, and my name is Lu Feng. I'm a salesperson at Maisai Furniture City. My husband, Mr. Chang, said that you, Mr. Su, would come to the furniture store today, so I waited here early in the morning, fearing that I would miss you. The woman responded respectfully, more enthusiastically than she would treat ordinary customers. Her husband has Su Wen's information and photos, so she naturally knows what Su Wen looks like. Moreover, as manager Chang's wife, she naturally knew that Mr. Su's identity was extraordinary. He was the chairman of the Hills Hotel, so she did not dare to neglect him at this moment. Then, she looked at Xia. This girl must be Mr. Su's girlfriend. She is so beautiful. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you in my life. Today is really an eye-opener. As she spoke, the woman began to praise Xia Xinyo again. Although it is a compliment, it is also the truth. Sister, you misunderstood. I am not classmate Su's girlfriend. When Xia Xinyo heard the other party say that she was Su Wen's girlfriend, her face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. Are you her wife? Ms. Lu was surprised. Young people nowadays get married really early. Student Xia. Sister Lu, you misunderstood. Xia is not my wife, nor is she my girlfriend. We are classmates. I am not very good at buying furniture, so I asked her to help. Su Wen shook his head and helped to explain. Oh, that's it. Ms. Lu looked at Su Wen, then at Xia, nodded, and a smile appeared on her face with an expression that said, I understand. In her opinion, the girl was probably too shy to admit it. Mr. Su, Miss Xia, please come this way. She didn't think any more about it, made an inviting gesture and led the two of them inside. Classmate Xia followed behind, patting her red cheeks, and couldn't help but complain about the elder sister's strange train of thought. The furniture store is very large, and the 3 floors from bottom to top are all Maisai Furniture Store. At a glance, there are all kinds of home appliances, which are dizzying. Mr. Su, this floor specializes in selling home appliances. They are all high-end products of the brand. The reputation and quality can be guaranteed. Please look here, Loft, full screen design, screen to body ratio up to 98.1%, priced at 186,000 yuan. There is also this latest imported LCD TV, PHN 120, which has a huge display screen of 2715.8 by 1553.5 by 94.7 mm, a refresh rate of 120 Hz, and is priced at 550,000 yuan. Speed Queen imported stacking washing machine, BLDC variable frequency motor, washing power 150W, price 125,000 yuan. Ms. Lu, who was walking in front, introduced various products, from LCD TVs, washing machines, to refrigerators, air conditioners. The prices range from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. Classmate Xia suggested that Su Wen buy a built-in refrigerator and central air conditioner, which are beautiful and easy to use, but they need to be customized. Ms. Lu actively stated that their furniture store could send professionals to Su Shou's villa to measure and carry out additional customization, but the price would be a bit higher. Su Wen naturally had no objection to this. The last thing he lacked now was money. Time passed quickly and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In this half hour, Su Wen ordered a lot of home appliances, probably more than a dozen items of various sizes. After all, the villa is so big. Then, Ms. Lu took Su Wen and Xia to the second floor. The second floor sells sofas, beds, and all kinds of bedding, including all kinds of well-known domestic and foreign brands. As she spoke, Ms. Lu began to introduce again. Mr. Su, what do you think of this bed? After introducing several styles, Ms. Lu suddenly took the two of them to a gray bed and asked with a smile. Su Wen and Xia looked at it and saw that it was a bed with a smooth and stylish shape. Although it looked good, the structure of the bed seemed a bit flimsy. Su Wen seriously suspected that it would fall apart as soon as he lay on it. As if she knew what young Master Su was thinking, Ms. Lu smiled and said, "This is the latest suspended bed. It is 2.5 meters long and 2.3 meters wide. It looks very elegant. Although it looks very thin, it is designed with a pneumatic structure and an elastic system, which is very shock-absorbing. When you lie on this bed, no matter how you jump or do difficult movements, the whole bed will remain very stable without any sound or shaking. It's just a bit expensive, at more than 150,000 yuan." Ms. Lu introduced with a smile. "Miss Xia, what do you think?" As she spoke, she also set her sights on classmate Xia. Looking at the strange look from Sister Lu, student Xia was slightly stunned. I don't know, you should ask classmate Su. Ah! Student Xia felt that his face suddenly turned red like boiling water. Oh my god! Why did Sister Lu look at her? It wasn't her who bought the bed, so why was she asking her? It's easy to be misunderstood. Ahem! Su Wen, who was standing by, also felt something was wrong. To ease the embarrassment, he pretended to be calm and coughed twice, saying, "Sister, the sofas and beds you just introduced are all good. I want them. I also want this floating bed. Take us upstairs to have a look." He thought it would be better to leave this floor as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Su. Ms. Lu had no idea what the other party was thinking. When she heard Mr. Su say that, she thought he liked this bed very much, so she nodded happily. Cousin? However, just as everyone was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out and stopped them in their tracks. Su Wen and others looked back and saw a few fashionable young men walking from not far away, and they soon arrived in front of them. Xiaoming, why are you here? Xia Shenyao was slightly stunned and asked the boy in the front. My friend wanted to buy some furniture, so he came here. What are you doing? The boy looked at his cousin, then at the young man next to her, his expression shocked. He knew his cousin. Apart from family members, she never talked to other men. To use modern terms, she was aloof. But what did he see today, his cousin with a strange man? The boy felt as if he had discovered some incredible secret. I'm here to look at furniture with my classmates as well. Xia Xinyao didn't expect to meet her cousin here, and was suddenly embarrassed. Accompany a male classmate to look at furniture? Buy a bed? The boy looked suspicious. Are you going to live together? He continued to speculate. Chapter 19, Advice from Xue Xiao and Wu Xiao. You, what are you talking about, you little brat? Classmate Xia shouted and almost swore. I was misunderstood by Sister Lu just now, and now I'm misunderstood by my cousin. Is there any way I can live? She looked at Su Wen a little embarrassed and said, This is my cousin Xia Keming. He is usually like this. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. Su Wen didn't care about these things. He felt a little guilty for causing Xia to suffer a lot of misunderstandings for no reason. Su Wen looked at Xia Keming and said, Hello, I'm Xinyao's classmate, Su Wen. My name is Xia Keming, just call me Xiaoming. Xia Xinyao's cousin looked at Su Wen and nodded in response. Old Xia, so this is the cousin you mentioned before? She is so beautiful. At this moment, Xia Keming's two good friends spoke. They looked at Xia Xinyao with amazement in their eyes. As young masters of wealthy families, they had seen many beauties, but this was the first time they had seen someone as beautiful as Miss Xia, who was simply like a fairy. For a moment, both of them were moved. Naturally, they looked at Su Wen, who was standing next to Xia, and when they saw that he was ordinary and dressed in plain clothes, they all felt a little disdainful. Although their respective family businesses are not that big and cannot be compared with the Xia family, they are still wealthy people, and the clothes they wear are all branded clothes worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Looking at the other person's poor appearance, they couldn't understand why Miss Xia would hang out with such a person. Xia Keming naturally didn't know what his two friends were thinking. Seeing them praising his cousin, he couldn't help but smile smugly and said, I wasn't wrong, wasn't my cousin very beautiful? I told you before and you didn't believe me. Then, he looked at his cousin and said, Sister, these two are my friends and classmates. This is Xue Chang, the young master of Haisher Group, and this is Wu Tianchang, the young master of Hongyang Group. He pointed to two good friends beside him and introduced them. Xia Xinyao gave a formal smile, looked at the two of them and nodded as a greeting. You and your friends can play here. We need to go upstairs to buy other things. Then classmate Xia said. She felt that it would be better for her to separate from her cousin, otherwise it would be really awkward for everyone to be together. However, before Xia Keming could say anything, his two friends spoke first. Miss Xia, are you guys going upstairs? We're also planning to go upstairs, so why don't we go together? That's right, you and Mingzi are family. When family members meet, of course they should have a good chat. Why are you in such a hurry to separate? Master Xue and Master Wu immediately said with a smile. The two of them finally met such a beautiful girl, and before they had even said a few words, how could they bear to let it end like this? At the same time, they also winked at Xia Keming. Xia Keming was a little speechless. He didn't know the personalities of his two friends. They were usually very cunning. His cousin was so beautiful, who knew what kind of tricks they were up to? Originally he wanted to ignore the two of them, but when he saw the man next to his cousin, he changed his mind. He really wanted to know what kind of magic this man surnamed Su had that made even his cousin, who was very aloof from strangers, willing to stay with him, so he said with a smile, "Cousin, what my two friends said is right. It would be fine if we didn't meet, but since we have met, why don't we stay together?" At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to come to Maisai Furniture City and successfully inviting classmates Xia to come along. The system has issued a reward, a Xianhe tea house, 30 million in cash. The bonus has been paid to your bank card, please check it. Before Su Wen had time to be happy, the system spoke again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, accept Shui Cheng and Wu Tiancheng's invitation to go upstairs to buy furniture. Buying one or more pieces of furniture will be considered completing the task. Reward, complete the task and you will get the world's top chef skills, top knife skills, and top tasting skills. I just finished one task and another one popped up. I say, system, you connected the tasks very well. Su Wen couldn't help but complain. What other top-notch cooking skills are there? Are you planning to let me change my career to become a chef? Su Wen complained again. He is rich now. If he wants to eat good food, he can go to a big hotel or hire a chef. Isn't it a waste of time to do it himself? That's wrong. The world's top cooking skills are extraordinary techniques that only a very small number of people possess. Currently, there are only 12 people in the country who can claim to have such skills. They are not comparable to ordinary top-class chefs. Besides, it's always good to have more skills. Sometimes having one more skill can make you feel more fulfilled. You never know when you'll need it. Whether you become a chef or not is up to you. The system never interferes with the host's freedom. The system explained patiently. Okay, accept the mission. Su Wen nodded, feeling that what the system said made sense. Then, he smiled calmly and said, Xia, your brother is right. We are all here to buy furniture, so it would be good for us to have a reference. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look together? Ah. Xia Xinyao turned to look at Su Wen and was surprised. She didn't expect that classmate Su would have the same idea. Well, the minority obeys the majority, she gave in. Not only her, but even the two rich young masters standing opposite him did not expect him to say that. They looked at each other and saw a sneer in each other's eyes. They were already unhappy with the young man just now, and were worried about not being able to find an opportunity to attack him, but they didn't expect that the other party would come to them on his own initiative. When they go upstairs to buy furniture, they will buy expensive ones to see what Su Wen will do. This will also let him know the difference between a poor loser like him and a rich kid. Don't think that a toad can eat swan meat. Young masters, this building is the last floor of our Maisai Furniture City. You can take a look first. 2 minutes later, Ms. Lu brought everyone to the third floor. There are many dazzling and exquisite furniture here, including wooden chairs, coffee tables, round wooden tables, wooden sofas, and so on. Modern styles, antique styles, all kinds of styles, with a wide variety of styles. Which furniture here is the most expensive? Take us to see it. Suddenly, the young man named Shui Cheng spoke, and it seemed that he was the one who wanted to buy furniture. The purpose of his saying this was naturally to make things difficult for Su Wen later. Master Shui, Master Su, this way please. Faced with the customer's request, Lu Feng, a salesperson, naturally had no reason to refuse and immediately led everyone to the most expensive furniture. Chapter 20, Comparing yourself to others can make you angry. Look here, the wedge dining minimalist oak dining table, a very stylish modern design. There is also this mahogany table, made of extremely precious red rosewood, with 6 mahogany chairs, and the price is 210,000 yuan. The Fletcher revolving dining table has more than 5,000 parts, and the mechanical process is extremely complex. The price is also very expensive, costing more than 500,000 yuan. Ms. Lu introduced it to everyone. These wooden furniture from all over the world are all exquisite and the prices are not cheap at all. At this time, Shui Xiao spoke. This Fletcher revolving dining table looks great. I want it. Although this round table is expensive, it is exactly what he wants. Having the opportunity to show his strength in front of Miss Xia, he must of course act generously. Okay, Mr. Shui, I'll write it down for you. Ms. Lu said quickly. She was extremely lucky today as she met 2 big customers at once, and she was extremely surprised. After Shui Cheng bought the furniture, a smug expression appeared on his face. He has 3 million in his hand, and this round table is only more than 500,000. What is it to him? At the same time, he turned to look at Su Wen and teased, Mr. Su, aren't you going to buy furniture too? The staff introduced so many, don't you see anything you like? Yes, Mr. Su, the furniture the salesperson just introduced is not that expensive, why don't you pick one? Wu Xiao also looked at Su Wen and said with a forced smile. But to their disappointment, Su Wen did not show any embarrassment, but smiled calmly and said, these furniture pieces do look good and are worth buying. Sister Lu, give me one of the ones you just introduced. These words shocked Master Shui and Master Wu. They looked at Su Wen in disbelief, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Even Xia Keming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Wen was quite rich. These pieces of furniture are not cheap in total. They probably cost more than 1 million. Are you sure you want to buy them? Shui Cheng frowned, very suspicious. Wu Xiao was the same. He even felt that the other party was deliberately bragging. It's really expensive, but when buying furniture, as long as it fits and you like it, it's fine. Su Wen smiled. His villa is so big, he must buy some things there. He can't leave the house empty, right? With just one sentence, Master Shui and Master Wu were speechless. Shui Qing's face turned pale and blue. I spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy a round table. I thought I could show off in front of everyone, but I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. Instead, I looked shabby. Do you have any other furniture here? Shui Cheng looked at Ms. Lu and asked. Of course we have a large reception desk here. Why don't you come and take a look? Ms. Lu said immediately and led everyone to the other side. There are several new products on display here, some are 5 meters long and some are over 7 meters long. They have extremely exquisite appearance and eye-catching design, and it is no exaggeration to describe them as luxurious. Let me introduce it to you all. This first long wooden table is made of high-quality red pine wood, 5.5 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, and is priced at more than 1.2 million. There is also this long wooden table, 6.2 meters long and 1.4 meters wide, with authentic Wanwali water ripples, priced at more than 1.35 million. Ms. Lu introduced as she walked. Master Su, Master Shui, just tell me which one you like. We at Maisai Furniture City have a professional moving team. All products will be sent home, so you don't need to do it yourself. Ms. Lu continued to add. Mr. Shui, your father just bought you a villa in Shangshihouting. It has such a big living room, so it just needs a living room table. Why don't you buy one? Young Master Wu on the side spoke. In just a few words, he deliberately revealed the financial strength of the Shui family, and at the same time, he also won another opportunity for Master Shui to show himself. Yeah, that makes sense. Shui Xiao smiled complacently, looked at Ms. Lu and said, I want this long wooden table made of Wanwali wood. It will be perfect for my large living room. Shui Xiao smiled, and confidence returned to his face. He was outshined by Su Wen just now, and this time he wanted to save his face. At the same time, Su Wen turned his head and looked to the side and asked, what is this made of? What he saw before him was a long wooden table with an extremely clear surface, as if it was inlaid with countless diamonds. One end of the platform is curved, and the other end is raised more than half a meter high. There are dragons and phoenixes carved on it, which is very beautiful. Master Su, you have a unique vision. This long wooden table is made of golden Nanmu wood. It can be regarded as the symbol of our furniture store. It is 7.5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Golden Nanmu is the king of trees, not to mention a hall table carved from a whole piece of golden Nanmu, which is almost rare. Due to its extremely high cost, the selling price is also high, costing 3.1 million. Ms. Lu said slowly that she didn't think Su Xiao would buy it, after all, it was too expensive. Spending more than 3 million to buy a living room table seems a bit hard to accept, no matter how beautiful the table is. I want it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Wen spoke. The tone was neither salty nor bland, as if he was talking about something as simple as what to eat tonight. This time, not only Master Shui and his group were stunned, but even Ms. Lu herself was stunned. Then she was overjoyed and said hurriedly, okay, Master Su. At this moment, Ms. Lu was extremely excited. You know, this table has been put on the exhibition hall since the beginning of this year, and no one has shown any interest in it for nearly half a year. Today, a big shot finally took action. And it was sold from her. If the other shop assistants knew about this, they would be so envious. She made a rough estimate and found that including this golden Nanmu table, she had sold more than 20 pieces of furniture today, with a sales volume of nearly 6 million, and the commission was estimated to be more than 100,000. She has never received such a high commission since she started working. The more Ms. Lu thought about it, the more excited she became. Mr. Cheng had really brought her a big business. It seems that she has to reward her husband well tonight. Mr. Su, I didn't realize you were so generous. Did you spend a lot of money on buying furniture this time? Compared to Ms. Lu, Mr. Shui was not in such a good mood. He looked at Su Wen and asked gloomily. This Su Wen was always more generous than him every time he spent. He doubted whether the other party was really rich or was just pretending. However, before he could figure it out, Su Wen's next words made him very angry. Su Wen smiled calmly and said indifferently, it didn't cost much, just over 4 million. Chapter 21 Shocking. Big news that shocked the family. Depend on. What do you mean it's only over 4 million? Is that something a human would say? Even for him, the eldest son of Haitian group, it is not easy to take out more than 4 million at one time, let alone this young man in ordinary clothes? Xia Keming, Xia's cousin, felt that Su Wen was being too arrogant. I wonder where young Master Su lives. You bought so much furniture. Can you put it all in your house? Wu Xiao on the side couldn't help but sneer. I also just bought a house in Haiyun Bay. I came here to buy some furniture today and will move in a few days. Su Wen said truthfully. Hi, Haiyun Bay, one of the famous villa areas for the rich in Magic City? Mr. Wu and Mr. Shui were shocked. Sister, is what this Mr. Su said true or false? Xia Keming also had a question mark on his face. In fact, when he first saw Su Wen, he didn't think he was very rich. After all, as a young man from a wealthy family, you can still tell something from the other person's attire. However, from the beginning, Su Wen first bought more than 1 million worth of furniture in one go, and then spent more than 3 million to buy a living room table made of golden Nanmu. He was a little confused about the other party's intentions. Now hearing that the other party had bought a villa in Haiyun Bay, Xia Keming was completely confused. Who is this guy? Ha, young masters, don't doubt it. What young Master Su said is true. He did buy a villa in Haiyun Bay, and it's in District A. My husband is the manager of the Haiyun Bay Villa District. It was because of his recommendation that Su Xiao came here to buy furniture. Ms. Lu, who was standing nearby, spoke first and confirmed Su Wen's identity. After all, Su Xiao is a big customer of their Maisai Furniture City, so of course she has to perform well. Xia Keming, Shui Xiao and others were a little dumbfounded. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. They knew about Haiyun Bay Villa. The house prices there were ridiculously expensive and not everyone could buy one if they wanted to. Originally they thought that young Master Su was bragging, but now someone tells them that this is true? Student Su didn't lie. He did buy a villa in Haiyun Bay. Finally, even Xia spoke up. Although she had never seen Su's villa, she knew that there was no reason for Su to lie to her about this matter. Everyone was silent. With the salesperson's testimony and Xia's words, they had no choice but to believe it this time. Especially Xia Keming. Although my cousin is rather aloof, she seldom lies. Even she is willing to testify for Su Wen, so the matter can basically be concluded. Just now he thought Su Wen was being too arrogant, but now it seems a bit ridiculous. If they can even afford a villa in Haiyun Bay, what is 4 million? The most shocked were of course Master Shui and Master Wu. They had previously thought that Su Wen was just an ordinary person, but they never imagined that he was actually a hidden big boss. Shui Xiao regretted it deeply. If he had known that the other party bought the villa in Haiyun Bay, why would he compete with him? The villa that his Shui family bought in Shengshi was only worth more than 20 million yuan, and this was the result of a long discussion among the family. How could he compare with others? Ahem. Mingzi, now that we've bought the things, let's go and have lunch later. Shui Xiao felt that he had no face to stay here anymore. After he told Ms. Lu the specific address of his newly purchased villa, he prepared to pay and leave. Yes, something happened at home, and I have to go back after eating. Wu Xiao also said. Just now they wanted to spend more time with Miss Xia, but now they can't wait to leave. Okay then. Xia Keming nodded. Originally, he wanted to ask his cousin Su Wen about her identity, but since his two friends said so, he had no choice but to ask next time. Then everyone went to the cashier, calculated the price and paid, and then Xia Keming and his group left. How much? After a few people left, Suwan looked at Ms. Lu and prepared to pay and leave. Replying to Mr. Su, there are more than 20 pieces of furniture, totaling more than 8.4 million. But since you bought so much furniture, you are our biggest customer at Maisai Furniture City. We can give you a big discount. Ms. Lu said respectfully. Well, swipe the card. Suwan took out his wallet and bank card, smiling calmly. The system just gave him a cash reward of 30 million. Adding to the original 9.6 million, he now has nearly 40 million in cash. Spend more than 8 million at a time, just give it a try. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind again, and Suwan knew it was time to give a reward. Outside the furniture store. As Xue Xiao and his group arrived at the parking lot, Xia Keming suddenly had an idea and seemed to have thought of something important. The relationship between this cousin and Suwan seemed unusual, so he thought he should tell his uncle and aunt about it and give them a surprise. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone, opened VX, and tagged his uncle in their Xia family group. Xia Keming, uncle, I discovered a big secret. Your daughter seems to be in love. She came with that boy to buy furniture and a bed today. I guess they are planning to sleep together. Xia Keming expressed in an obscure way what he had seen and heard. Less than a minute after the news was released, the VX family group seemed to explode, and messages popped up one after another. Aunt-in-law, oh my god, what's going on? Xiaoyao is in a relationship, is this true? Mom, they're planning to sleep together. What kind of plot twist is this? With Xiaoyao's personality, is she interested in a man? Uncle 3, Xiaomingzi, don't lie. You can eat shit, but you can't say anything. Aunt-in-law, impossible, I know Xiaoyao's character too well. I would rather believe that there is a woman who likes Xia Mingzi than believe that Xiaoyao is in a relationship, let alone living together. Xia Keming, fuck, what do you mean I'd rather believe that there are women who like me than believe that my cousin is in love? Am I that bad? I'm so handsome, there must be a lot of women who like me, right? Sister, bah. You are so shameless. You and your cousin look like two extremes. If being handsome is a sin, you can be sinless forever. Xia Keming. Xia Keming, anyway, what I said is true. His name is Su Wen. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. Aunt. Mom. Dad, if this is true, I wonder what my brother and sister-in-law would think if they knew. Sister, it's absolutely a bolt from the blue. 3 days later, Zhonglin Avenue. Zhonglin Avenue is a very famous avenue in Demon City. Several buildings are particularly eye-catching, and that is the headquarters of the famous Huaxin Group. Old Xia, why did you call me over so quickly? Xiaoyan and I are shopping. That's right, uncle, why can't we talk about it after we get home? At this moment, 2 women were sitting in the chairman's office at the group headquarters. One of the women was in her 40s. What is surprising is that although she is middle-aged, she is still beautiful, sophisticated, and looks as young as 30 years old. And she is Xia Xinyao's mother Su Yun. The other is a teenage girl named Xia Qiuyan, who is Xia Keming's younger sister. Chapter 22, Xia's Parents' Doubts. Xiao Yang called just now and said that Su Wen's identity has been checked and he will be here soon. It just so happens that you said you wanted to come here for shopping this morning, so I called you because I wanted us to take a look together. At the desk, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents and said with a smile. Although the man was sitting, one could tell he had an extraordinary demeanor. He is Xia Xinyao's father, Xia Chengdong, and also the chairman of Huaxin Group. A few days ago, Xia Keming announced the news that Xia Xinyao was in love in the VX Group, which shocked the whole family. Xia Chengdong and his wife had something else to do, so they didn't find out about this until they returned home in the evening. The couple was shocked. This sudden and silent decision to live with someone else was inconsistent with their daughter's personality. They were afraid that their daughter had been deceived. So that night, Su Yun called his daughter and found out it was a misunderstanding. But Xia Chengdong was worried, so he sent people to investigate, which led to the scene before us. Even if my daughter is really in love, it's okay. The main thing is to check the other person's identity and whether he or she has any bad habits. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door, and then a young man in a suit walked in. The young man first greeted Mrs. Xia respectfully, then came to Xia Chengdong and handed him a piece of information. Director Xia, we have already found the Su Wen you are looking for. All the information is here. How is it, is that boy Xiaoyao's classmate? Xia Chengdong took the document and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Mr. Xia, that Su Wen and your daughter are indeed classmates, both are students of Tianwei College, but. The young man hesitated to speak. But what? Does that Su Wen like my daughter? Does he confess his love to her every day and pursue her relentlessly? Xia Chengdong laughed and guessed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because his daughter inherited his and his wife's good looks perfectly. It's normal for her to be often pursued by male classmates. Forehead. Mr. Xia, the situation is exactly the opposite of what you said. I heard from the students that Miss Xia likes Su Wen, so she sends him a cup of milk tea every day to express her admiration. The young man explained. What did you say? You said my daughter was showing affection to the other party and even sent him milk tea every day? Xia Chengdong was so stunned that he almost couldn't hold it in. Are you kidding? His daughter, Xia Xinyao, not to mention her family background, is also extremely beautiful. With such a beautiful girl, which man wouldn't fall for her with just one word? Do you need to actively pursue others and give them milk tea every day? Fuck, is this true? Xia Qiuyan followed Su Yun and came closer, also opening her eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Is this reliable? Compared to the two of them, Xia Xinyao's mother Su Yun seemed much calmer. She is a woman and an experienced person, so naturally she understands women in love better. Don't be fooled by my daughter's usual aloofness. It just means she hasn't met the right person yet. Once you meet her, she is actually not much different from other girls. She may even be more proactive and bold, just like now. Of course, there is no problem. In order to investigate the authenticity of the matter, we have specially asked many students. The young man answered affirmatively. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chengdong had already opened the information bag. Half a minute later, when he roughly understood some information about Su Wen, his expression was even more exciting than before. Chairman of Hills Hotel, this. Looking at the information written in black and white in his hand, Xia Chengdong was confused again. This Su Wen is so young, but he is actually the chairman of Hills Hotel? It was acquired not long ago. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Su Wen's parents are actually ordinary people, which is a bit against common sense. Old Xia, what's going on? What's the Hills Hotel? Su Yun was confused and couldn't help but become curious. Look. Xia Chengdong handed the information directly to his wife. After reading the information, Su Yun couldn't help but feel surprised and stunned. This Su Wen actually bought the Hills Hotel, but his family seems to be very ordinary. Su Yun was also surprised. This Su family is not simple. Maybe Su Wen's parents don't want to be too publicized, so they hide their identities. Xia Chengdong guessed. Although Hills Hotel is far inferior to giant companies like Huaxin Group, it is also a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. It is not easy to acquire such a company. How can it be done without a strong family? Ask my cousin, maybe she knows what's going on. Xia Qiuyan, who was standing by, suggested after seeing Su Wen's information. That's one way. They are close, maybe Xiao Yao knows something. Xia Chengdong nodded, looked at his wife and said, It's noon now, the school should be over, why don't you call your daughter and ask what's going on? It's not that he's gossipy or nosy. After all, Su Wen's identity was too strange, and he was so close to his daughter, so Xia Chengdong couldn't help but be cautious. Yeah, that's fine. Su Yun nodded and immediately took out his cell phone to call his daughter. On the other end of the phone, classmate Xia received a call from his mother just after class. Without hesitation, she took it immediately. Xiao Yao, Mom wants to ask you something. Do you have someone you like? As soon as the call was connected, Su Yun's voice came over. Mom, what did you say? Student Xia was confused. Before they even started talking about this, her mother threw a question that caught her off guard. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but said angrily, It must be Xiao Ming, did that guy say something again? Last time, it was because of her cousin's big mouth that everyone in the family thought she was going to live with someone else. Who knows, it might be that guy causing trouble again this time. It's not him. It's your father who sent someone to investigate. Do you still want to hide it from us? As for Su Wen who invited you to the furniture store last time, do you like him? Do you send him milk tea every day at school? Su Yun was both angry and amused. Ah! Student Xia was stunned. Even his family knew about this? Xia Xinyo had a headache. The last time she bought the bed, it took her a long time to explain it to her family. This time it would probably be even more difficult to explain it clearly. Mom, don't worry about it. The milk tea delivery is true, but... However, before she could finish her words, her mother interrupted her and said, all right, just admit it. No need to explain so much. If you like it, just say it. Why should you be embarrassed to tell your parents? Besides, I didn't call to talk about this, but to ask you, do you know that Soo-won is the chairman of the Hills Hotel? Suddenly, she changed the subject. Chapter 23 Fong Sinny asks for reconciliation. Yes, but I only found out about it not long ago. I heard from classmate Sue that he seems to have a very rich second uncle. It was his second uncle who gave him a huge sum of money, so he had the money to buy the Hills Hotel. Although she didn't know whether what Soo-won said was true. But there doesn't seem to be a better explanation than this. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Soo-yeon said, okay, got it. Okay, I won't say any more. Remember to protect yourself at school. After saying that, Soo-yeon hung up the phone. Only Xia, who looked confused, was left sitting in the classroom. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria. After class at noon, Soo-won and a few friends walked towards the cafeteria chatting and laughing. They all had happy expressions on their faces, as if they were talking about something happy. Fuck, Lao Su, is what you just said true or not? You're going to take us out for a big dinner? Chen Ming looked at Soo-won excitedly and asked with surprise. Ever since Soo-won told them last time that he had a rich uncle, several of his close friends still find it hard to believe it is true. However, they knew that Soo-won was their good brother and would never lie to them, so in the end they chose to accept the fact. Well, there was no money before, so there was nothing I could do. Now that I have money, it's only right that I treat you to a good meal. Otherwise, I would be an unworthy brother. Not only will we have a big meal, but I'll also take you for a drive on the weekend and let you travel around the Magic City. How about that? Soo-won said with a smile as he walked. He has been in a good mood these days. After a previous trip to the furniture store, he acquired the Xianhe tea house. Yesterday he went there and took over the tea house. And he also acquired world-class cooking skills, which was quite a reward. Now that I'm rich, it's only right that I take my brothers to enjoy life. Ha, that's nice. Since you said so, we won't be polite. He Wenfang also showed an expectant expression. Lao Su, you are so kind. Come on, give me your bowl and I will get you some food. As Ju Yuan spoke, he came up and snatched Soo-won's bowl, ready to help him get his meal, being extremely active. Okay then, I'll go find a spot first. This guy, Soo-won smiled helplessly. But he didn't refuse. There's no need to be so pretentious between brothers. After several people went to line up, Soo-won went to find a seat by himself. The master is calling, why don't you answer the phone, come and answer it. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Soo-won took out his cell phone and was stunned. The call was actually from Fong Sinny. After thinking for a moment, he pressed the answer button. Soo-won? There was still that familiar voice on the other end of the phone. Every time he heard this voice, Soo-won always felt happy and excited. Listening to it again now, he was no longer surprised. What's the matter? Soo-won asked calmly. I want to see you. Fong Sinny said bluntly. Soo-won, I wanted to call you a few days ago, but I didn't have the courage. It wasn't until today that I made up my mind to call you. I want to arrange a place to meet you. I have something to tell you. Can you promise me? On the other end of the phone, Fong Sinny spoke in an almost pleading tone, which was a far cry from her previous attitude. Soo-won frowned and couldn't help but laugh. Both of them have broken up, so what's the point of meeting each other? But just as he was about to refuse, the system suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept Fong Sinny's invitation and meet her. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Worcester, the largest e-commerce company in China. As soon as the system finished speaking, Soo-won became stunned. It's not because I want to see Fong Sinny, but because of the reward. What did the system say just now? Worcester? Worcester, the country's first e-commerce company? Soo-won was extremely shocked and wondered if he had heard it wrongly. It is a well-known domestic e-commerce leader. It is rumored that it has more than 300 million users and a market value of over 1 trillion yuan. This company not only focuses on product sales on the internet platform, but also touches all walks of life and has invested in countless companies such as finance, live broadcasting, film and television, online games. No one knows how big this company has grown to. We only know that it is one of the most powerful e-commerce companies in the world today and has cooperated with countless companies. It is extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say that its size is no less than that of Huaxin Group. Even if we look at the whole world, it is a super entity that can be ranked among the top 100. Accept the mission. Su Wen was ecstatic. What are you still hesitating about? As the boss of such a huge company, any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to Worcester. As for meeting Fong Sini, Su Wen could also take this opportunity to see what the other party's purpose was. Okay, I promise. Where shall we meet? Su Wen asked. The next day, 12th Street. Same restaurant, same people. At a dining table, Su Wen and Fong Sini sat face to face again, but the atmosphere was very different from last time. What do you want from me? Why did you choose this place on purpose? Su Wen asked. Fong Sini called him yesterday and said that she had something to tell him. He originally refused, but the system offered too much, so he couldn't help but agree to the appointment. But even so, he still didn't have a good impression of Fong Sini. Su Wen, let's make peace, okay? Suddenly, Fong Sini, who was sitting opposite, spoke, and her purpose was so direct. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he looked at the other person and frowned. Did you take the wrong medicine? You broke up with me so cleanly before, and now you want to get back together with me? Is it because Master Li dumped you? Su Wen sneered, his eyes full of ambiguous meaning. Of course not. On, I know you hate me, and I know what I did before was wrong, but you still love me in your heart, right? I've been thinking a lot since I broke up with you. Although our lives were a bit hard when we were together, we were relaxed and carefree. But I lost a lot of happiness after breaking up with you, so I thought about it for a long time. On, let's get back together, just like before, okay? Fong Sini looked at Su Wen with a pleading expression and full of expectation. Her eyes were so sincere. Judging from her appearance, I would have thought she really regretted it. But only Fong Sini herself knew how much she hated and loathed the man in front of her at that moment. She hated Su Wen for exposing her, which led to her being dumped by Li Xiao. I also hate that Su Wen has such good luck to be favored by the school beauty Xia. Especially when she learned that the school beauty Xia actually gave Su Wen a luxury supercar, her jealousy reached its peak. So today she came to take revenge. Of course, it was not only her who came to take revenge today, there was another person as well, that was Li Xiao. This is just the first step for her. Thinking of this, Fong Sini couldn't help but smile in her heart. However, her smile did not last for 3 seconds before she heard a faint voice. I refuse. Su Wen, who was sitting opposite, said slowly. Chapter 24, The Final Showdown. What did you say? Fong Sini was stunned. A good horse knows not to turn back and eat the grass it has already passed. Do you want to regret it? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? Su Wen was speechless. The other party's behavior was a bit funny. Fong Sini was filled with anger. She didn't expect that even after she begged for reconciliation so humbly, the other party still rejected her. Su Wen, I know you are still angry with me, but who doesn't make mistakes? This breakup made me realize how important you are to me, and made me realize that I actually love you, so stop making trouble, let's get back together, okay? Fong Sini still said without giving up. She just couldn't believe that the man who had licked her for 2 years would have no feelings for her at all and be so heartless. Love will disappear. Su Wen said suddenly. You. Fong Sini's breath got stuck in her throat and she almost choked. I'm afraid the reason you rejected me so much wasn't because of this, but because of the school beauty Xia, right? Finally, Fong Sini couldn't bear it anymore. The other party rejected her again and again, which made her very angry. She continued, Su Wen, I don't mean to hit you on purpose, do you really think you and Xia Xinyao can last long? She's the campus beauty. How many rich second generations are courting her? Can you compare to them? Besides, Xia Xinyao is the daughter of Huaxin Group and has a noble status. Even if she is willing to be with you, her family will agree to let their daughter be with a poor loser? Fong Sini said sarcastically. Since the other party doesn't want to get back together with her, there's no need for her to pretend anymore. Su Wen looked at Fong Sini calmly and shook his head. What does it have to do with you? You are so pitiful for worrying so much. It was just a simple sentence, but it was like an invisible knife stabbing into Fong Xinyi's chest, almost breaking her defense. Isn't it just that you're being kept by classmates, Xia? Why are you so proud? Fong Xinyi suddenly stood up and looked at Su Wen fiercely. Last time you exposed me and caused me to be dumped by Master Li. This time I will give you a taste of your own medicine. You may not know this, but our meeting was filmed. Just imagine what would happen if I posted this video on the school forum? Fong Xinyi smiled sinisterly, finally revealing her true colors. This was her real purpose in asking Su Wen out. School beauty Xia and Su Wen were so close that many people even thought they were dating. If at this time, Su Wen met his ex-girlfriend again, and it was recorded in a video and seen by his classmates, what would everyone think? In fact, this plan would only be more perfect if the other party agreed. But it doesn't matter. Since the two of them are sitting here today, Su Wen is bound to be related to Fong Xinyi. Su Wen frowned and turned to look around. Sure enough, at the table next to us, I saw another girl taking pictures of something with her cell phone. Moreover, Su Wen knew this girl. She was Fong Xinyi's best friend Zhao Qian. When he was with Fong Xinyi before, he was often ridiculed by this woman. He didn't expect that she would come this time too. What do you want to do? Su Wen asked calmly. What? Last time we broke up in this restaurant, you actually tried to frame me. This time, of course, I will let you taste the feeling of being reported. If I post this video on the school forum, not only will my classmates see it, but school beauty Xia will also see it. What do you think she will think? As she spoke, Fong Xinyi's eyes were full of pride. She believed that as long as the video was posted on the forum, it would cause an uproar in the school. She just didn't believe that school beauty Xia wouldn't be angry after seeing this video and would still be willing to stay with Su Wen. Seeing that Su Wen didn't say anything, Fong Xinyi thought he was afraid, and said even more arrogantly, Su Wen, I was so blind before that I actually chose you as my boyfriend. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Sister Xinyi is right. Su Wen, you are too ruthless. You keep saying you love Sister Xinyi, but when Sister Xinyi changed her mind you refused to accept her. To put it bluntly, isn't it because school beauty Xia gave you a sports car that you fell in love with someone else? Seeing that the goal was achieved, the girl who took the photo also came over. She looked at Su Wen with contempt and disgust in her eyes. Just wait, Su Wen. Once we release this video, you'll be finished. Zhao Qian said indignantly. If you don't know, you would really think that Su Wen had done something against the law. At the same time, there was a sudden commotion from the direction of the door. I saw a group of people walking in from the entrance of the restaurant and then coming towards Su Wen. And who else could the person walking in front be if not Li Yufeng? What are you doing here? After Li Xiao came over, he pretended to know nothing and questioned harshly. Mr. Li, don't get me wrong. It was Su Wen who called me out of the blue and asked me to meet him. He wanted to reconcile with me, and I rejected him, but he didn't listen and insisted on pestering me. As soon as Li Xiao arrived, Fong Xinyi unexpectedly changed her previous attitude and cooperated with him in acting, talking as if they had not broken up yet. Yeah? Li Xiao frowned, then looked at Su Wen and said coldly, Su Wen, I think you are really bold. You dare to mess with my girlfriend? As he spoke, a smile of success appeared in his eyes. Su Wen looked at Fong Xinyi, then at Li Xiao, and instantly understood what was going on. This must be the real reason why Fong Xinyi asked me out today. First he made a video to frame himself, and then let Li Xiao come out to deal with him, so as to kill two birds with one stone? What do you want? Su Wen looked at Li Xiao and sneered. Of course, I want to let you know what will happen if you mess with me, Master Li. Li Yufeng laughed, and his laugh was so wicked. Then he said to the people behind him, you guys, teach him a lesson. If anything is broken here today, it's my fault. Don't worry, Master Li, he's just a delicate and tender brat. It's easy to deal with him. The burly men behind glanced at Su Wen with disdain on their faces. In their eyes, Su Wen was tall and thin, and looked like a weakling. So a few people pinched Su Wen's wrists and walked towards him with fierce looks on their faces. It seems like they are preparing for a big fight. Fong Xinyi and Zhao Qian quietly retreated behind the crowd without anyone noticing. The two looked at each other, both secretly pleased with themselves. There was going to be something interesting to watch next. Especially Fong Xinyi. This time, the reason why she helped Li Xiao to make an appointment with Su Wen was not only because Li Xiao gave her a reward, but also because she could take revenge on Su Wen at the same time, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, there was a lot of noise. Customers around the restaurant also noticed something was wrong and evacuated their seats. As for the restaurant staff, they didn't dare to step forward to stop it, for fear of being implicated. Compared to everyone else, Suwon was much calmer. Looking at this large group of people, Suwon knew that Fong Sinny had planned to ask him to come today and she was well prepared. However, even though he knew the other party's purpose, he still sat in the chair calmly. "You stinky boy, you even dare to provoke young Master Lee, you are really courting death. Call out." As they were talking, several sturdy men sneered and surrounded Suwon without any martial ethics. Front kick, whip kick, left jab, well trained. However, how can Suwon's modified body be compared to that of ordinary people? Just as everyone rushed over, he stood up and punched one of them. Chapter 25. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Bang! A powerful and devastating blow. With just one punch, he broke the opponent's nose. A normal person's punch weighs only 60 to 100 kilograms. After the modification, Suwon's punch exerts a force of at least 300 kilograms, which shows how powerful he is. In addition, his speed and reaction agility are several times greater than that of ordinary people, so this battle does not pose much threat to Suwon. After knocking down one person, he didn't stop at all. He dodged the attack from the sturdy man next to him and kicked at another man. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the whole restaurant was in chaos. The sounds of collision, shattering, and painful wails came one after another. 1 minute later. With a cry of "ah," the last strong man was knocked down by Suwon. When I looked again, the bodyguards who were so arrogant just now had already collapsed on the ground and were wailing. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant was shocked. They looked at Suwon with horror in their eyes. No one could believe that, despite the huge disparity in numbers, this young man could actually fight 1 against 4 and knock down so many people. How is this possible? Li Yufeng was standing not far away, his expression stiff. He saw the entire fight between Suwon and his bodyguards just now. He couldn't understand how Suwon managed to beat several people at once, and they were 4 well-trained men. However, he didn't have time to figure it out. By the time he reacted, Suwon had already rushed in front of him and kicked him. Ah! Another scream was heard. Mr. Lee, who was standing just now, was kicked out. The powerful force carried him to smash against the table and chairs behind him. With a bang, the table instantly broke into pieces. After Li Xiao paddled for a distance, he also lay limply on the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Yufeng had never felt such severe pain before, as if a sledgehammer had hit his stomach. It hurt so much that even screaming became a luxury. On the other hand, although Suwon's clothes were also a little disheveled, he was much better than the others. Looking at the scene in front of them, Fong Sinny and Zhao Qian were dumbfounded. They looked at Suwon as if he were a monster. They could never have imagined that he was so powerful. For a moment, I felt that the scene happening before my eyes was so funny and absurd. After dealing with Mr. Lee, Suwon turned to look at Fong Sinny and Zhao Qian. What do you want to do? Seeing the devil-like Suwon walking towards them, Fong Sinny and her best friend, who had been showing off just now, were so scared that their legs went weak. Don't come over here, I'll delete the video and I won't post it on the forum anymore. Zhao Qian spoke, her voice trembling. Only now did she realize what kind of person she had provoked. If she had known that Suwon was so awesome, she would never have dared to provoke him even if she was beaten to death. However, Suwon seemed not to hear the other party's pleas for mercy and walked straight up to the two of them. He first glanced at Fong Sinny, then looked at Zhao Qian. Hand over your phone, Suwon said slowly. Although the tone was neither salty nor bland, it seemed to give people a chilling feeling. Okay, here's your phone. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Zhao Qian had no doubt that if she said no, her fate would not be any better than that of Li Xiao and others. So she stretched out her hand tremblingly and quickly handed over the camera. Do you really think you can threaten me with just this video? Suwon took the phone and said calmly. To be honest, whether this video is deleted or not, it doesn't have much impact on me at all. But you tried to take a video to blackmail me, which has seriously violated my personal interests. If I don't call the police, I'm really sorry for what you did. The video in this phone will be the most powerful evidence for the police. Just wait to be prosecuted. As he spoke, Suwon took out his cell phone and called the police. Fong Sinny and Zhao Qian were stunned. The two looked at Suwon with disbelief in their eyes. Originally, they thought Su-wen took the phone just to delete the videos in it, but they didn't expect that he would actually call the police. If this happens, things will get out of hand. Su-wen, we are all classmates after all. Do you really have to be so ruthless? No matter what, Sister Cindy was your ex-girlfriend, you can't deny it, right? Zhao Qian started to panic. She would never have thought that things would develop in this direction. She was the one who shot the video, so even if Fang Xinyi was the mastermind, she couldn't escape responsibility. Now that we're all classmates, don't you think it's too late? That's because I have some ability to protect myself. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid you would have beaten me to the hospital right away. Su-wen sneered. As we were talking, the call was connected. Su-wen then recounted in detail what had happened in the restaurant and waited for the police to arrive. Although many people here were injured by him, Su-wen was not panicked at all. With so many people surrounding him, he was only fighting back in self-protection, which was self-defense. As for Mr. Li, he is the mastermind of this group of thugs and has no position to speak. If Mr. Li wanted to sue him, he would also sue the other party for hiring people to beat him up. After calling the police, he immediately took out his address book, found the number of Zhang Kaming, the vice president of Hills Hotel, and called him. In less than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Mr. Zhang, you are the vice president of Hills Hotel. You must have a lot of connections. Can you do me a favor and help me find some lawyers? The best kind, money is not a problem. Su-wen said slowly. Mr. Su, do you want to find a lawyer? Ha, then you found the right person. I happen to have 2 lawyer friends I know. They are both well-known figures in the legal profession. They are top-notch lawyers with a very high success rate. With them on the scene, we will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Vice President Zhang was more than happy to help the new chairman, so he quickly spoke up. Well, thank you for your help. Call your lawyer friend and ask them to come over right away. The location is. Su-wen gave the specific address of the restaurant. Seeing that Su-wen actually called the police and contacted a lawyer, it didn't seem like he was just pretending. Fang Xinyi and Zhao Qian, who were standing opposite, suddenly turned even paler. Things had obviously reached this point, which was beyond their expectations. Although this incident will not result in them facing imprisonment, they may have to face financial compensation and even have their personal records tarnished. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel depressed. Chapter 26 Taking over Worcester Enterprises. 10 minutes later, the police arrived. At the same time, the 2 lawyers contacted by Vice President Zhang also came over. They collected a lot of clues at the scene. Zhao Qian's cell phone, the restaurant's surveillance video. Afterwards, everyone followed the police to the police station to record their statements. As for Mr. Li and his men, the restaurant staff had already called the emergency number and took them away. More than an hour later, the matter was handled and Su-wen left the police station with the 2 lawyers. Lawyer Zhou, Lawyer Zhang, the rest of the matter is left to you. I hope you can help me win this lawsuit and maximize my interests. I will pay you every cent of the attorney's fee. Outside the police station, Su-wen suddenly looked at the 2 lawyers beside him and said with a smile. In fact, normally 1 lawyer is enough for a lawsuit. But for Su-wen, 1 more person means more help, so it doesn't matter even if the lawyer fees are a little higher. His main purpose was not for profit, but to make life difficult for Fang Xinyi and Zhao Qian. The better this lawsuit is fought, the greater the price the other party will pay. Especially Fang Xinyi, I don't know how many times she has cheated me. If I don't teach them a lesson, I will be sorry for the harm they have caused me in the past. Don't worry, the evidence is solid. We have all the necessary witnesses and evidence. This lawsuit won't be too easy for us. Director Su, you can rest assured. It is our duty to do our best to win every case. Facing the request of the chairman of Hills Hotel, the 2 lawyers spoke confidently. But they were not bragging. For top lawyers, cases like Su-wen's were not complicated at all and were indeed the easiest to handle. Well, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the other party say this, Su-wen felt relieved. After that, he chatted for a few more words and then separated from the 2 of them. Fang Xinyi and Zhao Qian are still being detained in the police station, and it seems they will have to undergo some ideological education. Su-wen got into the car and was about to drive back to school. That's when the system came along. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of meeting Fang Xinyi. Release reward, 51% of the shares of Forster, one of the world's top 100 companies. As soon as the system finished speaking, Suwon received a call from Worcester headquarters. Now that the call has come, what are you waiting for? Worcester's headquarters is in Shanghai, so Suwon decided to go to the headquarters and sign the contract right now. South District, Fuan Avenue. Fuan Avenue is located on the city's second ring road and is dotted with dozens of stories high-rise buildings. Among them, the Worcester e-commerce headquarters is the best. I saw a building that was 100 stories high standing beside the street, majestic and magnificent. There are several buildings standing next to it, which are equally imposing. This area is almost entirely the territory of Worcester Enterprise, which shows its scale. Looking at the buildings in front of him, Suwon was excited. After signing the contract today, he will be the top leader of the company, and his status has undergone a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he parked his Aston Martin aside and walked towards the headquarters. At the same time, inside the headquarters, a large group of people were waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Most of them are senior executives and people from the board of directors. On both sides of the hall entrance, there were more than a dozen etiquette ladies standing, waiting for the arrival of the new chairman. The scene was quite grand. Tell me, who is this new CEO, Sue? He acquired 51% of our company's shares. I still can't believe it. Who said it wasn't? Our company's market value is over 1.5 trillion. If we add the premium to 51 shares, wouldn't we get nearly 1 trillion? But the fact is that it was 1. This is unprecedented in the circle of leading enterprises. Who knows what's going on? Anyway, the vice president just said that the man is in the Magic City and will be here soon. Let's get ready to welcome him. In the hall, the senior executives were talking to each other. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were in disbelief. Everyone still feels that what happened today is a bit far-fetched. As one of the top 100 companies in the world, more than half of its shares were acquired by someone. How weird is this? Hey, look outside, is it Director Sue who is here? Suddenly, someone pointed outside the lobby on the first floor and shouted. Everyone was reminded and looked outside. Sure enough, I found that just outside the hall, a young man was slowly walking towards this side. Everyone immediately perked up and went out to greet him. As Suwon outside walked to the door of the hall, he saw dozens of people walking out one after another. They are all dressed in suits and look energetic. You can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary people. While Suwon was surprised, the other party spoke. Hey, Mr. Su, welcome, a warm welcome. I am the chairman of the board of directors of Worcester Company. Oh no, I am the former chairman now. On behalf of all the employees of the company, I welcome you. Wang Tong, the former chairman of Worcester, looked at Suwon with a smile on his face and spoke. After saying this, he extended his hand to show his friendliness. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Suwon smiled and naturally responded with courtesy, so he stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, "You're welcome. My name is Su Wen, you can just call me Xiao Wen." As soon as they started chatting, several vice directors and shareholders nearby could not help but start talking. Boss Su, you are finally here. We couldn't wait any longer and have been wanting to see you for a long time. Yes. We were just talking about you, wondering which big shot has such power to acquire our Worcester. It's a real surprise to see you. I can't believe that the person who bought our company's shares is someone as young and handsome as you, a promising young man. Before they even got to know each other, the shareholders started flattering him. If other businessmen saw what was happening, they would be shocked. Among the dozen or so shareholders in front of us, any one of them is a well-known figure in the Magic City. But at this moment, they all nodded and bowed to Su Wen, which was simply unbelievable. Thank you for the award. I am still young and don't understand the operation of the company. I will rely on the help of my seniors in the future. Listening to so many people complimenting him one after another, Suwon couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. This boss hasn't even been in office for a day, but he's already received a lot of flattery. Come on, let's go into the company first. The former chairman spoke quickly and led Suwon to the hall. The directors and senior executives followed behind. As soon as Suwon entered the hall, suddenly, everyone in the hall, up and down, front and back, looked at Suwon, looking at him as if they had discovered a new continent. The etiquette ladies standing on both sides widened their eyes when they saw Suwon. Originally, they thought that the person who would acquire the company's shares would be a middle-aged man with a big belly and bald hair. But I never thought that he was such a young and handsome guy. In an instant, the young ladies all lost their composure. They all stood at attention, wanting to show their broad minds, wishing Su-Wen would notice them immediately. Chapter 27 Scandal Exposed. So handsome. Mr. Su's looks are almost as good as Yen Zu's. Yes. He's handsome and rich, just like my ideal Prince Charming. I love him. Wow, I really want to marry him. I've even thought of a name for my child. In the hall, whether it was the etiquette lady or the front desk clerk, everyone was amazed at Su-Wen's appearance and showed an infatuated expression. Amid the discussions, Su-Wen and other shareholders on the board of directors had already taken the elevator to the top floor of the company. The top floor of the company is where shareholders meet and where the offices of the chairman and 2 vice chairmen are located. The next step naturally entered into the contract signing ceremony. 10 minutes later. After reading the contract, both parties signed it. From this moment on, Su-Wen officially became the real leader of the company, and Wang Tong completely resigned from his position. His shares in the company now only remain at 1%, making him an ordinary small shareholder. However, his personal net worth has increased several times, which is enough to make him into the top 10 of the Forbes rich list. After all, he sold so many shares. At this moment, a vice president came over, handed a document to Su-Wen, and said with a smile, "This is our company's information. It not only includes the general information of our company, but also includes other industries we have invested in. Please take a look." Su-Wen nodded, took the information and read it with interest. This sight shocked him secretly. He had heard from others before that Worcester had invested in many other industries, but he had never expected so many. Finance, live broadcast, film and television, games, real estate, catering, software, DD. God, almost everything that can be invested has been invested. Su-Wen looked further down and found that the market value of the company Worcester was as high as more than 1.5 trillion. That is not even including other companies we've invested in. The top 100 in the world are truly terrifying. Mr. Su, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Each shareholder has a capital account in the company, and after the company's dividends are distributed, they are transferred to the individual capital account. As the chairman, you naturally have your own account. This account is currently empty. Once dividends are distributed, you can use it or withdraw it at will. Another vice president of the company also spoke. Okay, I understand. Su-Wen suddenly realized. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while, and he exchanged mobile phone numbers with the 2 vice directors before saying goodbye to the directors of the company and leaving. After that, Su-Wen returned to school. Time flies and several days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, the school has once again been caught in an uproar. The news that Fang Xinyi teamed up with Li Xiao to frame Su-Wen spread throughout the school and attracted everyone's attention. In the school forum, the number of posts about Su-Wen, Li Xiao, and Fang Xinyi increased rapidly, with the number of clicks ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Damn, have you heard that Su-Wen actually beat up Li Xiao and sent him to the hospital? You just found out now? I knew it 2 days ago. This guy is crazy. He hits people without even looking at who his opponent is. How can he survive after hitting Li Xiao? That's what Master Li deserves. He actually teamed up with Fang Xinyi to deal with Su-Wen. This is pushing him into a desperate situation. That's right. Fang Xinyi is so shameless. She dumped Su-Wen and still didn't forget to make trouble for her. No wonder we haven't seen young Master Li in the past few days. It seems he is staying in the hospital. For a while, all kinds of posts and comments emerged in the forum. Li Xiao and Fang Xinyi's reputation plummeted. On the other hand, Su-Wen, who had previously caused a lot of jealousy because he was favored by the school beauty Xia, this time he actually attracted a lot of goodwill. After all, what Li Xiao and Fang Xinyi did this time was too bad and aroused public outrage. In the dormitory, Su-Wen looked at the various comments in the forum through the computer and smiled helplessly. Then, he looked at his roommates and said, "I say the same to you guys. I told you not to spread the news about Fang Xinyi and Li Xiao, but you went around telling everyone about it. Now everyone in the school knows about it." After this was said, the roommates were upset. What can't be said? Fang Xinyi and Li Xiao dared to do this, and they are afraid of what others will say. That's right. Fang Xinyi is an ungrateful person. She deserves the current situation. Let's speak out so that everyone can see her true face. When Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan, who were playing games, heard Su-Wen say this, they immediately put down the game and retorted. It turned out that the reason why the incident between Su Wen and Li Xiao and Fong Xinyi spread throughout the school was mainly because Su Wen told his brothers about the incident after returning to school. Brothers, can you still bear it after hearing this? Several people secretly discussed how to make this matter public in school so that everyone could see the true colors of Fong Xinyi and Li Xiao. So, they posted several messages on the school forum in succession, revealing everything Su Wen had said. Su Wen, Li Xiao, and a few others have been the subject of discussion among most people during this period. The emergence of such a hot topic naturally attracted the attention of many people. In addition, Mr. Li had indeed not come to school for the past 2 days, and when people said that he seemed to be in the hospital, everyone believed it all of a sudden. The direct consequence of this incident is that Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fong Xinyi is now like a rat crossing the street in school, and everyone is shouting and beating her. At this moment, listening to his roommate's explanations, Su Wen didn't say anything else. After all, he also knew that his brothers couldn't stand it anymore and were just helping him vent his anger. After a pause, he suddenly said, "How about I take you out for a drive tonight and then have a big dinner?" His brothers are so loyal, so he should give something in return. Fuck, is this true? The last time you said this was several days ago, and there has been no news since then. That's right, don't make us happy again. When they heard about the big dinner, several roommates were excited at first, but then immediately started complaining. Ever since the last time in the cafeteria, when Su Wen said he would take them to a big meal, he didn't take any action. Everyone thought he regretted it and was reluctant to do so, so they didn't force him. Don't worry, I'll definitely go there tonight if I say so. It's just a big meal. If you want to go, I'll take you there every day from now on. Su Wen smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Because of the matter between Fong Xinyi and Li Xiao these days, he indeed forgot about this matter, but he naturally couldn't forget it today. That's very loyal. When the brothers heard what Su Wen said, they were naturally very happy. At this time, Su Wen took out his mobile phone and sent a voice request to Xia directly on VX. But after a while, the voice was connected. Student Su? Xia Xinyao's pleasant voice was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. Yeah, it's me. I've made an appointment with my brothers to go out for dinner tonight. How about you come too? Su Wen smiled and said. We've known each other for such a long time, but I've never treated him to a meal. It's time to show some appreciation. However, just when Su Wen thought that classmate Xia was about to speak, the voices of 2 other girls suddenly came from the phone. Is that Su? You invited Xiaoyayo to dinner, and you brought your roommate along? Then can you bring us along? We want to go too. Yes, classmate Su, we all heard from Xiaoyao. She said that you are rich now. Can you take us with you? We also want to eat. The people who spoke were Xia Xinyao's 2 best friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu. Judging from their tone, they both seemed to be looking forward to it. Chapter 28 Being Despised. Of course, it's just 2 more people. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he smiled and said. He realized that this must be Xia's roommate or best friend. Really? Thank you, Su. When they heard that the other party actually agreed, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu were immediately excited. Who doesn't want to go for a big dinner? You too. On the other end of the phone, Xia looked at her 2 best friends and smiled helplessly. My 2 best friends are good in everything except food. As for Su Wen, after he hung up the phone, Chen Ming and others immediately came over. Fuck, what's going on? Are there other girls coming? Are they friends of school beauty Xia? The voice was very loud, so naturally everyone heard the conversation between Su Wen and Xia. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan were immediately excited when they heard that there were other girls coming besides school beauty Xia. Well, it should be. Do you 2 have any ideas? Su Wen looked at the 2 single brothers and couldn't help but teasing them. Hee, don't laugh at us. You are so successful now. You are rich and have a school beauty to accompany you. We are miserable. We are not as good looking as you, so we have to look for opportunities. That's right. I envy other people who are in love so much. This time, I must find a way to get out of being single. As Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan talked, they couldn't help but raise their hands, clenched their fists, and made a cheering gesture to show their lofty ambitions. He Wenfeng just smiled and didn't say anything because he already had a girlfriend. As a sports student, although he is not as handsome as Su Wen, he is also tall and sunny, so it is normal for girls to like him. Su Wen knew that he had a girlfriend, so he asked him to call his girlfriend as well. Since it's a dinner party, it should be lively. So a bunch of people got together. Night fell and soon it was evening. Because there were too many people, the Aston Martin had no room for everyone, so Suwon hailed 2 cars on Didi. He went to the parking lot and drove out the Aston Martin. When he drove the car to the school gate, classmates Xia and her best friends, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, He Wenfeng and his girlfriend had already been waiting at the school gate. Lao Su, where are we going to eat? Seeing Suwon coming, Chen Ming approached the car and asked. Let's go to Xianpingshuan Restaurant City. Suwon rolled down the car window and answered immediately. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Xianpingshuan Restaurant is the most expensive and luxurious restaurant in Shanghai. It is said that it costs at least several thousand per person to go there for a meal. Isn't it too expensive? He Wenfeng was shocked. Although Lao Su is very rich now, this is too exaggerated. There are at least 7 or 8 people here today. Wouldn't it cost tens of thousands just for a meal? Yeah, how about changing to something medium-sized? Zhu Yuan also considered it. Treating good brothers to a meal is giving them face, but they can't be so shameless as to eat at the most expensive restaurant. Knowing what his brothers were thinking, Suwon smiled calmly. It's okay. We finally have a big meal, so of course we have to eat the most luxurious one. If you don't go, you're not giving me face. In order to reduce everyone's psychological burden, Suwon said this deliberately. Besides, considering his current wealth and net worth, what does this little money mean to him? As he said that, he invited Xia to get in the car. At the same time, the 2 Didi cars that Suwon called also arrived at the school gate. Everyone got on the car and left the school. 2nd Ring Road, Demon City, Xianpingshuan Restaurant City. As the most famous and luxurious restaurant in Shanghai, it goes without saying that it is bustling and bustling. Soon, a luxurious and cool Aston Martin slowly stopped in front of the restaurant. Suwon, Xia Tongxue, Wang Xiuxiu, and Zhu Yuan got out of the car. At the same time, 2 Didi cars followed closely, and He Wenfeng, Chen Ming, and 2 other girls also got off the car. Then, everyone walked into the restaurant city together. The restaurant city is very large, with 10 floors. As soon as everyone entered, they discovered that the central hall of the building was actually a hollow cylindrical shape, and the environment was spacious and elegant. The white magnolia marble, the classical chandeliers, and the combination of classic Shanghai style and modern Italian style make everyone feel the ultimate luxury of this restaurant city. Hello, welcome. Excuse me, would you like to have Western or Chinese food? What price range would you like to choose? Not long after Suwon and others entered, a young woman in work clothes came over, looked at Suwon and others and said with a smile. Chinese food, what's the term for stalls? Suwon was puzzled. It's like this, our store is divided into 3 levels. The low-end price is 1,000 per person, and you can choose to eat on the 1st to 3rd floors. The mid-range price is 3,000 per person, and you can choose the 4th to 6th floors. The base price for high-end is 6,000 per person, and you can choose from the 7th to 9th floors. Different price range, different floor, different environment. The woman explained with a smile. Everyone clicked their tongues in their hearts when they heard this. After all, they knew that Xianpingshuan Restaurant was different from other restaurants. The table fee was the basic fee, and ordering dishes was charged separately. In this case, we have to say that the price is indeed outrageous. Lao Su, I think we should choose the 1,000 grade. It will be the same no matter where we eat it. Yeah, look at this environment, 1,000 grade is already very luxurious, it's good enough. Everyone suggested. After all, they came to eat, not to see the environment, and they didn't want Suwon to spend too much money. Poochie. You have the nerve to choose a 1,000 level seat? If you can't afford it, don't come. It's better to go to a restaurant to eat instead of choosing a 1,000 level seat at Xianpingshuan Restaurant. That's right. If you don't have money, why come to Xianpingshuan? You're just pretending to be rich. Suddenly, a young couple in beautiful clothes passed by Suwon and others. After hearing everyone's conversation, they couldn't help but show sneer on their faces. It's Mr. Zhou and Ms. Yu. You're here too. Please come in. At this moment, another waiter came over and spoke to the couple with a smile on his face and respect. It seems that this guy named Zhou Xiao is a frequent visitor here. Well, take us to the restaurant on the 7th floor. I don't want to see these poor guys pretending to be powerful again. It's bad luck. Zhou Xiao glanced at Suwon and the others and said jokingly. Okay, Mr. Joe and Mizu, please go in. I'll take you to the 7th floor right away. The waiter responded attentively and seemed to care about Mr. Joe very much. As he spoke, he led the two of them towards the elevator. Sir, what gear would you like to choose? If it's the 1000 gear, I can take it over right away. The woman standing next to Suwon asked, still smiling. Let's go to the 7th floor too. Suwon said calmly. Sir, the 7th floor is the highest grade, the minimum charge is 6,000 yuan per person. The woman was slightly stunned. She obviously did not expect that this group of customers who were just discussing choosing low-end consumption would suddenly choose the highest-end product and were too lazy to even choose the mid-range product. Yes, I know. It's the highest grade, so take us up there. Suwon said indifferently. He now has several companies, and his money will only increase. Why keep it and not spend it? He just wants to be a spendthrift, not a miser. Okay, everyone, this way please. Since the customer said so, the service staff naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately took everyone to the elevator and went up to the 7th floor. Chapter 29. Today's meal is delicious. A few minutes later, everyone went up to the 7th floor. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and felt different. Compared with the noisy scene on the 1st floor, although there are quite a few people here, it is relatively quiet and elegant. At first glance, it feels spacious and refreshing, very comfortable. The sofas from Ishalia and the dining table and chairs from Manati also reflect the style and ultimate luxury of this place. At the front of the restaurant, there are several professional music teachers playing the violin and soothing music, which makes people relax instantly. Damn, isn't this too extravagant? Yeah, it's just a meal, do you have to be so elaborate? No wonder the 7th floor and above are so expensive. The friends stared at the restaurant environment in amazement, not daring to blink. That's normal. If a restaurant with such high prices can't even do this, it can't be called the most high-end restaurant. On the contrary, classmate Xia didn't show much expression and spoke calmly. But it's not surprising. As the daughter of Huaxin Group, she must have seen many high-end places like this. While chatting and laughing, Suwon chose a dining table at the side. This location is very good and you can also see the view of the central hall. The dining table is large enough to seat 7 or 8 people. Everyone found a seat and sat down, and Suwon sat together with classmate Xia tacitly. Then the waiter brought 3 menus and distributed them. Fuck, Buddha jumps over the wall costs 900 yuan a pot? 1,500 yuan for a serving of boiled cabbage? 1250 for a bowl of bird's nest soup? Everyone looked at the scary prices on the menu and showed expressions of disbelief. It's just a dish, but it's so expensive. They're not here to eat, they're here to eat money. For a moment, everyone was too embarrassed to order. Order it. You're welcome. We're here to eat. Are you planning on saving me money? Suwon said with a smile. Then he picked up the menu and started ordering. I'll give you 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish can be regarded as one of the famous dishes in the country. It is not only delicious but also expensive. If it were in the past, Suwon would not even dare to think about ordering such dishes, but now he doesn't even blink an eye. 1 serving of bird's nest in clear soup. 8 abalones. For king crabs, please. 8 Boston lobsters. Then Suwon looked at the menu and started ordering without caring how expensive it was. He loves seafood the most, so he wanted to eat a lot this time. After all the operations, even the service staff next to him couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After all, just now, this group of people suggested that this gentleman eat on the 1st floor, so he is obviously not a particularly wealthy person. But now it seems that the other party doesn't seem to be short of money. Or is it really like what Mr. Joe said just now, that he is just trying to show off his wealth? The companions present saw Suwon ordering, so they stopped being polite and followed suit and ordered as well. After a minute, the dishes were almost ordered, and Suwon and others put down the menus. The waiter immediately took the menus and left. Not long after, the dishes began to be served. Buddha jumps over the wall, bird's nest, hot pot, lobster, king crab, etc., all kinds of dishes began to be served on the table. In a short while, the entire dining table was filled with various delicious foods. Then the waiter brought various drinks and everyone started drinking while eating. Time passed quickly and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The table was originally full of delicious food, but as everyone rushed to eat it all, only 1/10 of it was left. Belch. Chen Ming burped he was too full. The others also had satisfied looks on their faces, and I believe they had almost finished eating. It's better to be rich. I've never had such a delicious meal in my life. Zhu Yuan touched his belly and couldn't help sighing. Then you have to work hard to make money in the future, otherwise you will never be able to eat here again. Chen Ming teased. However, this is the truth. With this price plus the meal fee, who would dare to come if they don't have children at home? Today is really a blessing for classmate Tua Su, otherwise we wouldn't be able to enjoy this delicious meal. Yes, classmate Su, thank you so much for today. I will always remember your kindness. Wan Xiuxiu and Ji Yu looked at Su Wen, their eyes full of gratitude. The two swore that if classmate Su needed any help in the future, they would go through fire and water to help him without hesitation. Nothing. If you want to have a good meal in the future, just send me a message. We can all come together and you can choose the location. Su Wen smiled and said indifferently. Even he himself had to admit that today's meal was indeed delicious. Wouldn't he come here often in the future? Really? Classmate Su, no, brother Su. From now on you are my big brother, my dear big brother, whoa I am so touched. Ji Yu was crying and wanted to recognize his relatives. Su Wen smiled helplessly and shook his head. After finishing the meal, Su Wen looked at the time and thought it was time to rest, so he told everyone to get ready to leave. I say you guys are really awesome. You actually chose to eat on the 7th floor. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to pay? Ha, I said before that you were just pretending to be rich, now it seems that I was absolutely right. Just as everyone got up from their seats and followed the staff to the cashier counter, the couple who had entered the store before also happened to walk over and met Su Wen and his group. Hey waitress, don't you check the people you bring up? If they eat and don't have money to pay, won't you be at a big loss? The man said with a disdainful sneer. Who are you? I've been putting up with you for so long. We have no grudges against each other. Is there any need for you to keep mocking us? Zhu Yuan finally couldn't help it and said angrily. I was finally in a good mood today, but how come I ran into this kind of guy? As if they didn't expect the other party to talk back, the couple was stunned for a moment, and then the man sneered, it's poor people like you who affect my mood. Of course I have to say a few words. The woman also laughed and said, young Master Yang is a platinum member here, how can you, a bunch of country bumpkins, say irresponsible things about him? But it's not your fault. How would a poor fellow like you know what a platinum member is? As he spoke, the man took out a membership card from his wallet and handed it to the cashier. Hello, Mr. Yang, your table charge is 12,000 yuan, and the food and water consumption is 7,400 yuan, so the total consumption is 19,400 yuan. You are a platinum member customer, you can enjoy the 8.5 discount, you only need to pay 16490, and the balance on the card is 345,000 yuan. The cashier swiped the card as he spoke. At the same time, the couple showed contempt for Su Wen and others. After they paid the bill, the cashier started calculating the consumption of Su Wen's table. Hello, there are 8 people at your table. The table fee is 48,000 yuan, and the food and water consumption is 39,500 yuan, for a total consumption of 84,500 yuan. Sir, do you have a membership card? Asked the cashier. No, please get one for me. Su Wen said lightly. Then what level of membership card would you like to apply for? We have 3 levels of membership cards. The higher the level, the more benefits you get. One is a regular membership card, with a minimum top-up of 100,000 yuan, which offers a 9.5% discount. For a premium membership card, with a minimum top-up of 300,000 yuan, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Supreme membership card, with a minimum top-up of 1 million yuan, can enjoy a 15% discount. The camper said slowly. Then please get me a Supreme membership card. Su Wen answered without thinking. Chapter 30 Meeting the Tang family again. What did you say, recharge 1 million? As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the couple was stunned. They obviously didn't expect that this young man would be so generous. Can you come up with so much money? The woman opposite asked with a look of disbelief. Not to mention them, even the female staff member who had been serving Su Wen and others showed a very surprised expression. She originally thought that when the young man first entered the restaurant, he was embarrassed by what the couple said, so he deliberately chose a high-end seat to save face. I didn't expect that the other party would ask for a top-up of 1 million now. For truly wealthy people, 1 million is nothing at all, but for ordinary people it is not a small sum. Can this young man come up with it? It's just a small amount of money, Soo-won said with a calm expression and a nonchalant look. Then he took out a CCB card from his wallet and handed it to the cashier, saying, "Swipe the card." "Yes, sir." The cashier did not dare to delay and immediately took out an exquisite white membership card, then swiped the CCB card to recharge. Sure enough, the recharge was successful in just a few moments, and 1 million had been deposited into the account. "Hello, sir, the recharge has been successful. From now on, you are the most distinguished top member of our restaurant city. You just spent a total of 84,500 yuan. Based on the 15% discount, I will only charge you 71,825 yuan, leaving a balance of 928,175 yuan. Please keep it safe." After the cashier recharged the card, he used the platinum card to pay for this transaction. Then he respectfully handed the bank card and platinum membership card to Soo-won. Soo-won said him and accepted the two cards. Looking at the platinum card, he couldn't help but sigh. Don't be fooled by the fact that this platinum card still has a balance of over 900,000 yuan, which seems like a lot of money. In fact, it is not worth it at all. If you eat like this, you will spend tens of thousands of dollars each time, but you can only spend it a few times in total. Even if he comes once a month, there will probably be little money left in the card after a year. By the way, sir, please wait a moment. You have topped up your membership card with 1 million yuan. Our manager will come over with a gift, the cashier said again. At the same time, she quickly picked up her phone and sent a message to her manager, asking him to come over quickly. Any gifts? Soo-won was surprised and then nodded. If someone gives you something as a gift, you should definitely give it up. Naturally, he won't refuse it. At this moment, the couple who were so proud just now and the staff standing next to Soo-won were stunned. They didn't expect that this young man actually had 1 million. 1 million is not too much, but not too little either. Although it cannot be proved that Soo-won is a truly rich man, at least he is not the poor guy that the couple said he was. Well, you see, you're not the only one with money. Who do you look down on? Zhu Yuan looked at the couple and was finally able to refute. Tisk, it's only 1 million. My boyfriend can take whatever he wants. What's that? The woman opposite still remained stubborn. While everyone was arguing, the restaurant manager was walking towards them not far away, apparently having received the message from the cashier. However, he was not the only one walking over, there was a group of people following him. This group of people were well dressed and had extraordinary temperaments. Even the manager accompanied them respectfully. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Shouting, "Who did you say recharged 1 million just now?" The manager came over and looked at the cashier and asked immediately. However, before he could finish his words, the group of people standing next to him looked at Soo-won in surprise. "Boss Soo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to Zion Pingchuan for dinner as well." Yes, it seems that our Tang family and Mr. Soo are really destined to be together. Several people immediately showed a flattering look on their faces. "It's you guys. What a coincidence." Soo-won looked at the people opposite him and was also slightly surprised, but he still spoke without showing any expression on his face. The people in front of him were none other than Soo-won's neighbors in the Haiyun Bay Villa area, the Tang family he met when he first went to Haiyun Bay. Not only Tang Ji-dong, but also the old lady of the Tang family and the young lady of the Tang family who was holding the child were here. The people who spoke just now were Tang Ji-dong and the old lady of the Tang family. Why, you know each other? The manager couldn't help but wonder when he saw that the distinguished customer he was serving was chatting with this young man. Of course I know him. Don't look at Mr. Soo's young age. He is the chairman of the Hills Hotel and also my neighbor in the Haiyun Bay Villa district. In a word, we are right next door. Tang Ji-dong laughed and explained generously. If you don't know, you would think they are very familiar with each other. After these words were spoken, everyone except Soo-won and his companions looked at Soo-won in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. Fuck, is this true? Mr. Tang, please don't joke with me. The restaurant manager asked in disbelief. Hills is a nationally famous hotel chain with a market value of tens of billions. Although their restaurant city is also very famous in Shanghai, it is nothing compared to Hills. Manager Shin, we have known each other for a long time. Do I, Tang, look like someone who often lies to others? Tang Ji-dong said dissatisfiedly. The manager was stunned. Yes. Who is Tang Jidong? He is the CEO of Brilliant Technology Company. Why would you lie to him? For a moment, the manager looked at Su Wen with respect in his eyes. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, Mr. Su, I guess you just recharged 1 million and became a platinum member, right? The manager asked respectfully. Well, the cashier said there seemed to be some gifts for recharging 1 million, so I'm waiting here. Su Wen nodded and spoke slowly. Yes, there is a gift. I will get it for you now. The manager reacted immediately and ran to get the gift, fearing that he would waste the other party's time. The conversation between them was naturally heard clearly by the couple and the staff nearby. Looking at it again now, the expressions on their faces are even more exciting than when Su Wen just spent 1 million. Especially the couple, they were all confused. It seemed that they could never imagine that this young man had such a background. The chairman of the Hills Hotel, what kind of person is he and how rich is he? They just laughed at others for not being able to afford a good meal. Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly felt very embarrassed and left in shame. They were originally the ones who were enjoying the show, but now they are the most embarrassed people. The female staff member was equally shocked. It was a pity that she had thought that the other party was an ordinary person and chose a high-end seat just to save face. But he is the chairman of Hills Hotel and his net worth is estimated to be tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Would he care about this little money? This time, she was really blind. Boss Su, I didn't expect to see you here today. I have a request. Would you be so kind as to agree to it? Just as everyone was shocked, suddenly, Tang Jidong looked at Su Wen and spoke again. The tone was cautious, with an air of trying to get close to him. What's the matter? Seeing the other party hesitant to speak, Su Wen was puzzled. It's like this, our company is planning to hold a party at the Hills Hotel. I wonder if Director Su is interested and has time to attend? Tang Jidong didn't dare to keep the question in suspense and asked directly. Chapter 31 Fong Sini's Verdict. Banquet? Su Wen frowned, and his first reaction was that he was too lazy to go. Yes, our Brilliant Technology Company has recently developed a new product, so the company is planning to hold a celebration party. Tang Jidong explained. In fact, even if you didn't meet us today, I was going to call you and invite you to attend. Tang Jidong continued, his tone full of flattery. But he wasn't lying. Inviting Su Wen to attend his company's banquet was a plan he had thought of from the beginning, but he just hadn't had time to make the call. Yes, Mr. Su, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. You are our neighbor, and we sincerely hope that you can attend this banquet. The usually serious old lady of the Tang family actually agreed with a smile, no longer showing her previous airs. Su Wen nodded, understanding what they meant. This was because of the unpleasantness that occurred in Haiyun Bay last time, and the other party intended to use this banquet to ease their relationship. That's when the system came along. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task: accept the Tang family's invitation and attend the celebration banquet held by Brilliant Technology Company. Mission reward: Lamborghini Veneno, worth 45 million yuan. Koenigsegg Genera, valued at 23.88 million yuan. Lotus Aviga, valued at 19.88 million yuan. Is there a mission? Su Wen's eyes lit up. To be honest, Su Wen didn't want to attend this banquet at first. But if there is a mission, that's another matter. These 3 cars are all top-notch supercars worth tens of millions. One of them is even as good as Aston Martin 177. Don't miss it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Su Wen was about to agree when the system spoke again. Side mission: invite Xia to be your female companion and attend the celebration banquet together. Mission reward: gain a heavenly voice and world-class singing skills. Su Wen. Damn, what the hell? What kind of reward is this? Last time it was cooking skills, this time it was singing skills. Cooking skills are at least useful in daily life, but what use are singing skills? Singing is also a way to enrich myself. The system comforted Su Wen. Su Wen was speechless. Okay, accept the task. No matter what, the system has given us a reward, so we can't refuse it, right? As for inviting classmate Xia, given his current relationship with the other party, there shouldn't be any problem. Thinking about it, Su Wen suddenly looked up at Tang Jidong and said, since President Tang has invited me, I will respectfully obey your order. When will the celebration banquet be held? This Saturday, at 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Jidong was stunned at first, then he said happily. Originally, he didn't hold out much hope when he invited Mr. Su to the celebration banquet. After all, the last incident was so unpleasant. Who wouldn't he be annoyed when encountering this? But he never expected that Mr. Su actually accepted his invitation this time, which shows how surprised he was. Of course, the old lady of the Tang family was also surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect that the invitation to Mr. Su would go so smoothly. Mr. Su, thank you so much, you were so kind to me. Our company is holding a celebration banquet this time. Your participation will surely make our humble home more glorious. Tang Jidong said with a smile, his tone very excited. However, he did not tell a lie. Think about it, Brilliant Technology Company held a celebration party at the Hills Hotel, and even the chairman of the Hills Hotel came to attend in person. Is there anything more prestigious than this? Just as the Tang family was rejoicing, the restaurant manager not far away was already hurriedly walking towards them with his hands full of gifts. These gifts are beautifully packaged, some contain milk, some contain chocolate, and some contain fine wine. Mr. Su, this is a small token of our hospitality city's appreciation. Please accept these gifts. The manager handed the gift to Su respectfully and said with a smile on his face. In fact, under normal circumstances, even if you are a platinum member who has recharged 1 million, it is impossible to get so many gifts. However, the identity of the person today is not simple. Even Mr. Tang is on good terms with him. Naturally, the manager also wants to be on good terms with him, so he took a little more gifts. And if you look closely, you will find that these milk chocolates and other things are high-end products. Especially those 2 bottles of Wulianye, which probably cost several thousand yuan each. Well, thank you, there are quite a lot of things. Looking at the gift in the other person's hand, Suwon was slightly surprised. He thanked the other person and prepared to take the gift. Shen Ming and Zhu Yuan on the side were very smart. They took the thing for Suwon first and shared the weight so that he wouldn't be unable to carry it. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words before Suwon led his friends away from Xianpingchuan Restaurant City. After leaving the restaurant city, Suwon looked at the time. It was a little after 8 o'clock, so it was still early. Then he hailed 2 DD cars and took his friends to other bustling areas for some fun. We bought a lot of snacks and played until 11 o'clock, then we set off to go back to school. Time passed quickly and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, he received a call from lawyer Wang, saying that the trial for the lawsuit against Feng Sini would begin today. In response to this, Suwon naturally responded positively and had no objections. So he skipped class today and drove his Aston Martin to court. Since the case was simple, no review was required and the result was announced directly after the trial began. In the end, the court ruled that Feng Sini should compensate Suwon for mental damages of 20,000 yuan, and Zhao Qian should compensate Suwon for mental damages of 10,000 yuan. Both of them were sentenced to 30 days detention. Suwon was quite satisfied with this result. It seems that the 2 lawyers invited by Vice President Zhang are really capable. Lawyer Wang, Lawyer Zhang, today is all thanks to you too. After leaving the court, Suwon looked at the 2 lawyers and thanked them sincerely. This time, the 2 women were given a little punishment, letting them taste the consequences of their own actions. No, it's our honor to serve Mr. Su. The 2 did not dare to neglect and immediately responded with a smile. Well, now that we are done, I would like to invite you 2 to have a cup of tea. Are you interested? Suwon suddenly said. Boss Su invited us, how dare we refuse? When the 2 heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy. Mr. Su is of such a high status that he can invite them for tea. How could they be unwilling? However, Suwon thought that this place was not far from the Xianha tea house, only a few miles away, so it was a good opportunity to have a cup of tea and then pay them their wages. As they spoke, they headed towards the parking lot. Guanyuan Street, Crane Tea House. Xianha Tea House is a famous place with a long history and is well known in Shanghai. Although it is very different from the modern style of Shanghai, it is deeply loved by people because of its antique flavor and atmosphere. Every day there is an endless stream of people coming to the tea house to drink tea. At this time, a luxurious and cool Aston Martin slowly drove over here and stopped in front of the tea house. At the same time, 2 other cars came over. Then Suwon got out of the car, followed by Lawyer Wang and Lawyer Zhang, and then they walked into the tea house together. However, Suwon didn't know that Xia Chengdong, Xiao's father, was also in the tea house at this moment. Chapter 32, Emergency. Welcome. As soon as they walked in, the waiter came over with a smile. Which floor would you like, private room or lobby? The waiter continued, seemingly not knowing Su Wen. But it's not surprising. Although the tea house has a new owner, all the staff know about it. But no one knows what the new boss looks like, so it is normal that no one recognizes him at this moment. The third floor. It's quieter upstairs. As for the private room, forget it. It doesn't have that atmosphere. Su Wen responded. By the way, call your manager over later. I have something to discuss with him. He suddenly said again. Manager? The waiter was slightly stunned, with a hint of confusion on his pretty face, not understanding why the other party would make such a request. Sorry, our manager is accompanying an important guest today, so. The waiter hesitated to speak. It's okay, just tell him that a young man named Su Wen is looking for him, and he'll understand. Su Wen said with a calm smile. The waiter was confused for a moment. Why did this name sound so familiar? Then she glared at Su Wen and said in disbelief, You are the boss? Su Wen nodded in response. Hello, boss. The manager is upstairs. I'll take you to the third floor and then go find the manager. The waiter immediately perked up and bowed respectfully to Su Wen. Then he led Su Wen and others upstairs. When everyone arrived at the third floor and Su Wen and his friends had chosen their seats, the waiter happily went to the fifth floor. The two lawyers who had been following Su Wen were already shocked. I can't believe that you, Mr. Su, are the owner of this tea house. Yes. I thought you were just the chairman of the Hills Hotel, but I never thought that this tea house was also yours. It's incredible. The two spoke slowly, even wondering if they were dreaming. You know, whether it is Hills Hotel or Xianhe Tea House, they are both relatively famous places in Shanghai. Who would have thought that the boss of these two companies is the same person? Ha, it's nothing, just a small company, not worth mentioning. Facing the shock of the two, Su Wen looked indifferent. The two lawyers were speechless. Not to mention the Hills Hotel, even this Crane Tea House is estimated to be worth more than 1 billion, right? Is this a small company? Mr. Su seems to have some misunderstanding about small companies. As they were talking, the waiter came over with the manager. After all, he is the manager, and he had met Su Wen before he took over the tea house. Seeing that it was indeed the boss, he immediately put on a smiling face and said, Boss, look at you, you came without even saying hello, so that I could pick you up in advance. No, I just came here to have some tea. The reason I asked you to come here is to have you pack 2 boxes of the best tea in our store. I can use it. Su Wen said directly. Ha, it's just a small matter. As he said that, the manager immediately turned to look at the waiter and said, Go to the tea cabinet in the backstage and pack 2 boxes of the best tea guanyin. Yes, manager. The waiter did not dare to delay and immediately went backstage. After a while, he came over with 2 large boxes of beautifully packaged tea and handed them to Su Wen. Su Wen took the tea leaves and placed them directly in front of the 2 lawyers. Thank you for your hard work today. I will give you these 2 boxes of tea leaves as a small token of my appreciation. This? How can this be so embarrassing? The 2 lawyers looked at each other, flattered. Nothing, just some tea leaves. Su Wen said calmly. Then he looked at the manager and said, I just heard from the waiter that you were accompanying a big client. Please go over. I'm fine now. Boss, you're joking. No matter how important a customer is, they are not as important as you. Besides, when I left just now, those rich young men had almost finished drinking. They will probably leave soon, so there is no need for me to accompany them. The manager said with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, another waiter ran down from upstairs in a hurry, came to the manager, and said breathlessly, Oh no, manager, those guys upstairs had a conflict with other customers. What? The manager was stunned and then shocked. What's going on? Su Wen couldn't help but ask with a frown. It was Master Zhang and his gang. They had just finished their tea and were about to go downstairs, but were accidentally bumped into by someone. They then demanded that the other party kneel down and apologize, otherwise they would not be allowed to leave. The waiter said again. This is really bad. These young masters have bad tempers to begin with. Isn't it courting death to provoke them? The manager looked anxious. Who are they? Are they that powerful? Seeing the manager's horrified expression, Su Wen was ashamed. Was this guy exaggerating a little? Boss, you don't know that these young masters are from very important families. they are all sons of wealthy noble families. Especially the one called Master Zhang, he is the eldest son of Feiqi Group. The chairman of Feiqi Group, Mr. Zhang's father, knows a lot of big brothers in the underworld and is very powerful. Therefore, even our previous boss was very respectful when he met Mr. Zhang. The manager quickly explained. After hearing this, Su Wen was not frightened, but the two lawyers sitting opposite him were slightly startled. Who doesn't know Feiqi Group? That is a well-known large enterprise in Shanghai, ranked more than 100th in the country and among the top 500 in the world. In addition, Zhang's father has connections in society. Even in the Magic City, he is considered a local overlord. Who dares to provoke him? Boss, please stay here and continue drinking tea. I'll go upstairs to see what's going on. Maybe we can sort things out by talking to them. The manager said quickly. No, I'll go up and take a look too. Now that I'm here as the boss, I can't just ignore what happened in the store, right? Having said that, Su Wen stood up. He talked to his two lawyer friends for a few words, paid them the fee through VX, and then followed the manager upstairs. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor. This place should be quieter than the floors below, but the atmosphere at this moment seems unusually heavy. Say it again, kneel down and admit your mistake, or you can't leave today. In the teahouse hall, several young people in gorgeous clothes were blocking two middle-aged men with arrogant attitudes. The person who spoke was the Mr. Zhang that the manager had mentioned earlier. At this moment, he looked so arrogant, and it seemed that he was just as the manager said, very difficult to mess with. Ha, you've provoked young Master Zhang. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive even if you have several lives. Now kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Maybe you can still have a chance to survive. That's right. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Uncle, why do you have to think so hard? Suddenly, several of Mr. Zhang's friends also started talking and laughing. It seemed like what they said was for the other person's own good, but no matter how you listened to it, it seemed to be full of sarcasm and anticipation. And the two uncles in front of them, who could one of them be if not Xia Chengdong, the father of classmate Xia? Chapter 33 Confrontation. You guys are being unreasonable. It was clearly Master Zhang who bumped into us, but how come we bumped into him? Besides, even if we hit him, we apologized just now. Why do we have to hold on to him so persistently and aggressively? Faced with the arrogant attitude of several young people, one of the middle-aged men finally couldn't help it. His face turned angry and he couldn't help but scold. Oh, you don't have to do that. Xia Chengdong waved his hand to stop him. Then, he looked at Master Zhang across from him and said with a smile, Young man, forgive others when you can. I did bump into you accidentally just now, but I have already apologized to you. If you feel that my apology is not sincere enough, then I would like to apologize to you again at this moment. Please forgive me. Xia Chengdong spoke slowly and sincerely. It's not that he is afraid of the other party. As the chairman of Huaxing Group, what kind of storms has he not seen? But he was no longer at the age of being competitive, so if taking a step back could solve the problem, he would do so. But people are just like that sometimes. The weaker you appear, the more others will think you are easy to bully, let alone someone like Master Zhang. I've told you before, just apologizing is useless. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to me today, don't even think about leaving this tea house. Master Zhang sneered, his tone leaving no room for bargaining. Ha, you better kowtow quickly, otherwise Master Zhang will get angry and it will be too late to regret it. That's right. Do you know who this young Master Zhang is? He is the eldest son of Feiqi Group and the son of Zhang Yaohui. If you offend him, do you still want to be safe? Several young men sneered, looking smug. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to see the other person kneel down. Xia Chengdong and his friend paused slightly, and looked at each other, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Feiqi Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies, is a well-known large enterprise. And Zhang Yaohui of Feiqi Group is indeed considered a big shot in Shanghai. It turns out that this young Master Zhang is his son. No wonder he is so arrogant and fearless. Xia Chengdong's friends couldn't help but frown. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a rich father. Do you know who this Mr. Xia is? No matter who you are, you have offended young Master Zhang, and you still want to be safe and sound? The middle-aged man was interrupted by the other party just when he was halfway through his words. They were used to being arrogant and domineering, and had long lost their fear. In the Magic City, they are the gods. just when the atmosphere became extremely depressing and it seemed that a conflict was about to break out at any moment. Finally, the teahouse manager took Su-Wen to the 5th floor and came in front of Master Zhang and others. Mr. Zhang, why are you guys still arguing after I left? What happened? The manager asked tremblingly as soon as he came up, fearing that he would offend the owner who was already angry. Su-Wen's reaction was very quick. He immediately sent a waiter to the monitoring room and asked her to record the video from the 5th floor to see what happened. It's Manager Fu. You have nothing to do here. Don't worry about it. Seeing that it was the manager who came, before Mr. Zhang could say anything, several of his friends spoke first and sent the manager away. After all, he was just a small manager, and they didn't take him seriously at all. The manager was speechless for a moment, too frightened to speak. There's no way, these young people are not easy to deal with. They told him not to interfere, so how could a small manager like him dare to say anything? However, he didn't care. Su-Wen would not indulge the other party. He frowned, looked at Master Zhang and the others and asked, "What's going on? Can you explain it clearly? Can't something be solved properly?" These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who are you to dare to act so presumptuously in front of us? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a young man stood up, looked at Su-Wen with a cold and arrogant face, and said with a disdainful tone, Don't be angry, let me introduce you. This is Boss Su. He acquired our Xianhe tea house a while ago, so he is now the new owner of our tea house. The manager quickly explained, fearing that a conflict might arise between the boss and Mr. Zhang. By then, their tea house will be in big trouble. When they heard that the tea house had changed its owner, the young people were surprised. After they realized what was happening, they looked at Su-Wen and couldn't help but smile playfully. So you're the new owner of the tea house. No wonder you're so tough. But it's a pity that you're nothing in our eyes. Another young man said disdainfully. He continued, You, the new boss, are incompetent. You dare to go against us. As a punishment, we have to set some rules for you. From now on, whenever we come, no matter if you, the new boss, are in the tea house or not, you have to rush over to serve us immediately, otherwise don't blame us for smashing your tea house, ha ha ha. As he said this, the young man actually burst into laughter. At the same time, his companions also started laughing, and their attitude was nothing short of arrogant. Not to mention Su-Wen, even the customers around felt that these words were too much. The most shocked person at the scene was of course Xia Changdong, Xia's father. It was not because of the excessive words said by that group of young people, but because of the appearance of Su-Wen. He didn't expect that he would meet his daughter's classmate here, the man who asked his daughter to send him milk tea every day. For a moment, I was unable to react. The most important thing is that the young chairman of Hills Hotel was standing in the lobby of the tea house and was called the owner of the tea house. What was going on? Just as he was surprised, the waiter who went to the monitoring room finally came over and handed the phone to Su-Wen. Boss, I have already taken the video you requested. Su-Wen nodded, took the phone, opened the video, and watched what had just happened on the 5th floor. He discovered that what Mr. Zhang called being hit was just a slight bruise between the two people passing by each other. At this level, if they had been more distracted or made a phone call, they probably wouldn't have noticed that they were rubbing against someone, let alone the question of responsibility or not. One party would have knelt down and apologized to the other. Seeing this, Su-Wen was 100% sure that this Mr. Zhang was just trying to take advantage of the situation and deliberately make trouble for others. Then, he didn't care what those people thought and immediately showed the video to everyone. Mr. Zhang, right? Look at what happened just now. If you think that asking someone to kneel down and apologize at this level is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? He continued, I don't care how you treat others outside, and I don't care, but in this tea house you should behave yourself and don't do anything crooked. Su-Wen looked coldly at the young men in front of him, with no intention of giving them any face. This statement not only shocked Mr. Zhang and others, but even the manager was stunned. The manager looked at Su-Wen in disbelief, his head was buzzing at this moment. Oh my god! What was his boss doing just now? He actually challenged Master Zhang publicly. I had introduced Mr. Zhang's background before, and the boss knew about it. How dare he do that? Who the hell are you? How dare you act wild in front of us? We have lived in the Magic City for so many years, but this is the first time we have seen someone as arrogant as you. You are just a small tea house owner. Why are you so arrogant in front of us? I'll destroy your store today, do you believe it? As expected, several young people exploded instantly. They looked at Suwon fiercely, their eyes filled with anger, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Chapter 34 Conflict Escalates. Don't look at me like that. I wasn't brought up to be scared. I'm already giving you face by not kicking you out. But if you don't listen to my advice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suwon continued, not stopping until his words shocked the world. Based on what I learned from the manager just now, as well as the performance of the other party at this moment, it is wishful thinking to want to reason with the other party calmly. It would be better to be straightforward. Boss, you. The manager was shocked. I have absolutely no idea what's wrong with this new boss. Isn't he just a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? Doesn't he know what Feichi Group is and who Zhang Yaohui is? How dare you speak to Master Zhang like that? Even Xia Chengdong and others were shocked by Su Wen. They didn't expect that he had such courage. Su Wen's words were like a spark, completely igniting the fuse that was about to explode. Master Zhang's face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in his heart also reached its peak. He looked at his friends and said, "Beat this ignorant brat to death until he surrenders. Then smash the store for me. If anything goes wrong, I, Zhang Tianhao, will be responsible." Master Zhang said viciously. His friends were already filled with anger, and after hearing what Master Zhang said, how could they hold back? Immediately, they picked up chairs and rushed towards Su Wen, apparently intending to kill him. If this happened to an ordinary person, wouldn't his head be exploded? Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this situation, Xia Chengdong and others naturally could not stand idly by. Besides, it was because of them that this young man named Su Wen had a conflict with the other party, so how could they just leave it alone? So he and his friends stepped forward to stop the conflict. However, Su Wen was very fast, and before they could react, he had already started fighting with the group of young people. He took the lead and kicked one of them. Ah! A scream. After just one encounter, the man flew out like a parabola and was knocked out instantly. However, several other people also swung their chairs and smashed them at Su Wen. How could Su Wen be easily bound? He dodged with his agile body and struck when he found the right opportunity, plus he was very strong. In just a few rounds, several of them were quickly knocked down. After all, it was his own tea house. Although he had the money to repair it, he would not destroy it if possible and would solve the problem quickly if possible. The last person had no chance to make a move before Xia Chengdong and others suddenly appeared behind him, snatched his chair and subdued him. But they were not as ruthless as Su Wen. All they did was just hold the person down. At this moment, when you look at the whole scene again, among the few young people who were extremely active just now, only Master Zhang was still standing in the lobby on the 5th floor. Others were either knocked to the ground with wounds or subdued. The boss beat them up. He actually beat up Mr. Zhang's friend? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Fuck, has the two sides declared war? With Master Zhang's family background, won't he eat the boss alive? The manager and the waiters were completely stunned and dumbfounded. If before this, the two sides were just having a verbal dispute, then at this moment they can be considered real enemies. How stupid must one be to choose to be Mr. Zhang's enemy? However, before they could recover from their shock, Su Wen spoke again. I told you to talk it over nicely. Since you won't listen, you can't blame me. Now that you've seen the situation, what do you think? Do you want to get out of here on your own, or do you want someone to ask you to get out? Su Wen looked at Master Zhang, who was standing not far away, with a calm expression and a calm warning. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Master Zhang burst into laughter. He looked at Su Wen with a sullen face. Not only was he not afraid, but he said coldly, "Okay, very good, you beat my friend and still dare to be so arrogant. Today I will let you know the consequences of angering me." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and shook it. "When you beat my brother, I called Uncle 9. I believe he has brought people here now. I want to see how you can still be tough later." Zhang Haotian said this proudly, his tone filled with arrogance. When these words were spoken, the manager beside him was so frightened that his legs went weak. Master Zhang invited Uncle Jiu. He actually invited Uncle Jiu? Who is Uncle Jiu? He is the most famous gangster in Shanghai. He is extremely ruthless, and it is said that he has hundreds of thugs. To offend him is tantamount to seeking death. Boss. No, it's not good. The Uncle 9 he mentioned is a gangster big brother. He is definitely a top figure in the Magic City and is vicious and cruel. If he comes, our tea house will be in trouble. Maybe you will be in trouble too. What should we do? The manager looked at Su Wen and asked anxiously. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. Compared to him, Su Wen was not panicked at all. Don't worry about the Zhang family's affairs. This matter was caused by us. Just leave it to us to handle it from now on. At this moment, a voice was heard, and it was Xia Chengdong and his friend who came over. Seeing that the situation had temporarily stopped, they released the young man. As he spoke, he patted Su Wen on the shoulder and said, "Thank you so much, young man. It would have been difficult to handle the situation without you." Xia Chengdong looked at the man his daughter liked and said sincerely. Because the incident happened suddenly, he did not look at Su Wen carefully. When I look at it again at this moment, my eyes can't help but light up. This guy is not only handsome, but also tall. The most important thing is that people have a strong sense of responsibility. It's rare that someone dares to seek justice for other customers in front of Mr. Zhang. Su Wen had no idea what the other person was thinking, let alone that the person in front of him was Xia's father. Seeing that the other party wanted to take responsibility, he smiled calmly and said, "It's okay, I can handle Mr. Zhang's affairs, you don't have to worry." However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Xia Chengdong waved his hand and said, "I can't let a young man like you take on everything." Xia Chengdong laughed and seemed full of confidence. Listening to the two of them talking back and forth, as if they didn't take Uncle Joe seriously at all, the tea house manager suddenly felt overwhelmed and anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. "Boss, and this gentleman, you must not be careless. This Uncle Nine is not someone you can easily mess with. Don't underestimate this man. As long as you are in the underworld, everyone knows him. Even big shots like Zhang Yao, we have to give him some face. If he came today, the consequences would be disastrous." The manager said anxiously, his tone starting to become a little incoherent. Chapter 35 Uncle Joe's Shock. One or two of them don't know how to live or die. Very good, I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn. Zhang Haotian looked at Su Wen and the others with a sneer, as if he had already seen them kneeling down and begging for mercy. However, at this moment, Su Wen's words made him completely unable to hold back. "Mr. Zhang, right? I don't care who you are, you have to follow the rules when you come to my store. If you are a guest, then I will give you a warm welcome. But if you are an enemy, then don't blame me for being rude. Aren't you waiting for that Uncle Nine? Please wait outside and don't block my business here." Su Wen's tone was calm, but unquestionable. "You?" Zhang Haotian was speechless for a moment and almost got his mouth twisted with anger. He, who had always been strong, actually felt for the first time what it meant to be aggressive. "Didn't you understand? I told you to get out right now, or don't blame me for sending you out." Seeing that the other party was still standing there in a daze, Su Wen's face turned cold. He raised his feet and walked towards Zhang Haotian step by step. It seemed that he was not just trying to bluff. What are you going to do?" Mr. Sang's friends began to get nervous. "Why, you dare to touch me? I am the eldest son of Feiqi Group. Are you really not afraid of retaliation?" Zhang Haotian's heart also skipped a beat and he became a little panicked. "Okay, let's go. Just wait, you will cry soon." Finally, Zhang Haotian compromised. There was no way, the situation was really not favorable for him at the moment. After giving Su Wen a vicious look, Master Zhang and his friend left the 5th floor in full view of everyone. As for those lying on the ground, after hearing Su Wen's words, they were all frightened and trembling with fear. They all seemed to be energized by chicken blood, endured the pain, and ran away crawling. Seeing Master Zhang and his friends leaving in a hurry, the manager and the waiters were all stunned. They couldn't believe that Master Zhang, who had always been so arrogant and complacent, would have such an embarrassing day. Then, panic appeared on their faces again. There was even a moment when I thought about quitting my job. Who is Mr. Zhang? He is the eldest son of the group. Now Mr. Zhang's friend was beaten up and they were kicked out of the tea house. Can he swallow this? Can this tea house be saved? 10 minutes later. Guan Yuan Street is bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, a row of black luxury cars drove over from a distance, immediately attracting the attention of many passers-by. Then, I saw these black cars stopped in front of the tea house one after another, and immediately 20 or 30 men in suits got out of the cars. The person who came out of the lead car was a man wearing sunglasses. This person gives people a chilling temperament, and it is obvious at first glance that he is not someone who was easy to mess with. Just as this brother got off the car, he saw Master Zhang and others standing at the door. "Uncle Jiu, you are finally here." Master Zhang and the others naturally also saw each other, and his originally extremely gloomy face finally showed joy. "Master Zhang, what's going on?" The man looked at Master Zhang, then at the group of half-dead friends beside him, and asked in surprise. "It was the owner of this tea house. They beat up my friend and kicked me out." Speaking of this, Zhang Haotian's face became gloomy again, and his distorted face also expressed how much he hated Su Wen at this moment. Jin Jiu's face couldn't help but darken, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "Don't worry, Master Zhang. From today on, this tea house will no longer exist. I will let him know the consequences of offending you." Jin Jiu smiled sinisterly, a smile that even his subordinates were afraid of. As he said that, he led a large group of people and Master Zhang into the tea house in a mighty procession. Such a big scene. Whether it was the people passing by outside or the customers in the tea house, they all noticed it at the first moment. Suddenly, everyone became curious and felt that it was impressive. "Master Zhang, have you finally brought the person here?" Su Wen and Xia Chengdong knew that Master Zhang would bring people with him, and they had been waiting for a long time. Su Wen looked at so many people, but his expression was not panicked at all. "I told you that today I will make you pay the price." As soon as Zhang Haotian saw Su Wen, he couldn't stop the anger in his eyes. He turned to look at Jin Jiu and said, "Uncle Jiu, it's this kid. He was very arrogant today. It's up to you from now on." As he spoke, arrogance and complacency appeared on his face again. He would make the other party pay back 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered today. However, Zhang Haotian didn't seem to notice that Jin Jiu, who was so stylish just now looked at the other party with a look of surprise. "Xia! Director Xia, why are you here?" As Jin Jiu spoke, he took off his sunglasses, as if he saw an old acquaintance. "Ha, it's Lao Jiu. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you've become more and more impressive." Xia Chengdong smiled and spoke as if he were an old acquaintance, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. No, I'm just trying to make a living. How can I compare with you, Mr. Xia?" Jin Jiu waved his hand and said modestly. After the comparison, not to mention the people around him, even Su Wen couldn't help but feel surprised. "Uncle Jiu, you." Zhang Haotian was also confused. He looked at Uncle Nine in disbelief. I don't understand why Uncle Jiu, who is always vicious and cruel, shrinks back when he sees the middle-aged man opposite him, as if he sees his grandfather. "Ha, Master Zhang, you may not know. The man in front of me is Xia Chengdong, the chairman of the Magic City Huaxin Group. He is one of the most powerful men in the business world." Jin Jiu smiled awkwardly and quickly explained. "What?" This sentence, like a huge wave, hit Zhang Haotian's heart. He looked at Xia Chengdong opposite him, his eyes full of shock. "Is this middle-aged man the chairman of Huaxin Group? How is this possible?" Not only him, Su Wen was also shocked. He looked at Mr. Xia with the same look of disbelief. "Xia Chengdong, Huaxin Group, that is to say. Is he Xia's father? Oh shit, what is going on?" The manager and waiters were also shocked. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man actually had such a noble identity? Xia Chengdong just laughed it off and didn't care about everyone's shock. He looked at Jin Jiu and said, "Old Nine, Mr. Zhang just had a conflict with me on the 5th floor. Brother Su, the owner of this tea house, also had a conflict with Mr. Zhang because of me. Now that he has invited you to come and deal with us, what are you going to do?" Xia Chengdong looked at Lao Jiu and asked slowly. The aura of the superior gradually emerged. Mr. Xia, you are joking. How dare I deal with you? Misunderstanding, this must be all a misunderstanding." Jin Jiu said quickly, feeling helpless. Indeed, Jin Jiu was doing quite well in the Magic City and had made a name for himself there. In addition, he was very ruthless and was considered a big shot in the underworld. However, it depends on who you compare with. Who is Xia Chengdong and what kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is one of the top 100 companies in China, and it is still one of the top 100 super companies in the world. For a large company like this, not to mention its own strength, its network of relationships is so huge that it is hard to imagine how huge it is. Any word from Xia Chengdong would shake the demon city 3 times. Wouldn't it be courting death to make an enemy of him? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Zhang Haotian and said, Mr. Zhang, I am really sorry today. I dare not deal with this Mr. Xia. Not only can I not do it, I advise you to apologize to Director Xia as soon as possible, otherwise your Zhang family will get into big trouble. As he spoke, Jin Zhou actually took out his cell phone and immediately called Zhang Haotian's father. Because he understood that Xia Chengdong was not an ordinary person. If the Zhang family and the Xia family become enemies, it will be a big deal. Sure enough, when the call was connected and Jin Zhou told the story, Zhang Yaohui on the other end of the phone immediately changed his face and said with veins popping out, Lao Zhou, let that brat answer the phone, I'll talk to him. Then, Jin Zhou handed the phone to Zhang Haotian. The moment Zhang Haotian picked up the phone, a barrage of angry curses immediately came out of the phone, making his ears numb. Chapter 36, Is it that easy to leave? Dad, our Zhang family is not easy to bully. Why should we boost others' ambitions and destroy our own prestige? Zhang Haotian said with a determined look on his face. You are so bold, aren't you? You don't know who the Xia family is? Do you really think our Zhang family is invincible? Also, how many times have I told you to stop causing trouble outside? I don't want to clean up your mess every day. Zhang Yaohui was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You can be cruel, but it also depends on what the matter is, right? You can be ruthless when you need to be, but what's the point of being aggressive and fierce over these meaningless, trivial matters? He felt that sooner or later their Zhang family would be ruined by this rebellious son. I'm telling you, now, right now, apologize to Director Xia, and then leave the tea house immediately, otherwise you won't be able to go home today. Zhang Yaohui continued speaking, then hung up the phone angrily. Zhang Haotian was stunned by the scolding. It took him a few seconds to react. What does Dad mean by this? Is he asking me to just let it go? His friend was beaten and he was kicked out of the tea house, making a fool of himself. Now his father wants him to apologize to the other party? Master Zhang, weren't you going to bring people to destroy my tea house and seek revenge on me? Why are you silent now? Finally, Su Wen spoke again, with sarcasm in his words. He naturally realized that the Zhang family and the man called Uncle Jiu were afraid of Xia Chengdong, so they all behaved themselves. He wanted to see what kind of trouble this Mr. Zhang could stir up without the support of his family and Uncle Jiu. Faced with such blatant provocation, Zhang Haotian's face was extremely gloomy, but he was unable to refute. He knew that he could not take revenge for what happened today. After all, even his own old man had spoken, forbidding him to act rashly. He could only endure it for the time being and look for another opportunity. Humph. Don't get complacent. I'll come looking for you again soon. Having said that, Zhang Haotian looked at Su Wen resentfully, then turned and left, preparing to leave the tea house with Jin Zhou. But, at this moment, Su Wen, however, stopped him with a cold shout. Want to leave? You fought in my tea house and broke so many of my chairs. Isn't it too easy for you to just let you go? Su Wen said coldly. The voice was so cold that it seemed as if the air had dropped a few degrees. You fucking. It was the first time that Zhang Haotian met such an unreasonable guy, and he immediately became angry. However, just as he turned his head, Su Wen had stood behind him without him knowing when, transformed into One Punch Man, and punched him in the face. Ah! Suddenly, Zhang Haotian felt a sharp pain on his face. Following a scream, he was thrown out by a huge impact force. This punch is to pay off my debt. Su Wen slowly retracted his fist. You. Jin Zhou, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his expression after he realized what was happening. He didn't expect that this young man would do this. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Director Xia was right in front of him at the moment, and he didn't dare to make any other moves, otherwise he would be disrespecting Director Xia. After looking at Su Wen meaningfully, he rushed to Master Zhang and pulled him up, then quickly left with a large group of people. Ah, good boy, good job. Seeing that Master Zhang and others had left, Xia Chengdong's friend laughed and suddenly said. Just now he was really irritated by Master Zhang's rude and unreasonable character. If he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, he would have wanted to punch the other party with his old bones. Yes. Mr. Zhang always bullies others by taking advantage of his power. It's time for him to learn his lesson through some hardship. Xia Chengdong also nodded. Then he looked at Su Wen and said, Young man, I'm really sorry for today. It's all because of us that you have been in so much trouble. It's my duty. You come to my store and are my customers. If you encounter any injustice, I, as the boss, should stand up. Suwon smiled, walked over and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you are Xia Xinyao's father, right? You really scared me just now. Hearing this, Xia Chengdong laughed and said, it seems that you know. Yes, I am her father. I also heard about what happened between you and Xiaoyao at school. How are you doing? Did my children cause you any trouble? When asked, Xia Chengdong did not deny it. It seems that he likes Suwon quite a lot. But who would have thought that just a while ago, this old father was still dissatisfied because his daughter sent milk tea to Suwon every day? Boss Xia, you're joking. Classmate Xia has helped me a lot. I can't thank her enough. How could I find it troublesome? Suwon shook his head and spoke quickly. Old Xia, what's going on? How does this guy know your daughter? Xia Chengdong's friends couldn't help but look surprised. They are classmates, from the same university. Oh, so that's it, what a coincidence. In this way, Suwon got to know Xia's father. And after experiencing this incident, Xia Chengdong was very satisfied with Suwon, both in terms of character and appearance. At this moment, Suwon may not know that Mr. Xia has already regarded him as his future son-in-law. Several people also left their phone numbers and added each other on VX. When he returned home that night, Xia Chengdong told his wife about this and praised Suwon a lot. The final result of this encounter with Suwon was that the next day, while in class, Xia received a call from her mother. Mom, what did you say? Invite classmate Su to our house for dinner? Student Xia said in disbelief. Well, your dad has met him and he was praising him all last night. Besides, your father is very curious about him and wants to spend more time with him and get to know him better. Suyun's soft and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah. When did they meet? Xia Xinyo was confused. Why had she never heard Su mention this? Then, Suyun on the other end of the phone explained the whole story, and student Xia finally understood what was going on. But how should I tell him? Student Xia was so helpless. Bringing Su back home to meet my parents, doesn't this seem a bit wrong no matter how I look at it? What's the big deal? You are classmates. Can't you bring your classmates to your home for dinner? Besides, your father didn't ask you to bring him here right away. Just find the right time. After saying that, before Xia Xinyo could say anything else, her mother hung up the phone. When Xia heard the beeping sound from his cell phone, he was confused. Her mother asked her to bring Su home. Is this a dream? Just as Xia was feeling helpless, what he expected came true. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a VX message from Suwon, asking her to meet in the Grove. Chapter 37 Rich Young Master Shinli. To put it simply, the Grove at Tianwei College is a place for students to rest and relax. In the morning, Suwon made an appointment to meet classmate Xia, saying that he had bought something for her. So after class, he hurried back to the dormitory and took out a gift he bought yesterday. Then he left the dormitory and walked towards the Grove. He suddenly thought of this gift when he passed by a store on his way back to school from the tea house yesterday. Moreover, this gift is something that classmate Xia doesn't have, so it's just the right gift for her. I just don't know if the other person will like it. But no matter what, at least the thought is there. At this moment, walking on the road to the college, classmates would often look over at him and couldn't help but look at Suwon. There's no way, he is a celebrity in the school now. First, school beauty Xia brought him milk tea every day. Then he dealt with Li Xiao and sent Fong Sini to the police station. These brilliant achievements instantly transformed him from a small-time scoundrel favored by school beauty Xia into a celebrity admired by everyone in the school. For a time, his popularity even surpassed that of the four rich young men. And since he came to the Grove today to meet the school beauty Xia, he was naturally bound to be observed by everyone. Hey, this is for you. I wonder if you like it. When Suwon walked to a big tree in the Grove, he saw classmate Xia sitting on the lawn, so he hurried forward and handed a big box to the other party. What's this? Student Xia was stunned, looked at the box that Suwon handed over, and said in surprise as he stood up. The box is very pretty, with an exquisite watch pattern on it. A watch? Student Xia was surprised. Well, open it and take a look. Suwon smiled but didn't say it directly. Student Xia pursed her lips. Okay. She took the box and looked inside. I found a small red, square box inside the box. Without hesitation, she reached out, took it out and opened it. Suddenly, an exquisite and small white watch appeared in front of her, instantly attracting Xia's attention. This watch is very beautiful. The exquisitely designed dial and the slim and beautiful strap all reveal perfection. It looks so beautiful. Student Xia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To be honest, she had not had much interest in watches before. I can't say I like it, nor can I say I hate it. However, this watch gave her a new understanding and she fell in love with it at first sight. However, when she accidentally saw the 4 big words Patek Philippe written on the other side of the big box, her expression froze and she immediately lost her composure. This from Patek Philippe? Student Xia was a little confused. Because he had never bought a watch before, Student Xia didn't know much about watch brands and patterns. But she still knew a little about the name Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, a world-renowned brand. Nothing of this brand is cheap. Isn't this watch very expensive? Student Xia asked immediately. It's not bad, more than 300,000. Suwon scratched his head and told the truth. More than 300,000. Student Xia couldn't help but open his eyes wide, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. She looked at Sue in disbelief and asked in shock, "Why did you buy such an expensive thing for me?" "Nothing, you helped me a lot, this watch is just to thank you." Suwon said indifferently, not thinking that the watch was that valuable. No, Sue, I appreciate your kindness, but this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it." Xia Xinyao quickly waved her hands, pretending to put the things away and return them to the other party. If the watch only cost a few dozen or a few $100s, it would be fine. At worst, she could find an opportunity to buy some gifts and return the favor. But when it comes to things worth hundreds of thousands, my interest changes. Keep it. You've helped me so much, so I should give it to you. Suwon immediately reached out to stop the other party. After all, thanks to Xia's help, he gained a lot of benefits from the system. Moreover, 2 days ago, Xia promised him that she would be his female companion to attend the banquet of Huihuang Technology Company. Buying a watch worth more than 300,000 yuan as a gift is really not expensive. Seeing that Xia was still refusing, Suwon continued, "Aren't you going to attend a dinner in a few days? After all, I invited you here. Just think of this watch as a decoration I bought for my female companion. If you really don't want it, just give it back to me after the party is over." Student Xia, okay then, I'll return the watch to you after the party. Seeing Suwon said so, Xia had no choice but to nod and decided to accept it for the time being. At this time, Suwan and Xia Xinyao probably don't know yet. The interaction between them had already been seen by other students. Hey, look, what are Suwan and school beauty Xia doing? Student Su seems to have given something to student Xia. It looks like a watch. Damn, classmate Su has started giving gifts to classmate Xia. Is he openly announcing their relationship? Can you please not be like this? I'll be jealous. Many students also rest here next to the grove in the park. They looked at Su Wen and school beauty Xia and talked secretly. And while everyone was discussing this, suddenly, a group of young people walked towards the grove, heading towards the direction where Su Wen was. TSK. It seems that Miss Lu didn't lie. She said that you were in the grove, and you are really here. The one who spoke was a young man standing in the front. He was dressed gorgeously and had an outstanding temperament. A pair of almond-shaped eyes gives people a bohemian feeling. Mr. Shin, what are you doing here? When student Xia saw the person coming, he couldn't help but frown. The man's name was Shin Li, one of the 4 richest young men in Tianwei College and one of her former suitors. In terms of reputation, he is not necessarily much better than Li Xiao and others. Xia, isn't this a bit unreasonable? The campus is public. You can come to this grove, but I can't? Shenli chuckled and said nonchalantly. As he said that, he turned to look at Suwon again and said with a smile, "Hello, I guess you are Suwon? I've heard of your name every day at school these days. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, he unexpectedly extended his hand to show friendliness. "Thank you for the compliment. I have often heard of your name." Facing the other party's deliberate goodwill, Suwon also smiled and said. The only difference between him and the other party was that he did not extend his hand to shake hands with him, and it seemed that he had no intention of giving the other party face. His intuition told him that this person had ill intentions and there was no need to be so nice to him. You are so shameless. Brother Shin shook hands with you, and you actually. At this moment, a younger brother behind Shinxiao saw that Su-wen ignored Shinxiao's kindness and immediately became angry. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shinli. Oh. Never mind. We are all classmates after all, why do we have to be so competitive? Then he looked at Su-wen, smiled and continued, but then again, there is a saying that goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes being too aggressive is not necessarily a good thing. Being honest and down to earth is the right way to go. Also, don't aim for things you shouldn't aim for, and don't think about things you shouldn't think about, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble, and then it will be too late to regret it. Xia, don't you think so? Shinli spoke slowly, as if there was something else behind his words. Chapter 38 Banquet. That's true. Especially those who have been rejected should understand the meaning of this sentence more deeply. Am I right, Mr. Shin? Su-wen smiled calmly and said calmly. You. I didn't expect the other party to say that. Shinxiao, who was smiling just now, suddenly changed his expression. After hearing this, the younger brothers behind him became even more furious and prepared to rush up and teach Su-wen a lesson. But in the end, they were stopped by Shinli. He smiled and said, "They say young Master Su is not easy to deal with. Today I see that his reputation is well deserved. We'll see you later." Having said that, he left with his companions. But when he was about to leave, the gazes from the other party seemed to be filled with murderous intent, piercing through Su-wen's body. Su-wen didn't care about this at all. What the hell happened just now? Why is Mr. Shin here? Why is he chatting with Su-wen? Yes. Young Master Shin has always liked school beauty Xia, and school beauty Xia has fallen in love with Su-wen. What does it mean that young Master Shin shows up now? Isn't he going to declare war on Su-wen? I think it's very likely. Alas, classmate Su is too unlucky. He just dealt with Master Li, and now he's fighting Master Shin again. Near the grove, the students naturally also saw this unexpected scene, and everyone was talking about it excitedly. At the same time, looking at the backs of Shinxiao and others leaving, Xia Xinyao fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Seeing that classmate Xia remained silent, Su-wen asked. Fine. I'm just wondering, Master Shin said that Master Lu told him to come here, but how did Master Lu know I was here? Just like the last time we went to the cinema to watch a movie, Mr. Lu actually knew which cinema we were going to. How is that possible? Student Xia couldn't help but wonder. Su-wen thought for a moment and said slowly, either young Master Lu sent someone to keep an eye on you, or someone told him your whereabouts. After hearing what classmate Su said, classmate Xia was slightly stunned and couldn't help but keep this matter in mind. It seems that she really needs to find out what is going on. Saturday evening. Hill's 7-star luxury hotel. As the top hotel in Shanghai, its geographical location is naturally unparalleled. This big hotel is dozens of stories high. I wouldn't dare say it's the tallest building in the area, but it's definitely among the best. Not long after, an extremely luxurious sports car was seen driving towards this side at high speed and then stopped in front of the hotel. It was Su-wen's Aston Martin. Today is the day that Su-wen is invited to attend a banquet at Huihuang Technology Company, and he will naturally not go back on his word. Then, Su-wen, wearing a black coat, walked out of the car with Xia. Student Xia has dressed up carefully today. Her delicate face is spotless and her long, smooth hair falls on her shoulders. The corseted floral dress accentuated her tall figure. Coupled with her outstanding temperament that she has cultivated since childhood, this is probably the most perfect woman in the world. Even Su-wen couldn't help but be amazed by Xia's beauty. On her wrist, she was wearing the exquisite white watch that Su-wen gave her. I have to say, it really complements her outfit today and looks very beautiful. Let's go. As soon as she got off the car, Xia Xinyao walked to Su-wen with a smile and took his arm. As the daughter of Huaxing Group, what kind of banquets has she not attended? She still knew what to do. On the contrary, Su-wen had never attended such a banquet. In addition, classmate Xia suddenly came closer, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into my nose. For a moment, he was distracted and felt a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, Su-wen still has strong self-control. After handing the car keys to the parking attendant, he and classmate Xia entered the hotel lobby. Welcome! Welcome! As soon as he entered, Su-wen was shocked. There were 20 hostesses standing at the entrance of the huge hall. They stood on both sides, seemingly there to welcome guests. Look further inside. Wow! The hotel lobby is simply luxurious to the extreme. The hall has a 10-meter-high ceiling and a black and gold marble floor. The huge Swarovski crystal chandeliers are even more sparkling. Suwon originally thought that his villa was luxurious enough, but he didn't expect that the lobby of Hill's Hotel was even more luxurious. When it was first built, was the decoration free? Not long after Suwon Gang and Xia came in, a young woman in a suit walked over with a smile. "Excuse me, is this Chairman Su?" The young woman first glanced at Xia, and after a slight surprise, she looked at Suwon and asked. "Well, you are." Suwon asked back. "I'm Sun Yumei, the vice president of Brilliant Technology Company. President Tang asked me to wait for you in the lobby. He said he would take you up as soon as he saw you." Sun Yumei replied respectfully. But then, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xia and said, "Excuse me, are you Miss Xia Xinyao, the daughter of Xia Chengdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group?" "Well, you know me?" Student Xia was slightly surprised. "Of course. I once had the honor of meeting you at a banquet." Seeing that the other party really admitted her identity, Sun Yumei was so excited. "I can't believe that Miss Xia, someone of such a noble status, would actually come to attend our Brilliant Technology Company's banquet. I am so lucky, so lucky." Sun Yumei said with great excitement. "Are you kidding? What kind of company is Huaxin Group?" "That is the top giant enterprise in Shanghai, a colossus-like existence. As the only daughter of Chairman Xia, Xia Xinyao's noble status can be imagined. Her coming today is a great honor to the entire glory. Mr. Su, Ms. Xia, this way please." Having said that, Sun Yumei immediately led Su Wen and Xia Xinyao towards the elevator. After a while, they arrived at the 28th floor of the hotel, where the company held the banquet. Then they got out of the elevator and came to the central lobby. At first glance, the whole hall was bustling and full of people. Moreover, they were all dressed in suits and silk clothes, and looked quite prestigious. "There are really a lot of people." Suwon couldn't help but exclaim. "Ha, of course, but what you see now are only the top executives of our company and other business friends who were invited here. In addition to this central hall, there are several side halls and dozens of private rooms. There are thousands of employees of our company here," Sun Yumei said truthfully. After all, today is a special day for Brilliant Technology Company. After 3 years, the company finally made a breakthrough in the field of new energy and developed new products. Once this product is launched on the market, it will definitely be another milestone for the company. It is natural to invite employees to the dinner. As they talked, several people walked inside. At this moment, Suwon was actually slightly startled. Because he discovered that Tan Hao, who had always been at odds with him in Tianwei College and regarded him as a love rival, and Lu Xiao, one of the 4 richest young men in the college, were all here. Chapter 39 Tang Jidong's Fury. "Who is that woman? She's so beautiful?" "Yes. She's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a pretty girl. She's even prettier than a celebrity. The boy next to her is also good looking. I've never seen him before. Who are these 2 people? Hiss, why does this woman feel familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Tonight, classmate Xia is undoubtedly bright, beautiful, and extraordinary. Her appearance immediately attracted most people's attention. Among them, of course, there are Tan Hao, Lu Xiao, and others. Why are they here? Tan Hao couldn't help but ask in shock. Who knows, maybe the top management of Brilliant Technology invited school beauty Xia, so she came. As for Su Wen, he must have come here to take advantage of the situation. After a moment of surprise, Mr. Lu suddenly had an idea and said it deliberately. In fact, after the last incident in the cinema, he already knew that Suwon's identity was the chairman of Hill's Hotel. So he was not surprised that Suwon appeared here, perhaps because he was invited. But at this moment, he would not tell Tan Hao about this. Because he knew that Tan Hao and Suwon had a grudge, why not use him to provoke Suwon? Sure enough, upon hearing what Mr. Lu said, a gloomy look immediately appeared on Tan Hao's face. Then, he took Lu Xiao and others and walked towards the direction where Suwon was. At the same time, on Su Wen's side. After Sun Yumei led Su Wen and Xia into the hall, she looked left and right but didn't see any members of the Tang family. She immediately turned to look at Su Wen and the others and said apologetically, "I don't know what happened. Mr. Tang was here just now, how come he's gone?" "Director Su, Miss Xia, I'm going to go look for President Tang. You guys just take a break here. I'll be back soon." Having said that, Sun Yume bowed slightly to Su Wen and Xia, then left quickly. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao naturally didn't care about these things and just walked around casually. At this moment, Tan Hao and Lu Xiao finally walked in front of Su Wen and blocked their way. Su Wen, why are you here? Who let you in? As soon as Tan Hao stepped forward, he looked at Su Wen with an unhappy expression and questioned him harshly. His tone was very impolite, as if he was the master of the place. Why, can't we come? Su Wen asked with some amusement. Of course, you don't even look at your own identity. Tan Hao's face turned cold. Student Xia was shocked. She didn't expect to run into classmates here, and they were the two people she hated the most. She couldn't help but frown and said, "You're nosy. What does it have to do with you whether we come or not?" Xia classmate, you misunderstood. I am not targeting you. You are the daughter of Director Xia, and you are of noble status. It is our honor to have you come to the banquet held by our brilliant technology company. Upon hearing the other party say this, Tan Hao immediately smiled and said yes. But then he turned to look at Su Wen, and couldn't help showing a look of disdain. But what about Su Wen? What kind of person is he? He's just a poor loser. Is he worthy of coming to a place like this? You know, this is the Hills Hotel, where brilliant technology holds banquets. Who can enter here is not a well-known figure. Tan Hao's voice became louder and louder, immediately attracting many people to look over. This is exactly what he did on purpose. Su Wen used to always be at odds with him at school, but now he is favored by the school beauty Xia, and he is so full of vigor and vitality that he has long been fed up with it. Today he has the chance to embarrass and humiliate the other party. How can he miss it? However, Mr. Lu didn't say a word when he came in front of Su Wen. Because he knew that the chairman of this hotel was Su Wen. If his identity was revealed, he would be the one being slapped in the face. Why would he ask for trouble? Isn't it wonderful to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers? At this moment, seeing more and more people looking at him, Tan Hao couldn't help but feel more proud and satisfied. He looked at Su Wen and sneered, "Su Wen, this is not the place for you to come. I advise you to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment." Faced with humiliation, Su Wen didn't take it too seriously. He was just curious and asked, "I really want to know, in what capacity did you let me leave? If you were invited by Hui Huang as a guest, it seems that you don't have the right to ask me to leave. But if you say you are from the Tang family, your last name isn't Tang, right?" Tan Hao said proudly, "My last name is indeed not Tang, but Tang Jidong of the Tang family is my brother-in-law, so I am half a member of the Tang family. Tell me, do I have the right to let you leave?" After hearing this, Su Wen was actually a little shocked. Tang Jidong is his brother-in-law? Su Wen remembered that Tang Jidong's wife's surname was Tan, and her name seemed to be Tan Xian, and she often held a child in her arms. It turns out that she and Tan Hao are siblings. It's a small world. Hey, Mr. Su, you're here. I'm so sorry for what happened just now. My father's blood pressure is high and he's a little dizzy. My mother and I took him to his room, so I couldn't receive you. Please forgive me. Just when Su Wen was surprised at the relationship between Tan Hao and the Tang family. Finally, Sun Yume, who had just left, came over with the Tang family. Tang Jidong politely explained the reason for leaving, fearing that he would upset Su Wen. It doesn't matter. We can only do what we want in an emergency. It's just a good thing you came early, otherwise I, a new guest, would probably be kicked out. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Forehead. Where did Mr. Su get this from? Tang Jidong was stunned. However, before Su Wen could explain, Tan Hao at the side exploded and said, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you so polite to Su Wen? He's just a poor loser. How can he be worthy of coming to the party held by our company? I was just about to chase him away." Tan Hao said with disdain, completely unaware of how much trouble he had gotten himself into. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, not only Tang Jidong, but also the old lady of the Tang family and Tan Xian, his elder sister, could not help but look at Tan Hao in astonishment, revealing expressions of disbelief. What did you just say? You chased Director Su away? Tang Jidong's face darkened and he asked in a very low voice. What's the matter, brother-in-law? He's just an insignificant person. What's wrong with kicking him out? He is a poor loser, he is not worthy of coming to the party held by our company. Until this moment, Tan Hao seemed unaware of the seriousness of the matter and was still talking to himself. However, in the next moment, bang! A crisp slap was heard. This ear was so loud that everyone around could hear it. Suddenly, everyone's face was shocked. What the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Are you crazy to chase Mr. Su away? Tang Jidong looked at Tan Hao and couldn't help but yelled angrily. If you don't want to stay here, then get out of here and don't embarrass me here. Tang Jidong continued to curse, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Previously, the Tang family and Mr. Su had offended each other the first time they met. This time, they finally seized the opportunity, hoping to ease the relationship and make friends. He never thought that his own brother-in-law would make the relationship even more strained. How could he not be angry? Xiaohao, you're not a kid anymore, what's going on? Can you please stop causing trouble for our Tang family? Even Tang Jidong's mother gave Tan Hao a lecture with an ugly look on her face and a very tough attitude. Tan Hao was confused. He touched his aching cheek, unable to believe that he was beaten, and in public by his brother-in-law. Chapter 40 Chairman Worcester. Brother-in-law, aunt. Tan Hao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but no words came out. He didn't understand why Su Wen, a poor loser, could cause such a big reaction from his brother-in-law and even alarm his aunt. What he didn't understand even more was why the president's brother-in-law would be so respectful to Su Wen, a poor loser. However, before he could figure everything out, the voice of his sister Tan Xian came over. Xiaohao, no matter what you did before, I always laughed it off, but this time you really went too far. Do you know who Mr. Su is? He is the chairman of this Hills Hotel. Are you kicking him out? Her face also looked bad. It was obvious that he was irritated by his younger brother's trouble-making behavior. What she didn't expect was that what she just said also scared Tan Hao. Sister, what did you say? Su Wen is the chairman of this hotel? How is this possible? Tan Hao's eyes opened wide, his face full of shock. Su Wen from Tianwei College. Isn't he just a poor loser? Because he was too poor, even his girlfriend of more than 2 years ran away from him. If he was the chairman of Hills Hotel, why did Fong Xinyi dump Su Wen and follow Li Xiao? Isn't this just like taking off your pants to fart, a waste of time? Not only Tan Hao, but the people around him were also shocked. How could they have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually the chairman of this hotel? Why, are you doubting Mr. Su's identity? Tang Jidong looked at Tan Hao, sneered, and asked harshly. Tan Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He looked at his sister, then at his brother-in-law. Even though I really wanted to refute at this moment, I didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and be scolded by the other party. Young Master Lu on the side laughed secretly. It's quite interesting to watch the struggle between the two sides without having to take part in it yourself. Seeing that the time was almost right, he said, Okay, Mr. Tang. After all, Brother Tan is your brother-in-law. Isn't it too disrespectful to him to say that? Lu Chenyan spoke slowly and began to pretend to be a goody-goody. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Tang Jidong sighed. Mr. Lu Chenyan, the young master of Genie Group, also has an extraordinary status, so he naturally dare not neglect him. Then he looked at Su Wen again and said apologetically, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for what happened today. My brother-in-law is just ignorant and speaks without thinking. Please don't take what he said just now to heart. Tang Jidong said hurriedly, fearing that he would offend Su Wen. As he spoke, he ordered a few glasses of red wine, one for each person, and drank them first as a show of respect and apology to Su Wen. It's okay. I won't take this little thing to heart. Su Wen said indifferently. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Although before this, he had a bad impression of the Tang family. However, what happened to Tan Hao this time really cannot be blamed on the other party. He and Tan Hao had conflicts a long time ago, and it actually had little to do with the Tang family. Then he also took a sip of red wine. It tastes good. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you for your understanding. By the way, Mr. Su, since you are here today, I have someone to introduce to you. I believe you will not be disappointed. Mr. Tang, who was furious just now smiled and said. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. It turned out that someone else had arrived. There were only 3 or 4 people coming, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing an expensive suit. This man is tall and strong, with an imposing manner and full of majesty. They were all from the business world, so many people recognized him immediately. It's Mr. Qian. It's Mr. Qian from Worcester Electric Company. Fuck, it's true. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would even invite him here. He must be quite capable. Suddenly, the guests started talking about it. Mr. Qian Futao, is the third largest shareholder of Worcester Electric Company. He owns 8% of Worcester shares and is definitely a big shot in Shanghai. Director Qian, you are finally here. Welcome, welcome. As he was speaking, Mr. Tang immediately came forward and greeted him warmly. If the eldest young master of the Tang family invites me, why wouldn't I come? Qian Futao also laughed and introduced a few friends he brought with him, who were also well-known figures in Modu. After the conversation, Tang Jidong immediately brought Mr. Qian to Su Wen. Director Qian, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Wen. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is the chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. Tang Jidong said with a smile. However, when Qian Futao saw Su Wen standing in front of him, he was stunned and asked in astonishment, Boss Su, why are you here too? Yeah. I didn't expect you to come. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. What, you know each other? Tang Jidong was dumbfounded. Apparently, it was unexpected that Director Su and the directors of Worcester also had some overlap. Ha ha. Mr. Tang, when did you learn to joke? Director Su is the new chairman of our Worcester and the person with the most power in Worcester. If a shareholder like me doesn't even know the chairman of the company, wouldn't I be a fool? Qian Futao was speechless. He had no idea how much impact this statement would have on everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Fuck, what did Director Qian say just now? What did he say? Director Su is the chairman of the Worcester Group. Yeah, did I hear it right, or am I hallucinating? Who is this Mr. Su? Why does he have so many companies? Who is this young man? For a moment, the entire hall was in shock. What kind of company is Worcester? It's one of the top 100 companies in the world. What a prestigious status it is to be the chairman of this company. It was shocking enough that this young man was the chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. Now someone told them that the other party was the person in charge of the giant company Worcester. Who dares to imagine? Who dares to believe it? They even wondered if they were dreaming, otherwise how could they hear such ridiculous remarks? Especially Tan Hao, he was almost confused by this series of changes. Qian. Mr. Qian, you are not kidding, right? Tang Jidong asked in disbelief and shock. Don't you think it's a bit too much to joke about something like this? Qian Futao asked back, the meaning was self-evident. Mr. Su, are you really the chairman of Worcester Enterprises? The old lady of the Tang family looked at Su Wen, also unable to believe it. Well, I am indeed the chairman of Worcester. I just acquired it not long ago. I'm just a newcomer in the business world, so please take good care of me in the future. Su Wen smiled and took a sip of the glass of red wine in his hand. Chapter 41, Xia's Identity. Suddenly, Tang Jidong turned to look at Tan Hao and said coldly, Did you see it? Did you hear it? This is the person you wanted to kick out just now. Can you afford to offend him? Just one word from Director Su can make your life worse than death. Tang Jidong's voice was deafening, and every word he said was like a loud bell, striking Tan Hao's heart. He didn't dare to say a word at this moment. In fact, weren't Tang Jidong and the old lady of the Tang family sighing in their hearts? Thinking back to when they first met Director Su, their attitude was also very bad. Looking back now, they were really testing the limits of their own depth. Lu Xiao was also shocked. When he found out that Su Wen was the chairman of Hills Hotel, he no longer wanted to confront Su Wen head-on to avoid trouble. But now, he was really afraid. Although Genie Group is also a large enterprise, it is dwarfed by Worcester. Fortunately, he did not get involved when Tan Hao targeted Su Wen just now. Otherwise, if you anger the other party, you might end up in big trouble. And just when everyone had just accepted Su Wen's new identity. Suddenly, Sun Yumei slapped her head and said quickly, By the way, Mr. Tang, what happened just now was so sudden that I forgot that there is an important person I haven't introduced to you. Sun Yumei said immediately. There's another character? Tang Jidong was stunned and didn't understand what this meant. Yes, it's Miss Xia. Sun Yumei pointed at Xia and continued, Ms. Xia, the female companion of Mr. Su, is the daughter of Huaxin Group's chairman, Xia Chengdong. Sun Yumei said word by word. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene again. Fuck, the daughter of Huaxin Group, Xia Chengdong's daughter, is this true? What kind of status does Director Xia's daughter have? She actually appears here? And she is Director Su's female companion. My goodness, is this a powerful alliance? No wonder I felt this woman looked familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. It turns out she is Xia Chengdong's daughter. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Xinyao. At first everyone was attracted by her beauty. She is so beautiful, so angelic. But I never expected that even her identity was so noble. What kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is also one of the top 100 companies in the world. As the chairman of Huaxin Group, Xia Chengdong holds 55% of the group's shares and has absolute power over life and death. And Xia Chengdong has only this one daughter. No one doubts that she will be the only heir to the group in the future. This shows how noble her status is. Therefore, regardless of her identity or appearance, her presence can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on other women at the scene. Miss Xia, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I didn't greet you just now, please don't mind. While no one was paying attention, Tang Jidong quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then smiled and toasted Xia Xinyao with a glass of red wine. His heart was frightened several times that day. But then he became excited again. The people coming to the banquet today are all more impressive than each other. But isn't this exactly what he wants? One is Worcester's third largest shareholder. One is the chairman of the board of directors of the Worcester and Hills Hotels. Another one is the daughter of Xia Chengdong, chairman of Huaxin Group. I ask, is there anything more impressive than this? If this matter were to get out, it would definitely be a matter of great honor for both the Tang family and Brilliant Technology Company. At this moment, let alone the Tang family. Even other business friends couldn't help but get excited and came up to Su Wen to establish relations with him. It was very lively for a while. During this period, Su Wen also made many friends in the business world. Although their status is not as high as mine, they are also well-known figures. One of the companies actually cooperated with Li Xiao's high-tech holding group. In this regard, Su Wen naturally would not miss the opportunity to teach Li Xiao a lesson. Mr. Su, do you mean to say that if I give up the cooperation with Gaoka Holding Group, you will cooperate with us? Wang Chanan, chairman of Jiahong Trading, looked at Mr. Su in disbelief and asked. It's not a collaboration between you and me, it's a collaboration between Jiahong and the Worcester Group. And the investment our company gives you is definitely more than that of high-tech holdings. You can consider it. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Although Worcester is a company that mainly sells online products, it has also invested in many other potential companies. Just now, after some discussion and understanding with Jian Fudao, Jiahong Trading Company is a company worthy of investment. In this case, why not try to cooperate with the other party? I can also cheat Gaoka Group, isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Don't think about it, Mr. Su. You, the chairman of the Worcester Group, have spoken in person. How can I not be reassured? Wang Chanan was very excited. When he heard that Worcester was going to cooperate with Jiahong, he was so happy that how could he refuse? Just like that, with just one sentence, the Li family didn't know how much interest they would lose. At this time, everyone became familiar with each other while chatting and laughing. As for Tan Hao and Lu Xiao, they had long been left aside by everyone. Finally, almost everyone was there. The shareholders of the Brilliant Board of Directors began to take the stage to give speeches and plan for the future. Tang Jidong invited the guests to take their seats and instructed all the waiters to serve the dishes. Unlike ordinary round tables, the dining tables here are long and everyone sits in a row. Classmate Xian naturally sat next to Su Wen. Then, everyone ate and drank, and chatted while eating. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Just when everyone was enjoying the meal. Suddenly, Su Wen's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. Su Wen immediately answered the phone. What's wrong, Mom? Su Wen asked. Xiaowen, we may go back to the Magic City in 2 days. On the other end of the phone, my mother's laughing voice came over. Maybe because she has been with her family during this time, her mood has improved a lot. Oh, that's great. When you come over, remember to call me and I'll pick you up. I happen to have a car. Suwon also said with a smile. Counting the time, my parents have been in their hometown for more than half a month, so it's time for them to come back. You have a car? My mother was surprised, then relieved. The child is rich now, and he probably bought a car. Yeah, I bought it a while ago. Sure enough, Suwon responded. What car did you buy? How much did you buy it for? Is it one of those small cars that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars? I see that many people now like to buy this type of car. Another series of questions came up. Well, the shape is similar to that of a sedan anyway. Suwon paused for a moment and said. He felt that with his mother's thoughts, it would be difficult for her to imagine what a car worth more than 40 million yuan was like, so it would be better not to say anything. So as not to scare my mother. Yeah, Mom knows. But don't take it even if you have a car. It's not just your father and I who are going back to the Magic City this time. Uncle Chen and Aunt Yan who live next door to you are also coming. I guess your car can't accommodate everyone. We can just take a taxi back. Mom explained immediately. Aunt Yan? Suwon frowned. Why are they coming to the Magic City? In Suwon's impression, they did not have a very good relationship with Aunt Yang's family. Aunt Yang, in particular, was a very powerful person and had often mocked their family for being poor. Chapter 42 3 Luxury Cars. Her son and daughter are both in Shanghai, so she wants to come here. Mom explained. I heard that her daughter married a wealthy businessman. She is very rich. My son graduated 2 years ago and is now a senior executive at a large company in Shanghai, making tens of thousands of dollars a month. For these two things, your Aunt Yang would come to our house 800 times a day, telling us once in the morning and once in the evening, for fear that we didn't know. Not long ago, her son-in-law bought a house in Shanghai for his mother-in-law, so that the couple could move to Shanghai to live. So when they saw us coming to Shanghai, they decided to come with us and even said they would take us to see the big house they live in. On the other end of the phone, my mother continued. His tone was a little unhappy, and he seemed very reluctant to come with the other party. But they are all neighbors next door, so it's not easy to just refuse them. After hearing this, Suwon finally understood. Aunt Yang is still the same Aunt Yang, and she hasn't gotten rid of her bad habit of vanity. She said that we should come to Magic City together and take my parents to see her house. To put it bluntly, I just want to take the opportunity to show off. Okay, got it. By the way, Mom, I also bought a new house in Shanghai. As he spoke, Suwon told his mother about his big villa. They were also asked to give up their house in the old city and move directly into the new villa after they came back this time, which naturally shocked my mother again. After that, the two chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Time passed quickly and an hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone ate and drank. Suwon felt that it was time to pack up and leave. So, I said goodbye to a few business friends with whom I had a good chat. He left with classmate Xia amid the farewell of Tang Jidong, the old lady of the Tang family, and many guests. When the two of them took the elevator down from upstairs and arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Xia suddenly sighed and said, Oh. You've gained weight again. You're fat? What do you mean by fat? Suwon wondered. As for me, I must have gained several pounds. Student Xia was in tears. Because she ate too much tonight. I touched my stomach and it seemed a little bulging. Unhappy. You're still fat? Suwon looked at Xia's slender figure and was shocked. I see you are quite tall, almost catching up with me. But whether you weigh 100 pounds or not is a problem. Where are you fat? Looking at classmate Xia's sad face, Suwon smiled helplessly. You can't tell now, but you'll be fat after a while, okay? If you eat too much and can't burn off the calories, you'll gain weight. Classmate Xia looked speechless, as if he was mocking Suwon for being a rookie. For her, figure is far more important than food. But sometimes I just can't control my mouth. It's really fun while eating, but it's a funeral procession after eating. All right. Suwon was puzzled by this. I could only touch her head to comfort her. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of attending the banquet. The system issues rewards, 1 Lamborghini Veneno, 1 Koenigsegg Gemera, and 1 Rusta Viga, all top luxury cars. It will take 2 days for the luxury car to arrive. Please be patient, host. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, taking classmates Xia to the dinner party. System rewards, heavenly voice, world-class singing skills. After saying that, the system disappeared. Suddenly, Suwon couldn't help but feel excited again. In just 2 hours of the banquet, we are in 3 top-of-the-line luxury cars. Is there anything more satisfying than this? As for the heavenly voice or something, he is not interested for the time being. 2 days later, Haiyunbei Villa District. Because it was the weekend, Suwon returned to the villa. Although he has not moved into the house he rented in the old town, he has already lived here for many days. I have to say, compared to the previous rental house of less than 60 or 70 square meters, this place is like heaven. The area of one room alone is about 50 to 60 square meters, or even 70 to 80 square meters. It is large and spacious and very comfortable to live in. Why does he want to live in the old town? Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Suwon knew it must be the transport driver calling again. Because since yesterday afternoon, 2 transport drivers have called and delivered Lamborghinis and Koenigsegg's. After answering the phone, as he expected, the last car was delivered. Suwon called the doorman and asked him to let the transport driver in, then left the villa. A minute later, Suwon saw a luxury car driving towards him at the door of his villa. After he signed the formalities and got the car keys. Finally, the 3 luxury cars were gathered together. Lamborghini Veneno, cool and technological. Koenigsegg Gemera has strong lines and cool shape. Rust de Vega, full of temperament. Plus the original, extremely domineering Aston Martin 177. Suwon now owns 4 of the world's top supercars. The villas in Haiyunbei do not have yards, so parking spaces are planned directly next to the villas. Looking at it the same way at this moment. For luxury cars lined up in a row, it's so impressive. Moreover, the cheapest of these sports cars is worth more than 19 million yuan, and the most expensive one is worth more than 40 million yuan, which can be said to be very luxurious. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suwon was happily admiring his sports car when his cell phone rang again. This time it was my mom who called. We have arrived in the Magic City and are now heading home. As soon as Suwon answered the phone, his mother on the other end immediately spoke. Arrived in the Demon City? Suwon was surprised. Why didn't you call me in advance? I thought you weren't coming today. It's the weekend today, I can pick you up. Suwon was helpless. It's okay. Your Aunt Yang's son Chenwei is here to pick us up. He's on his way to our house now. Are you home? I'm at the villa, not in the old town. But it's okay, I'll just go back now. Having said that, Suwon hung up the phone. Next, he chose a Koenigsegg Gemera to drive. This new model has 4 seats, just enough for carrying people. Then he drove away. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the streets, cars are constantly coming and going. A distinctive black Land Rover Range Rover was driving on the road, heading towards the old town. There were 5 or 6 people sitting in this Land Rover Range Rover at this time. Among them were Suwon's father Su Guanxing and mother Wu Wan. Obviously, this car should belong to Aunt Yang's son Chenwei. Son, you changed the car again? Suddenly, a woman in the car spoke in surprise. The woman was dressed up beautifully and was probably in her 50s. Her name is Yang Ying, which is the Aunt Yang that Suwon talked about when he chatted with his mother. Yes, I changed the car. It has been several months since then. I drove the previous Audi for 2 years and I got tired of it, so I just changed it to this Range Rover this year. Aunt Yang's son Chenwei said with a chuckle. Then this car should be very expensive, right? Aunt Yang continued to ask. Not bad, more than 1.4 million. Chenwei said this easily, his tone seemed full of pride. Chapter 43 The Complacent Chen Family. Oh my god, over 1.4 million? Even though she knew the car was very expensive, Yang Ying was still shocked when she heard the price her son offered. Mom, why are you so surprised? Things are different now. My brother is now a senior executive of the company. I heard that he will be promoted in 2 months. By then, he will be the director of the company and may earn hundreds of thousands a month. It's just a Land Rover, what's that? At this time, another woman spoke. The woman looked quite charming and was about 30 years old. She is Yang Ying's daughter Chun Xiaoye. Today, her parents came to Shanghai, so she and her brother Chenwei naturally came together to pick them up. Oh, really? That's great. Hearing her daughter say this, Yang Ying's face immediately lit up and she laughed heartily. My daughter married a rich man and my son is going to get a promotion. Double happiness comes, and life is perfect. For her, could there be anything happier than this? Then, she turned to look at Su Guangxing and Wu Wan, and couldn't help but laugh and said, Hey, Zhuanzi, don't you think this world is very strange? Some people are destined to be rich, no matter what. But if you are not destined to be rich, you will never become rich even if you work hard all your life, right? Yang Ying spoke slowly, as if she was hinting at something, and there was uncontrollable pride in her tone. Yes, Chen Wei has made great progress. It seems that your Chen family will prosper in the future. Even though the other party had something else in his words, Wu Wan just smiled and said, Anyway, we don't live together. After today, everyone will go their separate ways and no one will bump into anyone else, no matter what they say. Time flies. As everyone was chatting, the car had already arrived at the old city. In fact, there are not many old town areas like this one in places like Shanghai. Most of the people who come here to live are migrant workers. With Wu Wan's guidance, we turned an intersection and arrived at an old residential area. Then Chen Wei drove the car in. The community is very dilapidated. You can tell its age just by looking at the cement walls of the buildings. Zhuanzi, you've lived in Shanghai for more than 2 years. Is this the kind of neighborhood you live in? Not long after entering the community, a look of shock appeared on Yang Ying's face. Yeah, this is too shabby. Chen Xiaoye also looked incredulous. She would never want to live in this kind of community even if you beat her to death. But when she thought about the living conditions of the Su family, for some reason, she felt proud and happy. The saying can't stand seeing others do better than they do may refer to her mentality. We are rough people, we are not so particular. Su Guangxing, who had been silent all this time, smiled and spoke as if he didn't care. While talking, the car stopped at the building where the Su family lived, and then everyone got out. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan took the Chen family upstairs. A few minutes later, everyone finally arrived at Su Wen's house. This is a small house of less than 70 square meters. There are 2 rooms, a small living room, a toilet, and a kitchen. Each area is very small, but it is kept clean. Zhuanzi, is this the house you rented in Magic City? As soon as Yang Ying came in, he looked around and couldn't help but joked. Yes. I am sorry for neglecting you all, please don't despise me. Wu Wan waved her hand and asked everyone to take a seat. I don't dislike you, but your life is too hard. Although she said she didn't mind, Yang Ying still curled her lips, looking as if she hated this place. Then she added, Fortunately, my son-in-law knows how to love his father-in-law and mother-in-law and bought a house for us. Otherwise, if we came to Shanghai, I'm afraid we would have to live in a house like this. After saying this, he looked very relieved. But who couldn't hear the pride and complacency in her words? How can we compare with you? Our Su family has lived here for several years and we are used to it. When Xiaowen graduates from university, we will feel relieved. Su Wen's father spoke from the heart. However, the Chen family still did not forget to attack Uncle Guang and Wu, it's not me, Chen Wei, who deliberately said ugly words. Even if Xiaowen graduates from college in 2 years, he may not be able to find a good job. The current employment model is like this. There are too many college students, and the internal competition is fierce. If you don't agree with them, you may not be able to continue working. What can we do? Su Guangxing was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult for college students to find jobs. Chen Wei frowned and continued, unless you go to graduate school, but that would take a lot more time and money. After saying that, he shook his head. I think, if Xiaowen graduates from university, it would be better to let Wei arrange a job for him and let him work with Wei. As long as he is honest and diligent, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive in the Magic City. Chen Wei's sister Chen Xiaoye suddenly chuckled, with a condescending look on her face. It's like a big boss meets a beggar, feels sorry for him, and gives him a bowl of rice. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, Wei is now a senior executive of the company, and he may be promoted in a few months. Let your son come out and work with him. He may have a chance to make a name for himself in the future. Yang Ying's eyes lit up and she actually agreed with a smile. In her opinion, if Wu Wan's son graduated and followed Wei, the Chen family would always be superior to the Su family. Even for Su Wen's work, the couple might have to come to please her every day. If this news spreads back home, wouldn't the Chen family be very proud? Ha ha. Aunt Yang, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that I, Su Wen, have no intention of joining another company and working for others, so your suggestion is doomed to fail. However, before Yang Ying could finish her fantasy, suddenly a voice sounded, breaking the weird atmosphere. Everyone looked back and saw that Su Wen had opened the door and walked in from outside. Xiao Wen, you're back. When they saw that it was their son returning, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan immediately greeted him with a smile. It's Xiao Wen. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You've grown so tall and handsome. Yang Ying immediately said with a smile. But Su Wen's words just now were a bit too arrogant, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she said again, Xiao Wen, you have been studying in the university in Shanghai for 2 or 3 years, right? Have you been in a relationship? Not yet. Su Wen answered truthfully with a neutral expression. Yang Ying sighed, you've been in college for more than 2 years, why haven't you had a relationship yet? Aren't you afraid of leaving regrets? But then again, it's not your fault. Dating costs a lot of money these days. Your family is so poor, how can you afford to date? Chapter 44 Yang Ying's Request. Auntie Yang, that's serious. Who says you have to fall in love when you're in college? Can't you just study hard and find a job after graduation before considering these things? Su Wen was speechless and spoke out his thoughts. Looking for a job? You are too young. After all, you haven't entered the society yet. You don't know how difficult it is to find a job now. Chen Wei shook his head and did not forget to strike again. Yes. Just now we were talking about how you were willing to work with Wei after you graduate, but you still didn't want to. Do you know how many people are trying to curry favor with me right now? Chen Xiaoye also said unhappily. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own company. Do you think it's possible for me to follow Wei Gu? Su Wen was a little amused and spoke slowly. After these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent. Not to mention the Chen family, even my parents were shocked. They only knew that their son had made a lot of money by opening an online store recently, but they didn't expect that their son had already started a company without realizing it. You're a college student starting a company? Chen Wei's face was full of doubt. That's right, Xiao Wen. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your family's living conditions don't look like you're running a company. If you really have the money to start a company, why would you rent such a shabby little house? Chen Xiaoyi also didn't believe it. She can't stand people who try to show off. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. And what you said is right, this house is indeed shabby, so I bought a villa in Haiyun Bay and plan to take my parents there. Faced with doubts, Su Wen remained calm and spoke calmly. Suddenly, Chen Wei and Chen Xiaoye were confused. Haiyun Bay? Su Wen, what did you just say? You bought a villa in Haiyun Bay? Chen Wei almost laughed. Haiyun Bay is the top villa area in Shanghai, and the house prices are all in the hundreds of millions. Can you afford it? Chen Wei continued. Even his sister Chen Xiaoye, the wealthy wife, did not dare to imagine that she could live in Haiyun Bay. Is this possible for their Su family? Yang Ying had seldom been to Shanghai, so she didn't know where Haiyun Bay was. But from her son's introduction, she knew it must be something special, so she smiled and said, Away, what is this for? Since Su Wen has the money to start a company, it must not be difficult for him to buy a villa. There is no need for you to rush to deny him. Unexpectedly, this time Yang Ying actually spoke well of Su Wen. Then, she looked at Su Wen's parents and said with a smile, Guangxing, Zhuanzi, your Su Wen is really amazing. He started a company and bought a villa. It's really amazing. Look, we are all neighbors. Can you take us to see your villa? So that our Chen family can also see what Haiyun Bay Villa looks like. As she spoke, she made a pleading expression. Chen Xiaoye was surprised just now why her mother suddenly spoke up for Su Wen. When I heard it at this moment, I immediately understood. Mom is planning to expose the other party's lies. This. Sure enough, after hearing what Yang Ying said, Wu Wan was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether what her son said was true. After all, that is the Haiyun Bay Villa area, where the real rich people live. Who would dare to imagine? Compared to his mother, Su Wen remained calm from beginning to end. Faced with Yang Ying's request, how could he not know what the other party was planning? It's nothing more than wanting to expose oneself. But then again, his villa is for enjoyment and living. What does it have to do with these people? There is no need for him to take the other party to his house to prove anything, believe it or not. However, just when Suwon was about to refuse the other party, suddenly, the system in his mind started ringing. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task: accept Yang Ying's request and take the Chen family to the villa. Mission reward: Genoa Road Commercial Street real estate shares. Genoa Road Commercial Street? Suwon was stunned at first, then surprised. Genoa Road is a famous commercial street in Shanghai with a huge flow of people. There are at least hundreds of shops in this commercial street. The annual rent for just one store can reach hundreds of thousands. How much would it cost for all the stores in a year? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Accept the mission, Suwon said immediately. Then, Suwon looked up at Yang Ying and the others and said, "Since you want to see the villa, I'll take you there." Suwon smiled calmly and finally spoke. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Especially Yang Ying. Originally, she said this just to scare Suwon. Who would have thought that the other party actually agreed? Isn't he afraid that his lies will be exposed? Xiaowon, don't joke with me. Chen Xiaoye was surprised. Ha ha. Sister Xiaoye is joking. We are all family members, why would I joke with you? Let's go. Suwon said this and actually went out first. Everyone in the Chen family was completely confused and didn't understand what Suwon was doing. But even so, they still believed that Suwon was just bluffing, so they all left the house together. However, what no one expected was, when everyone just got downstairs, the Chen siblings were immediately shocked and their faces were stunned. Because they found that at this moment Suwon was driving a Koenigsegg and turning the car around in the alley. Fuck, Koenigsegg, it's Koenigsegg? How is this possible? Is my eyes blurry? Is that a Koenigsegg that Suwon is driving? Chen Wei and Chen Xiaoye were filled with disbelief when they looked at the cool and luxurious supercar in front of them. That expression seemed even more exciting than the end of the world. Koenigsegg, what does that mean? Wu Wan suddenly asked. Koenigsegg, the world's top limited edition luxury supercar, costs as much as 23.88 million. Chen Wei immediately explained, his tone seemed to tremble. What, 23.88 million? Su Guangxing, Wu Wan's heart skipped a beat and she almost had a heart attack. Oh my god. What is the concept of 23.88 million? Even if these workers work hard all day long, they may not be able to earn that much even if they work for hundreds of years. Wu Wan was also frightened. As for the Chen family, they were even more shocked. Just now upstairs, Suwon talked about the company and the villa, and the Chen siblings and Yang Ying thought he was bragging. I didn't expect that as soon as I went downstairs, the other party gave me such a big fright. However, Yang Ying changed the subject and said, This car is worth so much money. It is indeed luxurious. I just wonder if this car is his own or borrowed. Hearing their mother say this, the Chen siblings suddenly came to their senses. Yes. Even if Suwon was driving this supercar, it didn't mean anything. Maybe he borrowed it from a friend? Besides, Suwon Ben is a college student, and there are many rich second generations in the school. Who knows, he might have borrowed a classmate's car to show off. Chapter 45 Going to Haiyun Bay. Let's go. Dad, Mom, get in the car and I'll take you to see the new house. Just as they were questioning, Suwon had already turned the car around and drove over. As he spoke, he pressed a switch on the center console. The two rear doors opened at an angle, like two wings about to fly. Although the parents were shocked, they still got into the car carefully. Suwon looked at the Chun family and said, "You have a car, right? Then follow behind. I won't drive very fast." After saying that, Suwon closed the car door, started the car and drove out of the alley. Let's go and follow them to see what they are up to. I don't believe there really is a villa there. Yang Ying sneered. So, everyone in the Chen family quickly got in the car and followed behind. On the luxurious street, an extremely cool white supercar was driving, followed closely by a black Land Rover Range Rover. At this moment, Su Wen is in the supercar. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan seem to be still in shock, with dazed expressions. Xiao Wen, tell me the truth. Just now Chen Wei said that your car is called Koenigsegg and is worth 23.88 million. Is that true? Finally, Father Su couldn't help but ask. Is the villa real too? Wu Wan was also shocked. Yeah, it's all true. And speaking of luxury cars, I have more than just this one. Su-wen nodded, determined to shock people with his words. After all, even if I didn't say it, they would see it when we got to the villa. After hearing that their son had admitted it, Wu Wan and Su Guangxing didn't know what to say. The couple has worked outside all their lives. Due to the high living expenses and Su Wen's many spending needs, they only have a few tens of thousands of dollars in savings until now. However, his son can make a lot of money by tinkering with some online store. For a moment, the couple felt that their worldview was about to collapse. In fact, how would they know how many people can actually make so much money by opening an online store? It's just that Su-wen has a bug, so everything is not difficult for him. Time flies, we are talking. Su-wen drove a luxury car and brought everyone from the Chen family to the Haiyun Bay Villa area. Are you really coming to Haiyun Bay? Chen Wei looked at the entrance to the villa area in front of him and was a little dumbfounded. Can he get in? Yang Ying still insisted. But then she was slapped in the face. When Su-wen drove the luxury car to the entrance, a guard immediately nodded and bowed to Su-wen respectfully. Then Su-wen said something to the man. Then the railing was raised and Koenigsegg drove in openly. When Chen Wei drove the car to the entrance, no one stopped him and he went in. In an instant, the Chen siblings became uneasy again. As Haiyun Bay is the top villa area in Shanghai, it is impossible for anyone to enter casually. If it wasn't for the owner Su-wen's order, how could these outsiders get in? And judging from the security guard's appearance just now, he obviously knew Su-wen. Could it be that Su-wen was not bragging and he really had a villa here? However, before everyone could think clearly, they were stunned by the beautiful environment of Haiyun Bay community. This is not just a residential area, it is a paradise on earth. After a while, Su-wen finally brought them to his villa. However, after everyone got off the bus, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Su-wen, are all these cars yours? Chen Wei's eyes widened, stunned. Oh my god, how is this possible? Chen Xiaoye even covered her mouth. In the parking space in front of me, in addition to the Koenigsegg that Su-wen had just driven, there were actually 3 top supercars parked. Aston Martin 177. Lamborghini Venom. Luster Eviga. Looking at these world-class supercars, Chen Xiaoye and Chen Wei began to wonder if they were dazzled. The Rust Eviga is worth 19.88 million. Aston Martin and Lamborghini Veneno are the top of the top luxury cars, with prices both exceeding 45 million. How could Su-wen own 4 such expensive luxury cars? What kind of luxury is this? But then they came back to their senses from the shock. Because there is an even more shocking fact before them, that is the magnificent and luxurious villa in front of them. If Su-wen really opened the door of this villa, then even if they no longer believed that Su-wen owned this villa, they would probably have to believe it. It's understandable that he borrowed a luxury car from a friend just to save face and show off. But being able to borrow a villa is a bit unrealistic. Who the hell has nothing to do so as to lend his own villa to others? And it is a large villa of the same level as Haiyun Bay. Are you bored because you have eaten too much? Su-wen naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. He looked at everyone and smiled calmly. Let's go and sit in the villa. Having said that, he led his parents towards the gate of the villa. Everyone in the Chen family swallowed their saliva and followed. After arriving at the gate of the villa, Su-wen took out his hand and placed a finger on the fingerprint switch. With a ding sound, the door really opened. Then, Su-wen led his parents in. Everyone in the Chen family entered the villa together in shock and anxiety. Hiss. After entering the villa, except Su-wen. Whether it was Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, or the Chen family, they all gasped and were shocked by the scene before them. Because the environment inside the villa is so luxurious and beautiful, it feels like a dream kingdom. Everyone, stop standing and sit down. Seeing that everyone looked shocked, Su-wen smiled helplessly. After being reminded, everyone followed Su-wen to the sofa area and sat down one by one. You guys sit down first, I'll go make a pot of tea. He continued and went to the kitchen. After all, if the Chen family comes, he will get a commercial street, so he should entertain them, right? After Su-wen left, everyone came to their senses. Chen Wei looked at Su-wen's parents and spoke first. Oh my god, Uncle Guang, Aunt Wu. You guys, please don't lie to me. Is your Su family very rich and you are pretending to be poor? He asked with a shocked look on his face. Wow, this is a luxury car and a big villa. Su-wen's parents also said that they lived in poverty in Shanghai. Who would believe that? Yes, Aunt Wu. Your son is so rich and prosperous, how could you as a parent not know anything? Chen Xiaoye also asked with a look of doubt. On the contrary, Yang Ying didn't say much at this moment. Although she and the Su family were neighbors, she looked down on the Su family and thought they were poor. Later, her daughter married a wealthy man in Shanghai. Her son also became an executive in a company in Shanghai, and his life was getting better and better, so she didn't take the Su family seriously at all. Originally, this time her son-in-law bought a big house in Shanghai and asked her to live there. She also wanted to take this opportunity to show off in front of the Su family. But I didn't expect that the Su family would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, since the family is so rich. Chapter 46, Aunt Yang's Breakdown. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, you two are really something. Your family is so rich, why don't you tell us? What's there to hide? Finally, Yang Ying spoke. But there seemed to be a sarcastic tone in the words. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. What can I say? They themselves are now confused. At this moment, Chen Xiaoye's cell phone suddenly rang. When she turned on her cell phone, she found it was her husband calling, so she answered the call. Xiaoye, did your parents pick you up? If you get the call, take a taxi here. I've already booked a hotel at Yufenglu. Come over for dinner. A man's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I received it. It's just that we are at a fellow villager's house in the Haiyun Bay Villa district. We will come over later. Chen Xiaoye said truthfully. Do you have any fellow villagers living in Haiyun Bay? Is this true or false? Chen Xiaoye's husband was obviously stunned. After all, who doesn't know Haiyun Bay when we are in Shanghai? Why would I lie to you? This fellow lives next door to our hometown. It's not like you haven't been there before. The old house next to my house is their Su family. However, after she said this, 10 full seconds passed and there was no sound from the other end of the line. Chen Xiaoye thought she had hit the phone screen and accidentally hung up the call, but when she picked it up, she found that the call was not hung up. Honey, why don't you speak? Chen Xiaoye asked puzzled. You just said that the family next door to your hometown is named Su, and they live in Haiyun Bay, right? On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaoye's husband's voice was trembling a little. Well, yes. Chen Xiaoye replied. Is there a young man named Suwan in the Su family? The person on the other end of the phone continued to ask. How do you know? Chen Xiaoye was startled and said in confusion. What the hell? The person on the other end of the phone was also shocked. Then, he said quickly, you said your fellow villager lives in Haiyun Bay and his last name is Su, so I made a guess. I didn't expect it to be him? What do you mean, what happened to him? What's wrong? Your neighbors and you don't even know? That young man named Suwan is the chairman of the Hills Hotel and the big boss of Worcester e-commerce company. He has a very impressive status. I met him at a dinner for Brilliant Technology Company a few days ago. This sentence was like a thunderclap that struck Chen Xiaoye, leaving her stunned. You didn't lie to me? Chen Xiaoye couldn't believe it, and even her voice became extra high-pitched, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why would I lie to you? Xiaoyu, I'm telling you, you have to please the Su family, okay? He is a real big boss. As long as we can get along well with the Su family, it will be of great benefit to both the Chen family and our Zhao family. He may even be able to attract investment to our company. Do you know that? On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaoye's husband gave instructions. There was an inexplicable excitement in his tone. Oh my God. I saw Mr. Su at a banquet before, but with his status, he was not even qualified to ask for a phone number. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be his mother-in-law's neighbor. How can this not be exciting? How can one not be excited? Then, he thought of something else and said, by the way, don't we have to eat lunch later? Can you invite Mr. Su to come over so we can have a meal together? That will help improve our relationship. Listening to her husband's words, Chen Xiaoye felt completely confused and didn't know why. Su Wen, he is actually the chairman of Hills Hotel? Chairman of Worcester Enterprises? How is this possible? However, thinking of Su Wen's 4 luxury cars and this super luxurious villa, everything connected together is so reasonable. Chen Xiaoye didn't know when the phone was hung up. When Su Wen came over with the tea, she immediately reacted, so she looked at Su Wen and said, Xiao Wen. Oh, no, Mr. Su. My husband just booked a hotel and is planning to invite my parents to have dinner there. You and Uncle Guang, if Aunt Wu doesn't suggest otherwise, why don't you go together? Chen Xiaoye spoke tremblingly, her tone full of respect, leaving everyone confused. Yang Ying looked at her daughter in astonishment. Not only did the daughter's tone of voice suddenly become strange, but she also called Su Wen Mr. Su. What did this mean? However, before anyone could figure it out, Su Wen spoke. Forget about eating. Our refrigerator is full of vegetables. My parents will be home today, so I'll cook for myself. Su Wen refused bluntly. Of course, if you want to eat, then go quickly and don't delay. Su Wen continued speaking, as if he was about to chase the person away. Everyone in the Chen family is smart. After hearing this, how could we not know what Su Wen meant? Yang Ying's expression suddenly changed. Originally, she was unhappy because the Su family suddenly became rich. Hearing the other parties say this, he felt even more depressed, so he immediately stood up and said, "Since my son-in-law called, let's go eat. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, we won't bother you anymore." After saying that, she left without hesitation. But I can't do anything to my daughter Chen Xiaoye. Mom, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly run out? After Yang Ying came out, everyone in the Chen family naturally followed her out. Chen Xiaoye grabbed her mother and asked anxiously, "Why don't you come out? Didn't you see that they were all chasing people away?" Yang Ying said with an unhappy look on her face. "Just hurry up, we'll just pretend we didn't hear anything. There's no need to rush out like that, right? I just wanted to invite Su Wen to dinner." Chen Xiaoye said helplessly. "They've already kicked us out, why don't you come out and embarrass yourself? You're still inviting people to dinner. I think you're crazy, right?" Yang Ying was shocked. Even after treating them like this, the daughter still wants to treat them to a meal. What's wrong with that? "Oh, Mom, you don't know." Chen Xiaoye told her mother what her husband had just said. Then, Yang Ying, Chen Wei and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing extremely shocked expressions. On the other side, inside the villa. After the Yang family left, my mother couldn't help but say, "Xiaowan, isn't it too rude to just drive them away?" "Ha, what's wrong with that? The Chen family doesn't have a good relationship with our Su family. Didn't you see that they always acted arrogantly before? There's no need to be so enthusiastic about treating them." Su Wen sneered. "If you want to be respected, you must first respect others. The Chen family can't even do this, so why should we be so enthusiastic towards them?" Chapter 47, Feast. In this way, after Su Wen brought his parents to the new villa, his parents settled down there. As for the house in the old town, Su Wen checked out the next day. He also found a moving company and moved all the useful things from the old house, such as clothes, dishes, and so on. After settling everything, he took out his cell phone and sent VX messages to his best friends at school and classmates Xia, asking them if they wanted to go to the dinner. "My parents have worked hard all their lives and have never had a big meal." Su Wen thought he should take them out for a good meal. "It would be boring to eat with just 2 or 3 people, so I decided to call my friends to join us." When everyone heard there was going to be a big dinner, they were so excited. How could they not go? Even classmate Xia, who didn't want to gain weight anymore, finally chose to stand on the side of food. So we agreed on a time and place. Monday evening. As soon as school was over, Su Wen immediately drove the Koenigsegg back to Haiyun Bay, ready to go back to wash up and then pick up his parents to go to Hills Hotel. As for my best friends and classmates Xia and others, they can just take a DD taxi. Time soon came to 7 o'clock in the evening. At the entrance of Hills Hotel, a Koenigsegg slowly drove up, and then Su Wen, Su Guangxing, and Wu Wan got out of the car. "Xiaowan, is it too expensive for us to eat here? This is a 7-star hotel. A meal here must cost a lot, right?" Looking at the big hotel in front of him, Su Guangxing couldn't help but frown. Although he knew his son was rich, he still felt that eating here was too luxurious. "Yeah. We can just find a random restaurant to eat at. There's no need to come here." Wu Wan also agreed. "It's okay. A meal here doesn't cost much. Besides, I have many classmates coming, so I have to choose a better place." Su Wen said indifferently. "Not to mention that I am the owner of this hotel and I don't have to pay for my meals." Even if he had to pay, a meal of tens of thousands of dollars was just a small matter for him. As they were talking, 2 taxis came closer and soon arrived in front of Su Wen. Then Su-won's best friends, Xia and her girlfriends, came out of the car one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. The companions looked at Su-won, then at the two old men beside him, and said with a smile, "Uncle, hello auntie." "Uncle, hello aunt." Previously on VX, Su-won said that he would bring his parents to dinner. Seeing these two elderly people at this moment, everyone realized that they must be Su's parents, so they all greeted them. "Hey, hello to you guys too." Seeing that the little ones were so polite, Su's father and mother naturally responded happily. "Hey, Xiaowon, what's your classmate's name? She's so pretty." Suddenly, Su-won's mother looked at Xia in shock and spoke. Because Xia's appearance was so outstanding, Wu-won saw him almost at first sight. Suddenly, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. She couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful girl in the world. "Haha, Mom, her name is Xia Xinyao, and she's also my college classmate." Su-won smiled and immediately explained. "Oh, that's it." Su's mother nodded. Although she knew it was impolite to stare at someone, Wu-won still couldn't help but look at the other person twice. "There's nothing I can do, this girl is just too beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, auntie." Seeing that Su's mother actually praised her, Xia Xinyao was delighted and felt embarrassed. "Okay, stop looking. She's not your daughter-in-law anymore." Seeing that his wife kept staring at the girl and made her feel embarrassed, Su Guangxing couldn't help but shake his head and smiled helplessly. "You? Why can't I hear anything good coming from you?" Wu-won's face turned serious. This old guy always went against her. Uncle, that's not necessarily true. You don't know, Xiaoyao and classmate Su have a very good relationship. They often visit each other, just like a couple." "That's right. Although they are not a couple yet, they are better than a couple. Xiaoyao talked to us the most about classmate Su. She used to send him milk tea every day. I don't know how much she likes classmate Su." At this moment, Xia's two best friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu, were talking happily, completely unaware that they had already sold out Xia. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Xia Xinyao's expression froze at first, and then her face quickly turned red. Hateful. What are her two best friends talking about? She actually exposed their usual chat topics, and did it in front of Su's parents. Are they crazy? Oh. Student Xia felt so miserable that she wanted to cry but had no tears. She even wanted to strangle her two best friends to death immediately. And what Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu said did shock Su-won's parents. Especially Su-won's mother, her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that this little girl surnamed Xia has a chance with his son? So she looked at Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu and said, "You two are so cute and you really know how to talk." Then she looked at Xia and said, "My son is sometimes very stubborn and has many shortcomings. I'm sorry to bother you with his patience." Wu-won said this with a smile, without delving into the relationship between the two. She is old, but not stupid. Children should deal with their own affairs. Moreover, if some things have not been confirmed yet, you can't just match people up randomly, otherwise it will only make everyone embarrassed. It doesn't matter that her son is thick-skinned, but it's a different story for the girl. Forehead. "Auntie, don't worry, classmate Su is very good, and it's easy for me to get along with him." Xia Xinyao smiled and said quickly. "Okay, let's go in and eat first." Listening to everyone talking, Su-won smiled helplessly. Having said that, he led everyone into the hotel lobby. At this time, a man who looked like a manager hurried over, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He is the manager of this hotel, and Su-won just booked a table of food and wine in advance through him. "Director Su, please go upstairs." The manager greeted Su-won respectfully, and then led everyone to a luxurious private room upstairs. "Wow, the environment here is really nice." "Yes. Big and wide." As soon as everyone entered the box, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The box is very large, about 60 square meters. The area of this private room is almost as big as the shabby little house where Su-won used to live. Plus the decoration is ancient style. Everyone immediately felt relaxed and comfortable. "Everyone please find a seat, don't be polite." Su-won greeted. The friends didn't hesitate and found a seat to sit down. Then, Su-won said a few words to the manager, and the manager quickly took out the intercom and began to instruct the employees to serve the dishes. Soon, the waitresses came up with dishes, one plate after another. The table Su-won ordered was not cheap, just this table of dishes cost more than 50,000 yuan. So, when the waiters brought all the dishes for tonight, everyone was stunned by the sight of this sumptuous banquet. Chapter 48. Let us go to KTV to sing. Roasted goose, kung pao chicken, wensi tofu. Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, snowbird's nest with rock sugar, braised prawns, steamed swimming crabs, and so on. There were more than 20 famous domestic dishes on the big table. Each dish is unique, looks delicious, and has great flavor and taste. Dad, Mom, students Xia and Lao Chen, everyone, stop standing there and start eating. As he spoke, Su-wen picked up a dish and started tasting it. Suddenly, a fragrance filled my mouth. It tasted really good. Seeing that classmate Su had already started eating, how could anyone hold back? They immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Fuck, this goose smells so good. This wensi tofu is so tender. And these braised prawns taste really good. After tasting it, everyone praised it. It's delicious, just eat more. Su-wen's parents said this with a smile. After taking a few bites, everyone picked up their drinks and beer. Some drank drinks, some drank beer. Su-wen didn't drink because he had to drive at night, so he asked Chen Ming and the others to drink with his father. For a moment, it was lively and everyone was enjoying the meal. Time passed quickly and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the dishes on the table had been almost finished. The beer and drinks are finished. After everyone rested for a while, they stood up and ended the dinner. It was also the first time for Su-wen's parents to dine in such a high-end hotel. I have to say, it does feel unusual. It's just past 8 o'clock, it's still early. Brother Xiaowen, how about we all go to KTV to sing? Yeah, we finally got out here, how can we not have some fun? Just when everyone came out of the hotel, suddenly, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu looked at Su-wen and started to make a noise. They like singing the most. Today, with the big boss here, they naturally want to take advantage of him a little more. You too. Student Xia looked at her two best friends, smiled and shook her head. I think this is a good idea, Lao Su, how about we go sing? Yes, I agree. With so many people and such a good atmosphere, it would be a shame not to sing. Su-wen's close friends immediately echoed. With several female classmates singing with them, how could they not go? This is a great opportunity to promote development. Su-wen nodded and thought it was a good idea, so he smiled and said, okay, then I'll go sing. There are supporting KTV facilities right next to Hill's Hotel, so why not? When everyone heard Su-wen agreed, they were immediately excited. Singing is something for you young people. We two old men and women won't participate. Yes. You young people, have fun. We will go back first. However, Su-wen's parents were not interested in singing at all. After eating and drinking, all they wanted to do was go home. For them, even just taking a walk in Haiyanwan community is more interesting than singing in KTV. Then I'll take you back. I'll send you home and then I'll come out. Su-wen understood his parents' thoughts and nodded. No need, let's take a taxi back. Just go and have fun. There are so many cars in Shanghai. Are you afraid you won't be able to get a taxi? Su Guangxing, Wu Wan immediately waved her hand to refuse. It's not like they are new here in Shanghai, so they don't know how to get home? Seeing his parents say this, Su-wen stopped forcing it. But to be at ease, he still hailed a taxi for his parents. After seeing them off, I left the hotel with my friends with peace of mind. Hill's KTV is only a few hundred meters away from the hotel. It took them 5 minutes to walk there. What I saw before me was a building that was 10 stories high, sparkling and eye-catching. Without stopping, Su-wen and his companions went up immediately. As soon as you enter, you will see a magnificent hall. Sofa area, beverage area, entertainment area, everything you need. Are there any more boxes? Su-wen brought everyone to the cashier counter and asked a beautiful lady at the front desk. Yes, there are several types of private rooms. An ordinary small box is 450 yuan, an ordinary large box is 600 yuan, and an ordinary super large box is 800 yuan. A small deluxe box is 600 yuan, a large deluxe box is 900 yuan, and an extra large deluxe box is 1,200 yuan. The supreme box, 2,500 yuan. Drinks and food are extra. The front desk clerk said slowly. Then let's have the supreme box. Su-wen didn't even bother to think and just spoke directly. Yes, sir. As she spoke, the beautiful lady at the front desk called over a waiter and asked him to take the person upstairs. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the top 10th floor. I have to say that the floor where the Supreme Luxury Box is located is different. The lobby is magnificent and the environment is unparalleled. There is a waiter standing at the door of each box, seemingly ready to respond to guests' calls at any time. Then, Su Wen and others were also taken to a private box. This box is very large, luxurious, and technologically advanced, which is very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Supreme Luxury Box. Not only is the environment here high-end, the singing equipment is also top-notch. The whole room is in stereo surround sound, which can bring you a better experience. The waiter introduced with a smile. After the introduction, he continued to ask, "Do you need any drinks?" "Of course." Su Wen nodded, picked up the menu on the tea table, looked at it, and ordered 2 dishes. One is mainly barbecue, and the other is mainly fruit. "Okay, wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter retreated. But after a while, all the food was delivered very efficiently. At this time, the bright lights in the box had dimmed at some point and turned into a dark color. It was too late for the friends to start requesting songs. Wang Xiuxiu ordered a song called As Wish by Wang Tianhou, while Jiyu ordered a song called By the Butterfly Spring. Chen Ming and He Wenfang also came up and ordered a song each. Student Xia did not rush to order a song, but sat down on the sofa. She ate too much tonight and she needs to digest it. At the same time, Jiyu looked at Su Wen and said, "Brother Xiaowen, your ears are blessed now. Wang Xiuxiu sings so beautifully, you will be shocked later." "Is it that great?" Looking at Jiyu's proud expression, Su Wen said with a smile. "Of course. Didn't you know that she took 3rd place in last year's school singing competition?" Jiyu said this in a heroic and proud tone. Su Wen was slightly surprised. He really didn't know about this. He knew that the school held a singing competition every year and selected the top 3 for awards. But he really forgot who were the top 3. As they were talking, the prelude sounded and Wang Xiuxiu began to sing. "You are Yao Yao's path. The lights in the foggy mountains." Explosion, a real explosion. When the song started, everyone fell silent. This song is perfect in both melody and rhythm. Coupled with Wang Xiuxiu's good singing skills, people were fascinated by the song for a moment. Even Su Wen, who already possesses world-class singing skills, was quite impressed. Moreover, Wang Xiuxiu's voice is also unique, ethereal, and passionate. Although she is still far behind Queen Wang, it is very rare among ordinary people. No wonder she won the 3rd place in the school singing competition. How is it? It sounds good, right? Jiyu looked at Su Wen proudly. "Lao Su, how about you sing a song too? Although we can't compare to Wang Xiuxiu, we can at least be a supporting role." At this moment, Chen Ming on the side spoke with a smile. Chapter 49 World-Class Singing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System release reward, sing a song in KTV. Mission reward, one of the top 500 domestic companies, 51% of the shares of Wanhua Electric Company, Ltd. After the system introduction, Su Wen was shocked. Although this company is far inferior to Worcester, it is also one of the top 500 companies in China, and its scale should not be underestimated. If you can get this kind of reward for just singing a song, why not agree to it? Besides, the system has given him a world-class voice and singing skills. Now that he has the chance to show it off, why not give it a try? Accept the mission. Su Wen said immediately. Then he looked at his friends and said, "Okay, I'll sing a song too." As he spoke, Su Wen thought for a moment and clicked on a song Anxiang on the screen. "Brother Xiaowen, are you sure you want to order this song?" Looking at the song Su Wen ordered, Jiyu was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "Fuck, Lao Su, you are awesome. You dare to order this song." "Yeah. This song is difficult to sing. I would never choose it even if I were beaten to death." Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan and others could not help but be shocked. They looked at Su Wen and even suspected that he had a fever. Otherwise, why would he choose such a difficult song? "Is it difficult?" "It's okay," Su Wen said indifferently. At this time, Wang Xiuxiu had finished singing her song. Then it was Jiyu, Chen Ming, He Wenfang, and others' turn. Compared to Wang Xiuxiu, their singing skills are much worse. Jiyu and He Wenfang are better, at least they sing with the rhythm and tune. As for Chen Ming, he was completely in a state of doing whatever he wanted. It would be fine if the song wasn't in tune, but every time I sang it the tempo was either too fast or too full, and it was never in tune correctly. If listening to others singing costs money, then listening to him singing costs your life. Aren't you going to sing? Suwon peeled an orange for Xia and asked curiously. I'll order after you guys finish singing, so my singing won't sound so lame. Student Xia took the orange and said with a smile. Suwon was stunned. Well, you are quite thoughtful. However, it will be his turn soon. What if classmate Xia requests a song while he is singing? After all, his singing skills are world class. Just when he was struggling over whether or not to tell classmate Xia about this, classmate Xia actually stood up and ordered a song. It was also Su Wen's turn to sing. He did not stop classmate Xia from requesting a song, and went on stage with the microphone handed to him by Zhu Yuan. After a moment, a soothing voice sounded. A familiar and beautiful melody resounded in the box. Then, Su Wen spoke. When the petals bloom, the fragrance lingers. The fragrance disappears after the wind and rain, and no one comes to smell it. The beautiful melody was flowing and the clear voice continued to linger in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This is no longer something that can be described as explosive or shocking. The melody of the song in Xiang was originally intended to express a sad love story of a couple who love each other deeply but cannot be together. Su Wen used his heavenly voice and world-class singing skills to fully express this emotion that was about to explode and was struggling and wavering. Everyone listening to this song felt as if they were there, feeling the strong emotions, sadness, and struggle in the lyrics. This song seemed to go on for a very long time. No one knows when the song ends. By the time they all reacted, Su Wen had already stepped down from the stage. Then, everyone looked at Su Wen with shock, disbelief in their eyes. Oh my god, brother Xiaowen, how come you sing so beautifully? Yeah, Lao Su, are you possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, how could you sing such a moving song? Good fellow, you didn't sing like this before. We've heard you sing like this before, but what happened today? Everyone was talking about it and was shocked. They simply couldn't believe that Su Wen could sing a song to such a level. It is no exaggeration to say that this has reached the level of the world's top singers, and even surpassed them. Compared with Su Wen, Wang Xiuxiu, who performed well just now, is nothing. Classmate Xia looked at Su Wen in a daze, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. She also never expected that classmate Su's singing could be so beautiful, just like the singing of an immortal. At this moment, she felt that Su Wen was so mysterious, so dazzling, and so radiant. Bang bang bang. As he thought about it, Xia felt his heart beating faster and his face turned red. Xia, it's your turn. At some point, Su Wen stood in front of Xia and handed her the microphone. Student Xia was confused at first, but then he reacted. Yes. She just requested a song, and now it's her turn. But classmate Su sang so beautifully just now, it was simply the sound of nature. And when she sings, it's good enough if she can find the tune. Singing at this time, doesn't it form a sharp contrast with classmate Su? Does she still want to save face? Especially classmate Su, he even handed over the microphone. Isn't this just forcing someone to do something? Suddenly, the image of Su Wen in her heart fell down again. However, student Xia kept muttering in his heart. But now that things have come to this, we can't help but sing, right? Just die. Thinking of this, classmate Xia took the microphone and went on stage. The song that Xia requested was Invisible Wings, an inspirational song that she particularly liked. When the music started, Xia started speaking. Every time I am strong in the process of returning to the lonely elixir. Even though I was hurt, I didn't shed tears. This is a very nice song, both the melody and the lyrics are profound. But I have to say that when Xia sang it, it actually sounded mediocre. Compared with Su Wen's heavenly voice just now, they were completely two extremes. Even Su Wen had to admit that Xia was truly a song terminator. If Sister Han knew that her song was sung like this by classmate Xia, she would probably take a bus to Shanghai overnight and beat classmate Xia up. That being said, Su Wen could still tell that student Xia was really trying hard to sing. Well, she tried her best. A few minutes later, student Xia finally finished singing the song. Just then, Su Wen applauded her. It's not that she sang well, but at least she was courageous. Seeing Su Wen clapping, Chen Ming and others also applauded. You sang well, really well. Chen Ming praised. Ahem. I need to go to the bathroom. Student Xia already knew that he didn't sing well, and when he heard everyone applauding and praising him, he suddenly felt ashamed of himself. So after throwing the microphone to Su Wen, she took a close friend and left the box to ease the embarrassment. Su Wen smiled indifferently, shook his head, and handed the microphone to Chen Ming. This guy hasn't sung enough and is ready to sing another song. It's just strange that when Chen Ming finished singing a song, Xia and her best friend Ji Yu had not returned yet. What's going on with the two of them? It's been almost 5 minutes and you haven't come back yet. Didn't you find the toilet? Chen Ming said in surprise. Let me go and take a look. Having said that, Wang Xiuxiu stood up. However, just as she was about to leave, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and Ji Yu rushed in and said, "Oh no, classmate Xia was blocked by a few hooligans and can't come back." Chapter 50, Rescue Classmate Xia. Where are they now? Su Wen frowned and asked immediately. It's over there in the bathroom. I'll take you there. Ji Yu replied in panic. Having said that, he let everyone out of the box. Meanwhile, on the other side, student Xia was standing in the corridor outside the toilet. There were 7 or 8 people surrounding her at this moment. These people are both men and women. The men were wearing gold and silver and the women were dressed gorgeously and looked very stylish. Well, have you thought it through? Everyone is very unhappy about what happened just now, so you have to apologize to my little brother and go drink with us. Suddenly, the man in the lead spoke. The man was probably in his 30s and had a strong build. He looked at Xia, with dominance and arrogance in his eyes. However, facing the threat, Xia was not frightened at first. Instead, he looked at the man opposite and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Your friend harassed me and asked me to apologize to him?" Student Xia frowned and said angrily. It turned out that when she and Ji Yu went to the bathroom just now, a man came towards them. As the man passed by, he suddenly reached out and touched Xia's face. Fortunately, Xia reacted quickly and dodged the other person. Unexpectedly, when the other party saw that his plan failed, he acted helpless and stopped her. He asked for her phone number and took out his mobile phone to take a video. He also said something about taking a video as a souvenir, regardless of whether the other party was willing or not. Ji Yu, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and called the other person a hooligan. I never thought that the other party would get so angry and embarrassed that he secretly sent a message to his friends asking for help, which led to the current situation. Fortunately, Ji Yu reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly slipped back to find someone. Otherwise, they would both be entangled. Thinking of this, student Xia became even angrier. This group of people were clearly in the wrong, yet they are crying thief. The other party seemed to have taken advantage of Xia, a little girl who was easy to bully, so he deliberately bit back. The man then said, "Little girl, you said my little brother harassed you, you need evidence when you speak. If you falsely accuse my little brother, then you are falsely accusing me, so you have to drink with us. How about it, do you want to take the initiative to go to our box to accompany the drinking and apologize, or do you want us to invite you?" The man sneered. Coercion, inducement, oppression, it's very social at first glance. Such a beautiful woman. Not to mention his younger brothers, even he, the big brother, can hardly control himself. Of course he had to find a way to keep this woman. If the other party drinks and apologizes and gets drunk, won't that mean you are at his mercy? Fuck, you didn't want to add my number just now you know how powerful my brother is, right? Suddenly, the man who had just asked Xia for her number also spoke. The tone was arrogant and full of complacency. Even the women who were dressed up in fancy clothes started laughing. TSK. Why are you pretending? You dress so nicely, isn't it just to attract men? That's right. I advise you to be sensible and go to the box with us. Otherwise, if you anger Brother Han, you will suffer the consequences. Ha, I don't know how many girls like you I've seen. They were all very tough at first, but after meeting Brother Han, didn't they become obedient? They looked at Xia with disdain and jealousy. There's nothing I can do, classmate Xia is just too beautiful. As women themselves, they couldn't believe that there were such beautiful women in the world. So, if someone could destroy this beautiful woman, they would certainly be happy to see it. Xia, are you okay? However, just when Xia's life was in great danger, suddenly a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked back and saw Ji Yu, Su Wen, and others finally arrived at the toilet. When Xia saw Su Wen coming, he was immediately delighted. His originally heavy expression instantly relaxed at this moment. I don't know why. As soon as classmate Su came, she felt safe. However, Su Wen, who was standing opposite, had a very ugly expression on his face. He looked at so many people surrounding classmate Xia, and anger instantly rose in his heart. Let the man out to me. Su Wen said in a deep voice, his voice was icy cold. As long as the other party said they were unwilling, he seemed to be ready to take action. And some people are destined to be ignorant and fearless. When Han Chao's brothers saw Su Wen was about to step forward, they turned around one by one and blocked Su Wen outside in an instant. Are you blind? How dare you come here to mess things up? Get lost, this is none of your business, get as far away as you can. The other party threatened one by one. As he said that, he started pushing Su Wen. At this moment, there was a click sound. Suddenly a scream was heard. Before everyone could react, they saw that the man who had just pushed Su Wen had his wrist broken. Then he collapsed to the ground, excruciatingly painful. I don't want to say it again. Release him immediately, or you will end up like him. Su Wen was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party and just killed the chicken to scare the monkey. But this move didn't seem to work. Han Chao, who was usually arrogant, was not afraid when he saw his brother being beaten. Instead, he became angry. Fuck, I, Han Chao, have been hanging around in Huining district for more than 10 years, and I have hundreds of friends, if not thousands. You dare to hit my brother, I think you are tired of living, right? MD, destroy him for me. Han Chao shouted angrily. Several of his brothers were furious when they saw their men being beaten. Now that the big brother has given the order, how can they bear it? Immediately, they clenched their fists and rushed toward Su Wen. Su Wen had long been fed up with this group of people, so naturally he showed no mercy and started fighting them without hesitation. However, before he could knock down the two men, Su Wen unexpectedly discovered that he had no opponent. It turned out that just now when the other party rushed over, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan and He Wenfang also rushed up immediately to help Su Wen. He Wenfang was originally a sports student, so it was no problem for him to deal with one. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan beat one up. So, after Su Wen dealt with two opponents, the only ones left on the opposite side were Han Chao and a few women. Su Wen turned around and walked towards the other party. What do you want to do? Seeing the other party walking towards him, Han Chao panicked. That's right. At this moment, the experienced big brother was actually a little panicked. At first, he thought the other person was just an ordinary young man, so he didn't take him seriously. But who knew that the opponent was so good at fighting? Faced with Han Chao's plea for mercy, Su Wen did not intend to give up. You threatened my friend and tried to get her to drink with you, and now you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Don't you think it's too late? Su Wen sneered and walked straight towards the other party. When he thought about how so many people had bullied classmate Xia, his anger grew even greater. Hey, brother, don't do it. This is a KTV, not a place for fighting. Can't we just talk it out nicely? Just when Su Wen stepped forward and was about to teach Han Chao a lesson, suddenly, a young man in a suit hurried over and tried to stop him. Chapter 51: The End of Going Against. You're here too late. What's the point of saying this now? Su Wen glanced at the young man and said lightly. Just by looking at the other person's attire, you can tell that he must be the manager. It's not too late, brother. It was just a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I did this for my brother. This lady said that my brother harassed him, and my brother said that he was framed. As the eldest brother, it is only natural for me to seek justice for him, right? Originally, Han Chao was almost in despair. Seeing the manager coming over, he seemed to see hope and begged for mercy again. It's just what was said. Not to mention others, I'm afraid even he himself wouldn't believe it. Fart. You scum, are you really that shameless? It's obviously your brother who is harassing my bestie, why are you pretending to be innocent? And what you call seeking justice is forcing people to drink and apologize to you? Before Su Wen could say anything, Ji Yu beside him immediately exploded. She and Xiaoyao knew best what had just happened. It was clearly the man who harassed Xiaoyao first, but now the other party is crying stop thief and making the first complaint. How could she not be angry? Then I don't care. I just know that since Mr. Han is in our store, he is my customer. I can't just sit there and do nothing. Besides, each of you has your own reasons. How do I know which of you is telling the truth? The manager said the same thing, and his tone became stronger. There was a strong intention in his words to save Han Chao. It's easy to know who's right and who's wrong. Isn't there a surveillance camera in this corridor? If we take out the surveillance camera and take a look, won't the truth be revealed? Suwon said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, the surveillance is broken and I can't provide evidence. The manager refused outright. After these words were spoken, let alone Suwon and others. Even the waiters who were watching the fun were shocked. The surveillance cameras in their KTV are checked regularly, so how could it suddenly break down? Moreover, there are usually 2 surveillance cameras installed in the same corridor. Even if one is broken, it is impossible that both of them are broken, right? Even a fool could tell that the manager was completely disregarding the facts and siding with Mr. Han. However, what is surprising is that, facing the manager's words, Suwon was not angry. Instead, he looked at him and said, "You are the manager of this KTV, right?" "Of course, what's the matter?" the manager said proudly. He didn't take this young man seriously at all. But Mr. Han is different. He is a regular customer of the store and has a high status. When a conflict occurred, he naturally stood on Mr. Han's side. Suwon didn't say much, he just sneered. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. In just a few seconds, the call was connected. "Hello, Mr. Su?" A voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is Zhang Kaming, the vice president of Hills Hotel. "Well, it's Vice President Zhang, right?" Suwon said slowly. Yes, that's me. I wonder if Director Su called me suddenly. Is there something going on? Zhang Kaming immediately said with a smile. The chairman of the Hills Hotel called, so as the vice chairman he naturally had to listen attentively. There is something. Please contact the boss of Hills KTV. Just tell him that the manager of the KTV here doesn't know the rules, and ask him to remove the person and recruit new people, or transfer someone from the headquarters to manage it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As for the rest, not a single word was said. Because he knew that Vice President Zhang would definitely understand. Vice President Zhang on the other end of the phone was indeed a seasoned veteran. After being stunned for a few seconds at first, he really figured out what was going on. This must be some blind person who offended Director Su, and that's why he is about to be dismissed by him. Then he did not dare to delay, and immediately opened the address book and found Mr. Lin, who was in charge of KTV. At the same time, on Suwon's side. The moment Suwon finished the call, the manager standing opposite was stunned. Because he also heard what Suwon just said. For a moment, he seemed not to understand the meaning of the other party's words. Vice President Zhang? Which Vice President Zhang? Vice President Zhang Kaming of Hills Hotel. And they said they would fire him. Just as he was wondering, his cell phone suddenly rang. When the manager took out his cell phone and saw that it was Mr. Lin calling. For some reason, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bad premonition came over me. Hello, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? The manager quickly picked up the phone and spoke carefully. Let me ask you, did something happen in the KTV just now? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Lin asked directly without any nonsense. Yes, the manager replied immediately. Then he gave a brief account of what had just happened. But before he could finish his words, Mr. Lin's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Joe Leeson, are you crazy? Do you know who that young man is? How dare you go against him? He is the new chairman of the Hills Hotel. When a conflict occurred, you did not speak up for the chairman, but helped outsiders to oppose him. How can there be such a stupid person as you in the world? A series of curses rang out, confusing and dumbfounding the manager. Even my brain froze a little. What did Mr. Lin say just now? This young man, he is actually the new chairman of Hills Hotel? How is this possible? The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. And the most important thing is that he was actually yelling at the new chairman just now and acting arrogantly. God, what on earth had he done? Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I don't know. The manager wanted to say something else, but Mr. Lin didn't buy it and interrupted him directly. Okay, you don't have to explain. Starting tomorrow, don't come to work. Get your salary and leave. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without caring what the manager said. It was like a bolt from the blue. Mr. Lin's last words made the manager feel as if the sky was about to fall. Jolison has been coming to Hills KTV for 6 years. During these 6 years, he managed to get the position of manager with his communication and ability. But who could have thought that his working career here would end in this way? Hills KTV is one of the top KTVs in Shanghai, with very high salaries and benefits. Now that he has been removed from his position as manager, isn't that the end of him? At this moment, the manager regretted it so much that he was about to cry. If I had known that this young man was the new chairman of the Hills Hotel, I would never have dared to go against him. Then, he looked at Su Wen, as if he had seen the last straw, and begged, Su. Mr. Su, please be magnanimous and let me go. I really didn't know you were the chairman of the Hills Hotel. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. The manager looked at Su Wen and no longer had the momentum he had just had. He begged and pleaded a lot, just hoping that the other party would let bygones be bygones and forgive him. However, some things have happened and they are done for. How can there be a chance to do them again? Thinking about how the manager had just deliberately confused the public, failed to distinguish right from wrong, and protected the man named Han, Su Wen had no sympathy for him at all. At this time, except for manager Joe, who looked distraught. There was another person who felt even more desperate, and that was naturally Han Chao. Han Chao originally thought that if the manager came, he would have a chance to get out safely. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, there would be changes? And what did the manager say just now, that this young man is the chairman of Hills Hotel? Did he hear it wrong? How is this possible? Just as Han Chao was shocked, Su Wen didn't want to delay any longer and flashed in front of him. Before Han Chao could react, he kicked him. Suddenly, Han Chao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then the whole person flew up and slammed hard into the wall. There was a loud bang. The women around Han Chao were frightened and screamed in panic. Chapter 52, Genoa Commercial Street. Ah! A series of shouts rang out. The women who had been so complacent and arrogant before, now collapsed on the ground with their hands covering their ears. Then look at Han Chao. Even though he was a strong man, he couldn't withstand Su Wen's kick. I'm afraid if I don't go to the hospital and lie in bed for 7 or 8 days, I won't get better. Xia, who was the first person to touch your face and ask for your phone number? Suddenly, Su Wen turned to look at Xia and asked. It was the one that Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan beat up. Student Xia pointed at the man who had been beaten down by 2 people. So you are the culprit. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan were slightly surprised, and then became angry again. One of them kicked the man who was already lying on the ground again, causing him to scream in pain. Just after the 2 men finished teaching the boy a lesson, Su Wen also came to his side and said condescendingly, It is not advisable to use force to bully the weak, but it is perfect for dealing with scum like you. As he said that, he stepped on the other person's hand. There were a few more cracking sounds, and the sound of broken finger bones was instantly audible. It gave everyone a chilling feeling when they heard it. Ah! The scream that had just stopped burst out from the man's mouth again. Su Wen believes that after this transformation, the man's habit of touching other people's faces will definitely change. After teaching these people a lesson, Su Wen took Xia and his friends away from the scene, leaving behind only a mess. As for the aftermath, it was left to the KTV staff to clean up and he didn't have to worry about it. How about it, do you still want to sing? Su Wen looked around and saw that only about 10 minutes had passed since they left the box, so it was still early. If everyone still wants to sing, he naturally has no objection. Forget it, I think I should go back. My good mood has been ruined by those people. Yeah. The fight scene just now was too exciting. My heart is still pounding. I'm not interested in singing anymore. Chen Ming, Jiyu, Wang Xiuxiu, and others said. Su Wen understood, and then looked at Xia. Seeing that she also agreed, he nodded, paid the bill and left. Afterwards, Su Wen took everyone back to school. After returning to school, Su Wen did not go directly back to the dormitory, but sent Xia and her best friend to the dormitory. After Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu went upstairs, he looked at Xia and asked, Are you okay today? Were you scared? Su Wen asked with concern. After all, this incident was caused by him. If he hadn't taken the lead to go out tonight, classmate Xia wouldn't have been bullied by that group of people. It's okay. It was scary at first, but it will be fine after a while. And I have to thank you very much today. If not, I might have been taken away by them. Classmate Xia looked at Su Wen and said with great gratitude. She was surrounded in the KTV before, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. She just remained calm the whole time. But when classmate Su came, it was like a god descending from heaven, and she felt safe instantly. From that moment on, Xia realized that Su was such a secure person, and she almost admired him to death. At this time, Su Wen naturally didn't know that classmate Xia was almost becoming his little fan. Seeing that classmate Xia was indeed fine, he chatted with him for a few more words and then returned to the dormitory. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the singing mission. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Su Wen was delighted to know that he had acquired shares of a Fortune 500 company. The next day, when Su Wen woke up and cleaned himself up, the first thing he did was not to go to class, but to go to Wanha Electric Appliance Company and sign the handover contract. Officially became the chairman of the board of directors of this company. After all, it's a Fortune 500 company, and he would be itching not to sign the contract. Afterwards, he drove the Koenigsegg back home and picked up his parents. He decided to buy some clothes for his parents. After all, every time he went home and saw his parents wearing old clothes that cost only 20 or 30 yuan, he felt uncomfortable. It seems that even if you have money, a big villa and a luxury car, even though I gave my parents so much money, they still didn't want to spend it. In that case, he had no choice but to buy it for them himself. Today is different from the past. Now that we have money, we should spend it where it should be spent. The place he went to this time was Genoa Commercial Street, the street where he inherited the real estate shares. Genoa Commercial Street is located in Binjiang District, Magic City, on the second ring road. The commercial street is hundreds of meters long and is a busy street. Just then, a cool Koenigsegg drove over. Then Su Wen and his parents got out of the car and walked into the commercial street. Isn't this place too expensive? It looks like a brand store. Yeah, we're old, why do we need to wear such nice clothes? As soon as they arrived at a clothing store, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan began to frown. Apparently, they all suffer from a fear of spending money. It's okay. This isn't that high-end. Since I'm here to buy clothes, of course I'll buy something better. Besides, you've been wearing cheap clothes all your life, so what's the harm in buying some nice clothes? Su Wen objected. At this moment, I wonder what Su Guangxing and Wu Wan would think if they knew that all the properties in this entire commercial street belong to Su Wen. In a sense, these shop owners are all Su Wen's tenants. As they were talking, several people entered the store. It is indeed a high-end specialty store. As soon as Su Wen entered, he felt the grandeur of this store. This store is huge. Very huge. The area divisions are neatly organized, making it look high-end and classy. Welcome. Suddenly, a woman came over with a smile. She looked like a shopping guide here. However, when the shopping guide saw that except for Su Wen, the other two elderly customers who came in were dressed so poorly, she immediately curled her lips, and the smile she had just put on instantly disappeared by more than half. It seemed to her that the family must not have much money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so worn out. Customers like this may walk around for a long time and still not buy a single piece of clothing, which is a complete waste of time. However, as a shopping guide, she still patiently asked, "Hello, who among you wants to buy clothes? What kind of clothes do you want to buy?" "My parents bought it." Su Wen responded. "Well, come over here, please." The shopping guide said lightly, and then took them to the elderly area. I have to say, clothes from high-end brands are just different. There is so much to see and every piece of clothing is beautiful. Even the clothes worn by the elderly are diverse and colorful. The quality and feel are first class. This coat feels really nice, and the pattern is nice, too. How much is it? Wu Wan touched one of the bright red coats on the hanger and asked curiously. It was obvious that she had taken a liking to the coat. This women's clothing is a Gucci-style retro floral jacket, priced at 17,500 yuan. The female shopping guide immediately started introducing the products. What, more than 10,000? As soon as these words were spoken, the two elders were immediately shocked. Are you kidding? One coat costs more than 10,000 yuan, which is enough for them to earn from working for several months. Is this buying clothes or buying gold? What about this? Wu Wan pointed to another one and asked. This is an authentic wool coat with a bow, and the price is 21,700 yuan. The woman reported another shocking number. The two elders were frightened and shocked again. Seeing the other party's reaction, the shopping guide immediately showed a disdainful expression. She knew this would happen. They are just a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Chapter 53 Arrogant Female Shopping Guide. Xiao 1, let's go to another store. The clothes here are too expensive. That's right, tens of thousands of dollars for a piece of clothing, it's too much. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan were shocked by the price of the clothes, then shook their heads and spoke quickly. However, before Su Wen could say anything, the shopping guide's face darkened and he asked, "Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy it, I won't introduce it." She asked impatiently, her tone full of disdain. As she spoke, she looked at Su Wen's parents again and muttered, "If you knew you had no money, you shouldn't have come in. Don't you see what era it is now? You're still dressed so poorly." The shopping guide sneered, his voice neither loud nor soft. But by chance, Su Wen's family of 3 all heard it. Suddenly, Su Wen's parents felt embarrassed. "We've only been in the store for a minute or two, why are you so impatient? It's so weird that someone as impatient as you can be a shopping guide." Su Wen looked surprised, and then was speechless. "The question is, if I introduce it to you, can you afford it? Look at how poor you are, yet you still want to buy these clothes that cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The shopping guide seemed to have not expected to be confronted. His face darkened and he even mocked. At this moment, the door of the store was opened again. Soon after, a couple dressed elegantly and with extraordinary temperament walked in. It was obvious that they were also here to buy clothes. The shopping guide immediately looked at Su Wen and the others and said disdainfully, "It's up to you whether you want to buy or not. I don't care about you. I'm going to serve other customers." As he spoke, he revealed a bright smile and walked towards the door. And not long after she left, Su Wen's parents also wanted to leave. Suddenly, another shopping guide came over, looked at Su Wen and others with a smile and said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing someone coming, Su Wen repeated his parents need to buy clothes. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the shopping guide not only did not look down on Su Wen's parents, but instead enthusiastically introduced each piece of clothing to them. His attitude is completely different from that of the shopping guide just now. Although every piece of clothing she introduced was still very expensive. But she carefully explained the material and quality of each piece of clothing, which really made people want to buy it. "Miss, let me ask you something. Are your shopping guide salaries calculated based on commission?" While the shopping guide was still introducing, Su Wen suddenly asked curiously. "Of course, basic salary plus commission." Although she didn't know why the customer asked this, she still answered truthfully. "Individual commission or collective commission?" Su Wen continued to ask. "In our store, we pay commissions to individuals. Whoever sells more gets a higher commission. But it is not ruled out that some stores receive collective commissions." The shopping guide responded with a smile. "That's right." Su Wen nodded and understood. Then he looked at the shopping guide and said, "My parents said some of the clothes you just introduced are pretty good. I want all of them." Su Wen made the final decision directly. As soon as these words came out, Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, and the shopping guide were all shocked. Just when Su Wen's parents were about to speak, Su Wen waved his hand to stop them, saying, "Mom and Dad, stop talking. Just buy it if you like it. If you don't spend the money you earn, what's the point of earning it?" In a word, the blocked parents were speechless. When the shopping guide heard what Su Wen said, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Oh my god! The 2 elders really like several of the brands of clothes she introduced just now. If she bought them all, wouldn't she have sales of over 100,000 in one day? Before she could finish her excitement, Su Wen said again, "Dad, Mom, if you like anything, then continue to pick. After you're done choosing, pick out 2 nice pieces of clothing for Grandpa and Grandma and send them back so they can also wear clothes from this famous brand." Su Wen suggested. "Well, that's fine, then pick a few for my parents as well." Su Guangxing and Wu Wan nodded and did not refuse this time. After all, they have bought several branded items for themselves, so it would be unreasonable not to buy some for their parents and elders. What's more, our elders are too old. If we don't wear it now, we will never have the chance to do so again. Just like Grandma and Grandpa, they passed away first because they were too old. Alas! Then, they started picking out clothes for their elderly. Another 10 minutes passed before I finished choosing all the clothes. I counted and found that I bought 5 or 6 pieces of clothing for the elders in my family, 2 or 3 pieces for each person. Including the ones Su Wen's parents bought, they bought about a dozen pieces in total. Right now. Even the shopping guide didn't seem to expect that this customer would be so generous, and he couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, she quickly packed up all the selected clothes and then took the person to the checkout counter. There are more than a dozen pieces of clothing and so many large and small bags that I can't even carry them all with my hands. This situation naturally immediately attracted the attention of other customers and shopping guides in the store. Suddenly, everyone's eyes showed surprise. Especially the female shopping guide, who had been dismissive of Su Wenjia before, was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that such a seemingly poor family could afford so many brand name clothes. How was it possible? The clothes here are very expensive. To buy so many, it would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000, right? Even the lady boss at the cashier counter couldn't help but show a look of surprise when she saw it. Holy shit! This is a big customer. Sir, you just bought 13 pieces of clothing in our store, with a total price of 247,500 yuan. We can give you a 9.5% discount in our store, which means you only need to pay 235,125 yuan. In addition, you can also apply for a membership card with us. If you recharge 100,000 yuan, you can get a 9.8% discount. If you recharge 200,000 yuan, you can get a 9.5% discount. And if you recharge 500,000 yuan, you can get a 10% discount. The proprietress said politely with a smile on her face. However, just as the proprietress was about to scan the QR code of these clothes and register them into the computer, suddenly, a voice sounded, stopping the boss and saying, "Wait, boss, I was the one who received this customer when he first came in. Now that this customer has bought so many clothes, this business should be considered mine, right?" The person who spoke was the female shopping guide from before. At this moment, seeing Su Wen and others bought so many clothes, she couldn't help but feel jealous, so she quickly ran over and said, "Is there such a thing?" The proprietress was instantly surprised. Then she looked at the other salesperson and asked, "Xia Miao, is what she said true?" I don't know." At this moment, the woman named Xiaomiao was already confused. She didn't expect that these customers had been received by Sister Tao before. At that time, she saw that other shopping guides were taking care of customers and thought that no one was paying attention to these people, so she came over directly. "I never thought this would happen." Madam Boss, don't ask her. If you ask her, she will of course say she doesn't know. We have a clear rule in our store that no shopping guide can make a decision on their own and snatch another shopping guide's customers, otherwise the order will be counted as the original shopping guide's. She has taken away my customers now, so the sales revenue should be counted as mine. The female shopping guide from before spoke again. She was arrogant and spoke in a firm tone. Chapter 54, Great Satisfaction. If you don't believe me, you can ask these customers if I was the one who served them at the beginning. The female shopping guide pointed at Su Wen and others and said. Then she turned to look at the Su Wen family and said flatteringly, "Young master, uncle and aunt, I'm really sorry for neglecting you just now. I hope you don't mind." The female shopping guide spoke in a hypocritical manner. "I completely forgot who was bossing around and being sarcastic just now." The shopping guide named Xiaomiao looked disappointed. After all, she put a lot of effort into this business, but she didn't enjoy any benefits at all. No matter who it is, they would feel bad, right? "Young master, I wonder if what my clerk said is true. She was the first one to receive you?" At this time, the proprietress also looked over and asked in confusion. "It's true." Su Wen nodded and responded truthfully. As soon as these words were spoken, the female shopping guide was immediately delighted, as if she had already seen this month's performance and high commission. "You know, those clothes just now would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000. Based on a 2% commission on sales, she could get at least 4,000 or 5,000 in commission from this single deal. How could she not be excited?" However, before she could be happy for 2 seconds, Su Wen spoke again. "However, I am very dissatisfied with this shopping guide. If the commission is hers after this deal is done, then I won't buy it." Su Wen continued speaking with a calm expression. Why is this?" The proprietress was stunned. Su Wen glanced at the female shopping guide and sneered. It was indeed she who received us when we first came in. But she kept making fun of us because we were dressed in ordinary clothes, saying we were too poor. Then when she saw new customers coming in and dressed well, she ignored us. I have to say, you guys really hired a great employee. If I could give her a review, I would definitely give her a 1-star negative review." Su Wen spoke word by word, his tone full of dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Is that true? After hearing what Suwon said, the boss lady's face instantly showed shock. She looked at the female shopping guide in disbelief and asked, "Is what he said true?" I had no choice at the time. This young master said he wanted to buy clothes for his parents, but his parents didn't want to buy any. I saw they were hesitant, so I just complained a few words. The female shopping guide argued cunningly. Bang! However, she hadn't finished her words yet. A series of crisp table slapping sounds suddenly rang out, startling everyone around. The boss lady's face was extremely gloomy. She looked at the female shopping guide and shouted angrily, "Tao Wenman, do you know what you are doing? As a shopping guide, your job is to serve customers and let them know about our products. Why do you laugh at customers and treat them coldly? What are you doing?" At this moment, the boss lady couldn't believe that she had hired such a shopping guide. Treating customers differently based on their identities is a big taboo in the industry for store owners. The woman named Tao Wenman was really shocked by her boss's sudden change of attitude. She didn't expect the other party to be so angry. The previous toughness disappeared immediately, and then he said, "I know, boss, I will pay attention to these things next time, and I promise that this situation will not happen again. But no matter what, you can't count this business as Xiao Miao's." The female shopping guide whispered. Even at this time, she still hasn't forgotten this sales order. As soon as she finished speaking, the proprietress was so angry that she laughed. "I think you are really crazy, still thinking about sales. This deal was negotiated by Xiao Miao. Is it your turn to make a move here?" Suwon also nodded and agreed, this order should indeed be counted as Mao's. Then he changed the subject. "To be honest, Madam Boss, I have to say that the quality of your clothes is really good. If it were the same as before, I would definitely buy a membership card worth 500,000 yuan, because this is my habit. But because of this shopping guide, I have a very bad impression of your store, so it's better not to apply for a membership card. I'll pay you directly," Suwon said in a harmless manner, then took out a bank card and handed it to the other party. He said this on purpose, and his purpose is self-evident. Sure enough, the proprietress's face turned green when she heard this. She looked at shopping guide Tao and wished she could eat him up. If it wasn't for her suicide, how could I have lost such a big client? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had already decided in her heart to fire Tao Wenman. Otherwise, we don't know how many customers we will lose. As for Xiao Miao, who had a look of loss just now, she was naturally excited when she heard the boss say that this business deal was hers. In just a few minutes, her mood went up and down like a roller coaster. Fortunately, there was a good result in the end. She looked at Suwon with gratitude. Then he quickly took all the clothes that the proprietress had already registered to Suwon and others. Suwon naturally didn't care about this. After he received all the clothes, he took the bank card handed over by the boss lady, and then he and his parents left the store in a swagger under Tao Wenman's angry eyes. After leaving the store, Suwon couldn't help but sigh that it's good to have money, and having money makes you powerful. Buy whatever you want and spend however you want. Come to think of it, he has spent a lot of money recently. First, he spent more than 8 million to buy furniture for the big villa, then he bought a watch as a gift for classmate Xia, and after adding the dinner and today's consumption, there was only more than 29 million left in his card. Well, we are getting poorer and poorer. While sighing, Suwon and others bought clothes for their parents, sent them home, and then returned to school. As a college student, you can't always skip classes, right? Be a good child with both good character and good academic performance. At least, that's what Suwon thought. Time flies and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Suwon didn't do anything these days. Apart from frequently chatting with classmates Xia on VX, life remains the same as usual. But that's how he lived. But many students in the college have a different view of him. The forum has been very lively these days. The reason, naturally, is because of Suwon's luxury car. A while ago, everyone saw Suwon driving an Aston Martin in and out of the school, and everyone has been wondering if this car was given by classmate Xia. Wow, it's not even been a month and Suwon has changed his car. And it was replaced with a Koenigsegg worth more than 20 million. This time, everyone went completely crazy. What's up with this poor classmate Su? How many top-of-the-line luxury cars does he have? Could it be that this car was also given by classmate Xia? But, how long has it been since classmate Xia gave classmate Su 2 luxury cars? It's just a love affair, is it that serious? While everyone was discussing this, Xia sent another VX message to Su Wen. Let him go to the woods and say there is a surprise. Chapter 55 Gift. Su Wen naturally had to go to classmate Xia's invitation. The time the other party agreed to meet is 12:30 noon today. It was break time after lunch. So after lunch, Su Wen went to the grove. I have to say that the school's grove is a magical place. There is nothing else except flowers, plants, and trees. But everyone seems to like to come here to relax and rest. By the time Su Wen arrived here, quite a few people had already come to this area, most of them were couples. Su Wen only glanced forward and immediately saw classmate Xia sitting on the lawn playing with his mobile phone, and then walked over. Here I come. When classmate Xia saw Su Wen coming, he stood up and said with a smile, Nah, this is for you. As he said that, he handed a gift box to Su Wen. There is also a watch pattern and the familiar brand logo printed on the box. Ha! Su Wen was stunned. Patek Philippe? Isn't this the watch I bought you last time? Su Wen was surprised. Not to mention the brand, even the box is exactly the same as the one he gave to classmate Xia last time. Is this to return the watch to him? It's the same brand, but it's not the watch you gave me. I accepted the one you gave me, and this is the one I bought for you. Xia Xinyao explained. Su Wen paused and understood what Xia meant. He smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept this gift. As he said that, he reached out and took the other person's gift box. Su Wen knew that it must be because he gave classmate Xia a watch last time, and she felt embarrassed, so she bought one for herself. In that case, Su Wen had no choice but to accept it. Then, the two sat together on the lawn. Su Wen opened the box, then took out the smaller box inside and opened it. Suddenly, a watch with an exquisite appearance and extremely domineering appearance appeared in front of Su Wen. This watch is really beautiful. Clear and bright, exquisitely crafted. Only. How come except for the size, the color, dial, and shape are exactly the same as the one I gave you? Su Wen was shocked. Although they are all Patek Philippe brand, each watch is different, right? Not to mention that these two watches are one for men and one for women. Ahem. This is a couple's watch, of course they are exactly the same. Student Xia said shyly. If you look closely, you will find that her flawless white face is actually slightly red at this moment. Ah. Su Wen looked at Xia with a surprised expression. 5212-001 is not a couple's model? So, where do the couple watches come from? No. So this watch was specially customized by the owner of the watch shop a while ago. Classmate Xia smiled brightly and said proudly to herself. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wen immediately understood. Wow, it's custom made. That's right. He almost forgot that classmate Xia was also a wealthy man. And in terms of cash, I'm afraid I have more money than him. This watch cost a lot of money, didn't it? He still couldn't help asking, after all, custom-made ones would be expensive. Well, it's a little more expensive than yours. I bought it for 550,000. Xia Tong nodded and answered truthfully. Su Wen was ashamed. This is 200,000 more expensive than the watch he originally gave to the other party. So, he took advantage of classmate Xia? Come, I'll help you carry it. At this time, classmate Xia took the watch with a smile, then pulled Su Wen's hand over and put it on him. She looked like a girlfriend. Then, she looked at Su Wen and said, Student Su, I gave you this couple watch. If your future girlfriend knew about it, she wouldn't be angry, right? Su Wen. Why at this moment, he felt that classmate Xia was tea-smelling. By the way, classmate Su. Tomorrow is the weekend, my friends and I are going shopping, do you want to go? Suddenly, classmate Xia said again. Shop? Well, actually it's my cousin Xia Qiuyan. She wants to go shopping and wants to see you. You are now famous in our Su family, so she wants to meet you, the mysterious classmate Su. Student Xia shrugged and explained. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind again. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, accept Xia's invitation to go shopping. Mission reward, world-class painting and calligraphy skills. Forehead. Su Wen was slightly stunned. Is this another reward to enrich himself? However, he was originally prepared to agree to Xia's request. Isn't this task a free gift? Accept the mission. Su-won said immediately. Then he looked at Xia, smiled calmly and said, "Anyway, I'm free tomorrow, I can go anytime." Here, Su-won and classmate Xia were chatting happily. However, the people around couldn't bear it anymore. Especially the boys. No matter whether you are single or not. They were watching the interaction between Su-won and school beauty Xia and were almost going crazy with envy. What was campus beauty Xia doing just now? Not only did she give a watch to classmate Xia, she also personally put it on classmate Su. Did classmate Su save the Milky Way in his previous life? Why does he? The next day. Because I made an appointment to go shopping with classmate Xia. Today, Su-won dressed up specially. After eating breakfast made by his mother at home, he drove out in his luxury car. Originally he wanted to drive a Lamborghini Veneno. After all, he is tired of driving Aston Martin in Koenigsegg. But there was no way, there was one more person today and only Koenigsegg could fit. So he had no choice but to drive the car reluctantly. On the luxurious streets of Shanghai, Koenigsegg's worth more than 20 million yuan are seen driving on the road, attracting the attention and envy of passers-by from time to time. The car then drove to a side road and stopped. This branch road is called Xinqian Road and is on the 3rd Ring Road. It is very close to the villa area where Xia's family lives, and it is the place where he and Xia agreed to meet yesterday. After arriving at the place, he sent a message directly to classmate Xia. A few seconds later, Xia told him that they would be there soon. So Su-won sat in the car and waited. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 2 figures were seen walking towards this side. One of them was Xia. Then Su-won got out of the car, waved to them and indicated the direction. But after a while, they arrived. You must be classmate Su-won-so, my future brother-in-law. As soon as they met, Xia Choyan looked at Su-won with excitement and said excitedly. But the name is so direct that it makes people unable to hold back. Boom! A chestnut sounded on Xia Choyan's head, and she screamed in pain. Cousin, what are you doing? Xia Choyan held her head and looked at Xia Xinyo in shock. Why are you asking me if I can speak? Student Xia said with a blushing face. How can you call someone brother-in-law right away? Chapter 56, Rich Woman. Is there something wrong with my speech? Xia Choyan was not convinced. How do you call me? Aren't you deliberately embarrassing me and classmate Su? Seeing that his cousin was still acting like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, classmate Xia became even angrier. What's the big deal? Although classmate Su is not my brother-in-law now, he will definitely be in the future. Brother-in-law, am I right? Xia Choyan chuckled and looked at Su-won flatteringly. When she saw that Su-won was tall and handsome, she couldn't help but secretly admire her cousin's good taste. No wonder they can't help but send each other milk tea every day. Haha, this kid. Su-won smiled helplessly. Although these two are cousins, their personalities seem to be very different. Okay, let's get in the car. In order to prevent his cousin from being tortured by classmate Xia again, Su-won had to change the subject. Having said that, he invited the two to get in the car. Wow! Koenigsegg. Brother Su, you are really rich. As soon as she got on the car, Xia Choyan touched this and that, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Not as rich as your cousin. Su-won smiled and then asked, where do you want to go? Well, let's go to Dalong Street. Xia Choyan answered immediately. Dalong Street is one of the 3 iconic commercial streets in Shanghai. Because it is very narrow and long, like a dragon stretching for thousands of miles, it is called Dalong Street. This street is more famous and much larger than the Jinhua commercial street that Su-won obtained. There are not only various food stores here, but also many well-known specialty stores. It is a paradise for brand lovers. When Su-won drove the Koenigsegg to this street, he immediately felt the extraordinary atmosphere here. Then he parked the car aside and walked into the commercial street with Xia and his sister. We said we were shopping, but actually we were just buying clothes. So the first store everyone walked into was a clothing store. Time passed quickly and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 hours, Xia and her sister were full of energy. They took Su-won to look around, and went into various specialty stores in brand cities, as if they were never tired of it. I have to say, Miss Xia is so beautiful. Whenever she walked into a specialty store, she would amaze the store owners and shopping guides. Every piece of clothing she wears seems to be tailor-made for her. How is it? Does it look good? This time, they came to a skirt store. When Xia came out of the fitting room wearing a pure white gauze dress, not to mention Su Wen, even the salesgirl at the store almost drooled. Isn't this too beautiful? Miss Xia has a good temperament and flawless fair skin. Paired with this white gauze dress, she really looks like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that nothing can compare to her. It looks good. It looks really good. Su Wen also nodded and told the truth. Xia Xinyao seemed very happy to hear Su Wen's praise. She immediately decided to buy the dress, which was worth more than 10,000 yuan. How about it, isn't my cousin pretty? Student Su, you must work hard to marry my cousin, so that we can be a family in the future. Xia Qiuyan smiled proudly. It seemed as if the most beautiful person was not her cousin, but herself, and at the same time she did not forget to encourage Su Wen. In response, Su Wen smiled helplessly. He also didn't know why the other party was so obsessed with having him as his brother-in-law. As we were talking, Xia had already bought the clothes and paid the bill. Su Wen helped her share the packaging bags, and then they walked out of the store together. Student Su, I have to thank you today. Driving us here to play, and helping us get our clothes. As soon as he walked out of the store, Xia expressed his gratitude to Su Wen. Before Su Wen could say anything, she smiled and said, "How about this, follow me into the store and I'll buy you some clothes to express my gratitude." Having said that, regardless of whether Su Wenong agreed or not, he pulled him into a men's clothing store. Under the urging of classmate Xia, Su Wen was also forced to try on various clothes. Punk style, casual style, sporty style. I have to say, Su Wen is also a clothes hanger. Although he is slightly inferior to classmate Xia in terms of appearance, he is definitely a top handsome guy. Wearing all kinds of clothes is not ambiguous at all. Every time Su Wen came out after changing into a new piece of clothing, Xia's eyes lit up, and she was obviously amazed by his temperament. Finally, after some selection, classmate Xia bought Su Wen some clothes that fit her perfectly. And these pieces are actually Su Wen's favorites. One of the windbreakers is worth more than 30,000 yuan. I'll do it myself. At this moment, Su Wen saw Xia was about to pay the bill, so he quickly stopped him. Classmate Xia gave him a watch, which cost more than 500,000 yuan. He felt really embarrassed that I had to spend money to buy him clothes again today, and they were from such a high-end brand. However, Xia Qiuyan said nonchalantly, "It's okay, just paying the bill. Let me tell you, my cousin is very rich. She has a huge treasury, with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in her hands. Her father, my great-uncle, is a huge treasury with inexhaustible resources. I, her cousin, am so envious." Xia Qiuyan laughed, then looked at Su Wen and said, "I know that classmate Su must also have a big treasury. From now on, I, Xia Qiuyan, will follow my brother-in-law. If my brother-in-law encounters any difficulties on the road to marrying my cousin, I, Xia Qiuyan, will definitely help him. I only have one request, which is that I hope that classmate Su will not forget me every time he eats delicious food and drinks spicy food. You know." After saying this, he did not forget to smile slyly. Su Wen was embarrassed. He finally understood why the girl was so enthusiastic and why she was looking forward to him becoming her brother-in-law. Love is also for this bite of the mouth. However, he had to admit what the other party had just said. This classmate Xia is really a rich man, even richer than him. No, it's a wealthy woman. Suddenly, I don't want to work hard anymore. As they were talking, Xia had already paid the bill. Several people then walked out of the store carrying a lot of clothes in large and small bags and walked back. By the time they got to the car and put everything in, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Wen suggested that they go have a meal first, and Xia and her sister naturally had no objection. So a few people got into the car, drove away from Dalong Street, and went to look for a restaurant. A few minutes later, Koenigsegg drove to a Chinese restaurant called Feng Man Lu. Just looking at the appearance of this restaurant, it is quite high-end and classy. After getting off the car, they walked towards Fengmanla. With a few words of welcome, Su Wen and others came to the hall. At first glance, it seemed spacious and bright. Although there were many people, it didn't feel crowded at all. Su Wen looked around, then he and Xia and the others chose a window seat and sat down. "Fuck, Su Wen, is that you? You are here too?" Not long after Su Wen and the others sat down, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, several figures walked towards Su Wen. Su Wen looked up and was surprised. Because the people walking in front of him were none other than his high school classmates. Chapter 57 Old Classmates. Ding Yu, Sun Zixian, Huang Ying? I didn't expect to meet you here. Su-wen was stunned and immediately recognized the three people. Although a long time has passed, after all, we were high school classmates who had been together for several years. How could I not remember it? However, his relationship with these three people was not very good. There doesn't seem to be anything worth making close friends with. Yeah. We didn't expect to meet you here either. A woman spoke. She is the Huang Ying mentioned by Su-wen. She is quite pretty, and was considered one of the most beautiful students in her class in high school. Then, she looked at Xia and her sister and chuckled, "Hey, you brought two beauties with you." TSK, I never knew that classmate Su had this skill. I thought you were quite honest before, but I didn't expect. But before she could finish her words, she was shocked by Xia's appearance. Beautiful, so beautiful. Huang Ying had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and for a moment she couldn't believe it. At the same time, several men nearby also noticed Xia, and immediately their eyes showed surprise. Su, it's okay. Who is this lady to you? Is she your girlfriend? The male classmate named Ding Yu asked in shock. At the same time, I felt a little sour. Student Ding is joking. They are my college classmates. Su-wen said with a calm expression. Oh, that's it. Upon hearing what Su-wen said, Ding Yu and Sun Zixin felt relieved. I knew it, Su-wen is an honest man and he is poor. How is it possible to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Then he chuckled and said, Student Su is still in college? Of course, Su was a top student in our class. I heard that he was admitted to Tianwei College. How could he not study? Before Su-wen opened his mouth, Sun Zixin spoke first. That's right. His family was so poor before, and studying was the only way out. Huang Ying also laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Su-wen didn't care. He asked curiously, what are you guys doing in the Magic City? Of course I'm working. My grandson Zixin and I are now working in a financial company. That's right, the monthly salary is not high, just over 20,000 yuan. When talking about work, Ding Yu and Sun Zixin both showed a proud expression. After all, in a place like Shanghai, more than 20,000 yuan a month may not be considered very high, but it is definitely not low. After hearing what the other party said, Su-wen was really surprised. They are not in college, they are working. Does that mean they graduated from high school? How did they manage to find a job paying over 20,000 yuan a month in Shanghai? Just as he was confused, Ding Yu spoke again. But compared to Mr. Huang, it's far behind. She is now married to a good husband. The two of us are just taking advantage of her and working under the name of her husband's company. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ying on the side instantly revealed a smug look, and it was obvious that her vanity was greatly satisfied. Especially in front of a poor loser like Su-wen. Su-wen nodded and understood instantly. No wonder they can find such good jobs, it has something to do with their relationship. Listening to the conversation among the crowd, Xia Qiuyan could tell that Su-wen didn't have a good relationship with these classmates, so she suddenly had an idea and said, Brother-in-law, how about we order some food? I'm hungry. Besides, I can wait, but my sister can't. She gets hungry earlier than me. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Huang Ying and others changed. How could they not hear that the other party wanted to chase them away? But then they were shocked again. What did this woman say just now? Sister, brother-in-law? Is the beautiful girl sitting next to her sister? And who is the brother-in-law she is referring to? Could it be Su-wen? For a moment, Ding Yu and others were a little confused. Wow, they just said they were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but now they are directly changed to husband and wife? Ding Yu and Sun Zixin directly received 10,000 points of critical hit. If such a beautiful girl was Su-wen's wife, they would be so jealous. But this time, classmate Xia did not refute his cousin. She could tell that her cousin had said this on purpose for those people to hear. Since classmate Su wants to eat, we won't disturb him. After being shocked, several people immediately came back to their senses. Then Ding Yu looked at Su-wen and said somewhat embarrassedly. With that, several people prepared to leave. By the way, we finally met, why not add your phone number? In a couple of days, my husband is planning to invite a few friends and my classmates to a dinner party. I wonder if classmate Su is interested in joining us. Suddenly, Huang Ying turned to look at Su-wen and said. He looks harmless. Attending a dinner party? Su-wen frowned. We don't even have any friendship, so why attend the dinner? At this moment, the system in Su Wen's mind suddenly rang. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issue task: accept Huang's invitation and attend the dinner. Mission reward: 67% of the shares of the Magic City department store and trade building. Department store and trade building? When he heard about the reward, Su Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. The commercial building is one of the tallest buildings in Shanghai, with 120 floors, and is located in the center of the city's first ring road. With this building, you can overlook the entire Magic City. Why not? Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately responded happily. Then he looked at a few old classmates and said, "Okay, let's add a phone call." Huang Ying didn't seem to expect that the other party would actually agree. She was immediately delighted and quickly took out her cell phone to exchange numbers with Su Wen. Of course, she did this not out of passion or because she liked Su Wen or anything like that. He just wanted to take advantage of the dinner to humiliate Su Wen. Su Wen doesn't care about that. As long as there is benefit involved, he will go through fire and water even if it means going through mountains of swords and mountains of fire. After exchanging numbers, Huang Ying and others left in high spirits. Why exchange numbers with them? It's obvious they don't get along with you. After everyone left, Xiao Qiuyan asked in confusion. I just wanted to see what would happen if they invited me to a dinner party. Su Wen made up an excuse and said. As they talked, they ordered their food and prepared to eat. After dinner. In the afternoon, Su Wen drove Xia and her classmates around Shanghai again. After a long ride, he finally sent them home. What he didn't expect was that shortly after he returned home, he received a message from Huang Ying, asking him to attend a dinner party. The dinner time is actually tomorrow. The place is Haisha Hotel, a 7-star luxury hotel. The next day, Haisha Hotel. Haisha Hotel is located in Puxin District. Compared with Hills Hotel, it is less famous, but its facilities and environment are still top-notch. Not long after, a luxurious and elegant supercar drove over from a distance. It was Su Wen's Lamborghini Veneno. The car drove to the front of the hotel. Su Wen got out of the car, handed the keys to the parking attendant, and then walked into the lobby. Afterwards, he went to the hotel floor and box that Huang Ying told him. At the same time, in the luxurious box number 7 on the 13th floor of the hotel, Huang Ying and her classmates were thinking about how to deal with Su Wen later. Chapter 58, Evil Plan. Hey, what do you think we should do to Su Wen later? Yeah. Do you have any good ideas? Don't just make sarcastic remarks. That's boring. Inside the box, Ding Yu and his grandson Zixian were looking at everyone, looking worried. But at this moment, Huang Ying had a very proud look on her face. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't my husband here? As he spoke, he pointed to a middle-aged man sitting next to her. The man was probably in his 40s, very fat and bald. He was wearing a pair of glasses and looked greasy. You mean Boss Zhao? Boss Zhao has a way to deal with Su Wen? Ding Yu looked at Huang Ying's husband, the boss of their company, and was a little surprised. Then his eyes lit up and he said, Sister Ring, you're not talking about getting Su Wen drunk when he comes later, are you? When he said this, Sun Zixian understood it instantly and said happily, yeah, that's a good idea. Boss Zhao is the chairman of the company and often hangs out at various drinking tables. He has a huge alcohol tolerance, so drinking is a piece of cake for him, right? At this time, Huang Ying's husband Zhao Ling also said with a smile, when Su Wen comes later, you can each toast him a glass. With so many people, are you afraid that we can't get him drunk? Although he didn't know Su Wen, it was understandable that he taught him a lesson since the man had offended his wife. You know, if you force a person to drink too much alcohol, it will be very painful for him to be drunk. And I am prone to headache the next day. Listening to everyone talking, Huang Ying said with disdain, TSK. What's this? You did guess my idea just now, but you only guessed half of the plan. Huang Ying said slowly. What's the meaning? Everyone immediately showed a puzzled expression. My idea is that no matter what method you use later, you have to find a way to get Su Wen drunk. Isn't this a hotel? I can just arrange a room for him and call a special service for him. During this period, take a few photos or videos of him, and then have my husband send a few people to distribute this content to Tianwei College. Do you think this would be more fun? As she spoke, Huang Ying smiled proudly. It seems that we can already see the series of consequences caused by this incident. As soon as these words came out, the whole box was shocked. Fuck. Sister Ing, you. Ding Yu was so scared that he stood up. Wouldn't that be a bit too extreme? Sun Zixian also widened his eyes. Take in decent photos and videos and distribute them to Tianwei College. This simply leaves no way out. If this were to happen, Su Wen would instantly become the focus of the entire Tianwei College and be pointed at by everyone. It may even cause direct damage to his reputation. Yeah. Isn't it a bit too much to do this? Even Huang Ying's husband couldn't help but frown. He is a businessman. Although the business world is full of intrigue and deception, and although he has played tricks on others before. But I always leave a way out every time I do something. After all, leaving a way out for others is leaving a way out for yourself. Giving that guy named Su Wen some cans of wine to give him a hard time is not a big deal. But if you find services for him, take photos and videos, and then post them to his school, this is no longer a small matter. This is treating the other party as a lifelong enemy. Faced with everyone's doubts, Huang Ying didn't care. That's nothing. This Su Wen was always a model student in high school. I just can't stand him. A poor loser now has a beautiful wife. I can't stand him even more. Think about it, what would happen if his wife saw this video? After saying that, Huang Ying couldn't help but sneer. It seemed as if he had already seen Su Wen's miserable appearance. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Especially Ding Yu and Sun Zixian, the two looked at each other and couldn't help feeling frightened. It seems that from now on, they really can't mess with this old classmate at all, otherwise they will probably end up in a miserable state. And just when everyone was shocked. Finally, there was a knock on the door, and it was obviously Su Wen who had arrived. Ding Yu quickly got up and opened the door. He found Su Wen standing outside, so he quickly invited him in. You are finally here, classmate Su. We have been waiting for you for a long time. That's right. Look, we're all here, but you're the last one. When the food and drinks come, you'll have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. As soon as Su Wen entered the box, Sun Zixian and Huang Ying began to pretend to be affectionate and urged him to drink. At the same time, he did not forget to ask the waiter to serve the food. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Wen just smiled and said, I'm not very good at drinking. I can't handle the alcohol. He told it truthfully. After saying that, he glanced into the box. The box is large and luxurious. It can be seen that the person who treated us today is indeed quite rich. Su Wen also discovered that in addition to a few classmates he knew, there were also a few strangers he didn't know, all dressed in suits. Among them, the bald man sitting next to Huang Ying had the aura of a superior. Su Wen guessed that he should be Huang Ying's husband. But isn't the age gap a bit too big? As they spoke, everyone briefly introduced their identities to each other, and the bald man turned out to be her husband. Then, everyone started chatting together. If you have acquaintances around, it will be easier to get to know each other. By the time everyone got familiar with each other, the table was already full of dishes. The waiters also brought several cases of beer and bottles of fine liquor. At Huang Ying's reminder, Ding Yu and others put more than a dozen bottles of beer on the table. He placed 3 transparent wine glasses in front of Su Wen and filled them all. Then, Ding Yu said with a smile, Student Su, you must drink these 3 glasses of wine, otherwise it will be a shame for us to wait for so long just now. Yes, classmate Su, drink these 3 glasses of beer first, and then we can eat and talk. Sun Zixian also joined in the fun. The boss lady Huang has said that Su Wen will be killed today. They are both working for others, so just do what they are told. As for Su Wen, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. Who made him offend Huang Ying? Su Wen naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Looking at the 3 glasses of beer on the table at this moment, I couldn't help but think of the past. In the past, when he drank white wine, his heart rate would speed up after he took a sip. When it comes to beer, my face starts to turn red and my heart starts to beat fast after drinking half a bottle. But now, He smiled indifferently, without thinking much, picked up a glass of beer and started drinking, then the second glass, and the third glass. Seeing that he really drank it, Huang Ying, Ding Yu and others looked at each other and laughed secretly. Just now they heard Su Wen say that he couldn't hold his liquor. After 3 glasses of beer, although he wasn't drunk, at least he had a good start. Then everyone will toast him with a glass. Wouldn't it be easy to get him drunk? Chapter 59 Amazing Alcohol Ability. How about this, is this okay? After 3 glasses of beer, Su Wen smiled. He looked at everyone and said without blushing or beating his heart. You can drink a lot, you can drink a lot. Everyone watched Soo-won drink 3 glasses of beer in one gulp. I was secretly happy but also surprised. Soo-won drank quickly and decisively, without any hesitation. He doesn't look like someone who can't drink. Come on, let's eat some food. At this time, Zhao Ling, as the host, saw that all the dishes on the table were served, so he greeted everyone. After he said this, everyone naturally stopped being polite and started eating with their chopsticks. Soo-won had just taken 2 bites when Ding-yu, who was sitting next to him, raised his glass and toasted him. Come on, classmate Soo, we finally meet in the Magic City, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. His attitude was unusually enthusiastic. Before Soo-won could speak, he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that the other party had finished the whole glass of beer, Soo-won didn't want to be impolite, so he also drank the whole glass of beer in one breath. First time meeting you. Come on, brother Soo, drink this glass of wine, and you and I will be friends. At this time, Huang Ying's husband also poured himself a toast. Soo-won smiled and drank another glass without hesitation. Soon after, Sun Zishan, Boss Xiao's friends, and even Huang Ying started toasting Soo-won. In this regard, Soo-won accepted all offers. I haven't had beer for a long time, and I didn't expect it to taste so good. After everyone had taken turns toasting, Soo-won finally spoke with a smile. Just one word, awesome. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. When they saw that Soo-won had drunk 7 or 8 glasses of beer but remained calm and composed, they all wondered if they had seen it wrong. The cups everyone used for drinking this time were not big, but they were not small either. A full cup is at least 250 milliliters. After 7 or 8 cups, there were at least 3 bottles of beer. But looking at Soo-won's appearance, is there any change at all? Everyone believed me when I said I didn't drink. Brother Soo said he couldn't drink much, it seems he was being too modest. Huang Ying's husband shook his head and laughed. Even an old hand at drinking like him had to admire the other party's huge drinking capacity. Thank you for the compliment. I really couldn't drink before. Maybe it's because I haven't drunk for a long time, so my alcohol tolerance has improved. Soo-won said nonchalantly. With just one sentence, everyone was speechless. I've only heard that drinking regularly can improve your drinking capacity. I've never heard of a person being able to increase his alcohol tolerance after not drinking for a long time. However, Huang Ying did not forget the purpose of today. She just didn't believe that she couldn't get Soo-won drunk. So at her reminder, everyone even changed their beer to white wine, preparing to toast again. They just didn't believe that Soo-won wouldn't get drunk. However, having said that, Ding-yu and the others felt a little scared when they looked at the white wine in front of them. Mixing beer with liquor is the easiest way to get people drunk. They are afraid that they will get drunk first before they can get the other drunk. Time passed quickly and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone has almost finished the meal. Looking at the table again, everyone's faces were red and dizzy, and they were no longer as energetic as before. Ding-yu and Sun Zishan were already drunk. Several of Boss Xiao's friends were also feeling dizzy and a little drunk. Only Huang Ying and her husband were left. They looked at Soo-won, who was still calm and collected, with shocked faces and expressions of disbelief. Soo-won, won't you get drunk when you drink? Huang Ying said in shock. I don't understand why the other party drank so much and still looked calm. The reason why she herself was not drunk was because she did not drink any liquor at all. Her husband didn't drink much, so he was just a little drunk. But Soo-won is different. If Huang Ying remembered correctly, Soo-won had already drunk 12 glasses of beer and more than 2 kilograms of white wine. What is the concept? Even if he is the king of wine, he has to lie down, right? Huang Ying's husband was even more surprised. As a company boss, it is common to have dinner and drinks with friends. But I've never seen anyone who can drink so much. This is no longer the amount a normal person can drink. Faced with the other party's shock, Soo-won was not surprised. His body has been evolved by the system, and all functions have been improved, so his alcohol tolerance is naturally incomparable. This is why he dared to drink 3 glasses of beer without hesitation at the beginning. Suddenly, Soo-won looked at Huang Ying and smiled calmly. Student Huang, thank you so much for drinking today. I am very happy. In order to let him drink happily, he specially asked so many friends to accompany him. It was so thoughtful. Looking at his drinking buddies at the table, Soo-won nodded with satisfaction. It would have been better if Soo-won hadn't said this. When she said this, Huang Ying almost vomited blood in anger. She invited Su Wen today to get him drunk so that she could teach him a lesson. What happened is that I ended up drinking with him and even made him drunk. She was really angry inside, but she couldn't show it, so she could only say, "Ha, we are all classmates, it's only right, it's only right." The food was full and the wine was finished. Su Wen looked at his watch and saw the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. After chatting with the other party for a while, he stood up and said goodbye to Huang Ying and others. Looking at Su Wen's outrageous back, Huang Ying felt angry and hateful. Today we lost both the wife and the army. The strategy didn't work, but that brat Su Wen got a meal for nothing. On the other side, after Su Wen left the hotel, the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for accepting Huang Ying's invitation and completing the mission. The system issues a reward, 67% of the shares of the Magic City department store and trade building. Host, please sign the contract as soon as possible and complete the handover. After saying that, the system disappeared. Since there was a contract to sign, Su Wen naturally didn't want to delay. He simply called a designated driver and drove his Lamborghini to the commercial building. An hour later. After signing the contract, when we came out of the commercial building, not only did he become the chairman of the company, but he also received a $1 million Supreme membership card that only shareholders have. Only shareholders whose personal shares exceed 3% are eligible for this membership card. With this card, you can buy anything in the commercial building with a free credit limit of 1 million and a 15% discount. Although 1 million is not a lot for Su Wen, he should not miss it. After signing the contract, I received the card. Then, Su Wen returned to Tianwei College. Life in college is still so ordinary. Life goes on as usual. This day, on the playground. Because it was a physical education class, Su Wenjin and his roommates formed a basketball team to play the game. After a while, everyone felt a little tired. Everyone went to the lawn nearby to rest. I say, Lao Su, is your body made of iron? How come you played basketball for half an hour without even taking a breath? He Wenfeng was shocked. Yeah, I see you don't seem to be sweating much. Is it because he's in love with the school beauty Xia and he's excited? Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan also looked at Su Wen and saw that he looked calm and composed. Shocked and teasing at the same time. I don't know either. Maybe my physical fitness has improved. Su Wen smiled and said happily. Ever since the system transformed his physique, he clearly felt that his strength had increased and he could last longer. Even when drinking, you don't have to worry about getting drunk, like the past 2 days. Su Wen was thinking with joy to himself, when suddenly there was a commotion on the playground. He looked up. Not far away, I saw a beautiful girl in a white halter dress walking towards me. Her graceful and moving figure and ethereal temperament are like an elf in the wind. If it's not classmate Xia, then who could it be? As soon as she appeared, the boys on the playground seemed to have lost their souls and were instantly deeply attracted to her. Chapter 60 Classmates were hit. Damn, Lao Su, your girlfriend is here to see you. Zhu Yuan joked. You're too talkative. Su Wen smiled helplessly and shook his head. As he was speaking, Xia had already walked in front of him. Only then did Su Wen realize that she was holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Nah. Student Xia didn't waste any time and directly handed him the milk tea. Thanks. Su Wen smiled and said he was welcome. He reached out to take the milk tea, plugged in the tube and started drinking. Ever since Su Wen told classmate Xia a while ago not to send milk tea, as it was too much trouble, he felt bad about it. Later, classmate Xia didn't send me much. Unexpectedly, classmate Xia brought another cup today. To be honest, he missed it quite a bit. While Su Wen was thinking, classmate Xia pursed her lips, as if she was worried about something. What's wrong? Su Wen noticed something was wrong with her and asked immediately. Well, there's something I want to tell you. Xia looked around, then looked at Su, and after a long pause, he said, my mom called today and asked you to come to my house for dinner this weekend. Are you free? After Xia finished speaking, there was a hint of shyness on her face. Puff. Cough cough. Zhu Yuan choked as soon as he took a sip of water. Xia Xiaohua, what did you say just now? Inviting Lao Su to your house for dinner? Zhu Yuan seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Fuck, is this true? Chen Ming and He Wenfeng also widened their eyes and became alert. Classmate Xia's mother actually invited Su Wen to be her guest. Is she going to meet her future son-in-law? However, what Chen Ming and others did not know was because they were talking too loudly just now. At this moment, many people around heard the conversation they had just had. Fuck, what's going on? School beauty Xia invited Su Wen to her house? Has this developed to this point? I am not dreaming. Are you planning to take Su Wen to meet his parents? School beauty Xia is the goddess of my dreams. Is she really going to fall into someone else's hands? School beauty Xia is the daughter of Huaxing Group. Will the Xia family be interested in a poor loser like Su Wen? Suddenly, the crowd went wild. As for what happened just now, everyone spread it from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100 people. Before long, everyone in the playground knew that school beauty Xia had invited Su Wen to her home. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it was true. For a moment, there was envy, jealousy, and ridicule. Xia, are you serious? Su Wen was also surprised. Why would Xia's mother invite him to dinner? They don't seem to know each other? It's true. It's all thanks to that girl Xiaoyan. Student Xia said helplessly. It turned out that since her cousin Xia Qiuyan met Su Wen a few days ago, they had spent a pleasant day together. After returning, Xia Qiuyan praised Su Wen in the family group. They said he was handsome, had a good personality, and was patient. As he spoke, the curiosity of everyone in the family was aroused, especially my mother. So this is the scene before our eyes. In fact, when her mother first called and asked her to invite Su Wen to their home, Xia was a little confused and didn't know how to talk to Su. But now that she had said it, she no longer felt embarrassed and was even looking forward to it. After hearing what classmate Xia said, Su Wen naturally had no reason to refuse. He was about to speak when the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task: agree to Xia's request and visit her home. Mission reward: 51% of the shares of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Su Wen was stunned. Oh shit, it's an entertainment company? It is also the hottest and most famous entertainment company in Shanghai today. This entertainment company has produced countless singers and stars who once enjoyed great success. With this company, if he wants to watch a movie or TV series one day, he can just find someone to shoot it. How cool is that? Accept the mission, Su Wen said immediately. Then, he looked at Xia and said, okay, I'll go there on the weekend. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them was heartbroken. Depend on. Su Wen agreed. He actually agreed? As a poor loser, doesn't he know his own worth? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed when you go to Xia's house? If looks could kill, Su Wen would have been riddled with wounds by now. Just when everyone was wailing, the physical education teacher suddenly came over. He looked at Su Wen and the other students from the management department and said with a smile, the PE teacher from the Chinese department told me that we will have a long-distance running competition later. We need 8 people, but we are short of 1. Is there anyone willing to join us? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked towards the playground track. Sure enough, I found that there were already a lot of people gathered around the runway. At the starting point of the track, there stood a teacher and several students who were doing warm-up exercises. Suddenly, many people became timid. I can still participate in the short-distance race, but forget about the long-distance race. I'm afraid of being embarrassed. Yeah, it's a 5,000-meter long-distance run. According to the standards of our school's playground, you have to run 12 laps. Who can handle that? Look at the starting line. They are all runners who participated in the long-distance running competition last year. Wang Hao is also there. He is a famous long-distance running champion in our school. Are we going to be supporting actors? The students were whispering, and none of them wanted to go. It's okay. The important thing is to participate. It doesn't matter if you can't win and quit halfway, it's just a friendly match. Seeing that no one dared to go up, the physical education teacher encouraged again. Damn it, Lao Su, you can go ahead. You have such a good physique. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan turned and looked at Su Wen in surprise. Yeah. You played basketball for half an hour without even breathing hard. Long-distance running shouldn't be a piece of cake for you, right? Chen Ming also reacted and said excitedly. In their opinion, Su Wen's current physical fitness is simply amazing, as if he is made of iron. It would be interesting to see him compete. So before Su Wen could say anything, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfeng all raised their hands at the same time and shouted to the teacher. Here, here. There are people participating here. Their shouting not only attracted the teacher's attention, but also the students' attention. Everyone looked at Su Wen and others with an expression of disbelief on their faces. When the PE teacher saw that someone was willing to participate in the competition, he naturally ran over happily and asked, "Who wants to go?" He. Several close friends pointed at Su Wen and betrayed him in an instant. In response to this, Su Wen could only smile helplessly. These close friends were really ruthless when it came to betraying him. Look at the physical education teacher, then look at a few friends. Su Wen seriously suspected that even if he didn't agree, they would carry him to the runway. Well, I'll try. Having said that, Su Wen stood up. So, with the expectation of a few close friends and the shocked gazes of other students, I followed the teacher to the starting line. Even classmate Xia couldn't help but follow behind out of curiosity, wanting to watch the game.